Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Just a time can fancy the hoochie coochie dance. It's a brown hole stance. Keep your money in your pants. Get out! Get out! Speak!
Oh, those old cartoons. I have not seen many of these, or well, more than one of it, one or two. And again, they just, I guess they got put into the into public domain here in the last few months. So I decided to just kind of use them as openers, just to a little bit of nostalgia. So so we go. And hey, Dan, I have no clue where Solid Snake is, and I'm sure he'll wander in at some point. All right. So basically, I've got a ton of news stories and some opinion pieces and essays, and then I think we will end the show. Ben Carson recently did a speech at a small Catholic university, his thoughts on education. So once we get to that point, I think at 9 o'clock this morning, or later this morning, the morning roast, or whatever they're going to call it, ultimately will be on with HB John and Universal. So we look forward to that. Let's see. We are going to start. Oh, by the way, this is walking around London. This must be a little time late because it's early in the morning there. Um, they're getting their morning started. I think they're 5 or 6 hours ahead of us. So we'll just go ahead and start with this. Okay, as we know, the Senate passed that continuing resolution, uh, which basically funds the government member. And Chuck Schumer, who's a minority Senate leader or Senate minority leader, got some flack, and Democrats in general, but Schumer specifically got flack for not, quote, resisting. And he's given some reasons why he chose to just vote for the bill. And we'll go ahead and get this reader to read it for us. So this is Chuck Schumer writing about why he voted for the continuing resolution, budget resolution.
Chuck Schumer, Trump and Musk would love a shutdown, we must not give them one. This article is by Chuck Schumer and read by an automated voice. Over the past 2 months, the United States has confronted a bitter truth. The federal government has been taken over by a nihilist. President Trump has taken a blowtorch to our country and wielded chaos like a weapon. Most Republicans in Congress, meanwhile, have caved to his every whim. The grand old party has devolved into a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who seem to want to burn everything to the ground. Now, Republicans' nihilism has brought us to a new brink of disaster. Unless Congress acts, the federal government will shut down Friday at midnight. As I have said many times, there are no winners in a government shutdown. But there are certainly victims. The most vulnerable Americans, those who rely on federal programs to feed their families, get medical care, and stay financially afloat. Communities that depend on government services to function will suffer. This week, Democrats offered a way out: fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs. Republicans rejected this proposal. Why? Because Mr. Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending. He isn't the first president to want this, but he may be the first president since Andrew Jackson to successfully cow his party into submission. That leads Democrats to a difficult decision. Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Mr. Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. This, in my view, is no choice at all. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address this country's needs. But even if the White House says differently, Mr. Trump and Elon Musk want a shutdown. We should not give them one. The risk of allowing the president to take even more power via a government shutdown is a much worse path. To be clear, no one on my side of the aisle wants a government shutdown. Members who support this continuing resolution do not want that. Members who oppose it do not want that. Members who oppose this resolution want the Republicans to take their responsibilities more seriously and to negotiate spending bills that will address the many needs of the American people. I respect my fellow Democrats for that. Unfortunately, this Republican Party is the party of Trump. As bad as passing the continuing resolution would be, I believe a government shutdown is far worse. First, a shutdown would give Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk permission to destroy vital government services at a significantly faster rate than they can right now. Under a shutdown, the Trump administration would have wide-ranging authority to deem whole agencies, programs, and personnel non-essential, furloughing staff members with no promise they would ever be rehired. The decisions about what is essential would, in practice, be largely up to the executive branch, with few left at agencies to check it. Mr. Musk has reportedly said that he wants a shutdown, and may already be planning how to use one to his advantage. Second, if we enter a shutdown, congressional Republicans could weaponize their majorities to cherry-pick which parts of government to reopen. In a protracted shutdown, House and Senate Republicans could bring bills to the floor to reopen only their favored departments and agencies, while leaving other vital services that they don't like to languish. Third, shutdowns mean real pain for American families. For example, a shutdown could cause regional Veterans Affairs offices to reduce even more of their staffs, further delay benefits processing, and curtail mental health services, abandoning veterans who earned and depend on those resources. A shutdown could continue to slash the administrative staffs at Social Security offices, delaying applications and benefit adjustments and forcing seniors to wait even longer for their benefits. A shutdown could further stall federal court cases and furlough critical staff members, denying victims and defendants alike their day in court, dragging out appeals and clogging the justice system for months or years. Finally, a shutdown would be the best distraction Donald Trump could ask for from his awful agenda. Right now, Mr. Trump owns the chaos in the government. He owns the chaos in the stock market. He owns the damage happening to our economy. The stock market is falling and consumer confidence is plummeting. In a shutdown, we would be busy fighting with Republicans over which agencies to reopen and which to keep closed, instead of debating the damage Mr. Trump's agenda is causing. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open. Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, is the Senate Minority Leader.
I think the bottom line to that wonderful opinion piece is that Democrats don't have a choice. They, being the minority party, are kind of automatically the role of spoiler. And if the Republicans propose a budget and Democrats vote against it, they take the blame for the shutdown. So it's not as basically, Democrats don't want to be blamed. Republicans, in this case, I don't know that they would be. So really, it's really like a 2-sentence paragraph. He didn't have to go into all that, but he spoke of consumer confidence. So we have this story next. Basically, U.S. consumer sentiment drops as inflation anxiety soars. I'm not exactly sure why inflation, because it's actually fairly close to normal, believe it or not, except, for certain things like eggs, which really have nothing to do with inflation as much as supply issues, apparently bird flu and all that sort of stuff. And Jewel of Aquarius actually brought up that Canada and Mexico don't cull chickens or haven't culled chickens. And my response is that either they're not as affected by this, if at all, or they're less cautious. And when it comes to food safety, I'm going to be one of those who always goes err on the side of caution. Why not? So you don't have to eat eggs. It's not like people will die if they don't eat eggs. So I'll just read a little bit of this. Unfortunately, there is no auto reader, but so U.S. consumer sentiment drops as inflation anxiety soars. A new survey from the University of Michigan shows Americans bracing for economic pain as tariffs and policy uncertainty bite. And to that, I suppose Americans who voted for Trump are willing to deal, with a little bit of economic pain just to allow Trump to attempt to shrink government, and all the other economic stuff he wants to do. Ultimately, the way, again, I don't have a problem with Trump alon, um, trimming some fat, making things, streamlining things, making things more efficient. I don't like the method, the slash and burn. Let's screw it up. Let's be creatively destructive. And then if it gets too broke, we, patch it up. We hire some workers back, or we delay a tariff or two for a couple months, a month or two. I would hope that, supposedly smart people take a little bit more of a measured approach. That way you don't have to keep going back and forth, because, firing workers and hiring them back, that's an expense. The other thing, and I'll just say this again, presidents don't control spending, Congress does. So my question is, if they're, quote, saving money, there's a pool of money, sitting in a bank account somewhere. What are they doing with the money? What do they intend on doing with the money? I haven't heard an explanation of that yet. So to continue with this article, policy uncertainty and tariff whiplash are making consumers less confident about the economic outlook and more worried about inflation. New data from the University of Michigan showed on last Friday, the latest evidence that Americans are bracing for pain in President Trump's second term. Well, if they're willing to do it. Let's see. Do birds not have a form of penicillin that would make our breakfast less costly? I don't know. That's a good question. I know they use antibiotics, but bird flu isn't, antibiotics don't work on viruses generally. Antivirals do. As far as I know, there's no antiviral for chickens. I guess they're cheap enough just to cull. Kind of wonder, I guess they burn the carcasses. I'm not exactly sure. A new survey released on Friday showed consumer sentiment plummeting 11% in March as Americans of all ages, income groups, and political affiliations turned even more downbeat about the trajectory for the economy. Consumer confidence has fallen for the third consecutive month, not only about personal finances, but also job market and stock markets. Since December, sentiment has tumbled 22%. Now, I kind of wonder why they even bother asking about stock markets. Stock markets aren't necessarily, well, they're not leading indicators, and they're really volatile. So, and most people don't invest directly into the stock market. So many consumers cited the high level of uncertainty about policy and other economic factors. Frequent gyrations in economic policies make it very difficult for consumers to plan for the future, regardless of one's policy preferences, said Joanne Su, director of the surveys of consumers at the University of Michigan. Consumers also revised up their expectations for inflation, both for the year ahead and over a 5-year horizon. Over the next 12 months, consumers expect inflation to rise to 4.9%, up from a forecast for 4.3% last month. Over the longer run, expectations rose to 3.9% in what was the largest monthly jump since 1993. According to the latest Consumer Price Index report, inflation stands at 2.8%, which, if I'm correct, pretty much anything under 3% is acceptable. But Ryan or some pretend economist out there will let me know if that's true or not, I'm sure. Let's see. Preliminary data comes as President Trump and his top economic advisors have acknowledged that the president's plans to reshape global trade through aggressive tariffs, to right-size government spending, and to alter the American immigration system, among other sweeping changes, could hurt the economy or even push it into a recession. And a note about the recession, there might not be growth, or there might be negative growth in the short term, but that doesn't, it just means that the economy doesn't grow at the pace predicted. It doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be the kind of recession where GDP is negative. So it's probably about all I'm going to read of that particular article. I think we get the gist. Let's see. The central bank is all but guaranteed to hold interest rates steady when it meets next week. That's pretty much it for this article. I don't think it's telling us anything we don't necessarily know. And again, what consumers think matters, because it will determine whether they sit on money, save money, or go out and be consumers. So it matters, but I don't get overly concerned when they poll people who don't necessarily keep up with news and economic news and that sort of thing. So it's just something to know, not necessarily anything to be concerned about just now. So a solution that lowers profits, not a chance. Did you know about Chinese bioweapon lab they found in California? No, I didn't know, Stank D. Let me know where I can find it if you want me to cover it. Just put it in the chat. Let's see. Next article. Trump orders gutting of 7 agencies, including Voice of America's parent. The order targeting the agencies, largely obscure entities that address issues like labor mediation and homelessness prevention, appeared to test the bounds of president's power. This is interesting. I used to know somebody who actually had a show on Voice of America. He's retired now. And I could tell you right now, when I was deployed, Voice of America was actually something we listened to all the time, especially on my first deployment. President Trump signed an executive order on Friday seeking to dismantle 7 additional federal agencies, including the one that oversees Voice of America and other government-funded media outlets around the world. Probably wants to replace Voice of America with Twitter. Mr. Trump directed the heads of agencies, largely obscure entities that address issues like labor mediation and homelessness prevention, to eliminate all functions that are not statutorily mandated. The leaders should also reduce the performance of their statutory functions and associated personnel to the minimum presence and function required by law, the order said. Like many of the president's moves in his wide-ranging effort to shrink the government, the order appears to test the bounds of his authority. Voice of America's parent, U.S. Agency for Global Media, for example, is congressionally chartered as an independent agency, and Congress passed a law in 2020 intended to limit the power of the agency's presidentially appointed chief executive. Media outlets are intended to provide unbiased news to audiences around the world. Mr. Trump has criticized its editorial decisions since his first term. Mr. Trump had already stirred fears at the agency by tapping Carrie Lake, a fierce loyalist who ran unsuccessfully for governor and Senate in Arizona, to serve as a special advisor there. She does have media experience. The other agencies Mr. Trump targeted Friday are the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, which works to prevent and resolve work stoppages and labor disputes, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, a nonpartisan think tank, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, which funds and supports museums, libraries, and archives. The U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, which works to prevent and end homelessness. The Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, which provides financial assistance to struggling communities, and the Minority Business Development Agency, which aims to bolster minority-owned businesses. Let's see. Mentions Musk. That's pretty much it. It's kind of par for the course. Trump seeks to shape the government in his image. And like I said, I don't have a problem with trimming some fat and that sort of thing. Even if you want to go back to, we don't want mission creep, we're going to stick to exactly what Congress intended for us to do. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. So, if that were the aim to pare everything back to what the original intent for the agency was, I don't have a problem with that. We can add things, if we find, something's not happening that should. But, the problem here is a constitutional one. And, the unitary executive thing that Trump seems so enamored with is unconstitutional, at least some of the intent of that legal theory. And the legal theory has never most like normal straight line legal scholars, left or right, tend to view that unitary executive theory as something that is kind of a stretch of a reading of the Constitution. Tropes, that's an interesting comment. I talked about this about a week or so ago. My thing is that, people who talk about, well, I don't want my tax dollars to go. Well, what most taxpayers don't realize is your obligation is to pay the required taxes. How it's spent is something you deal with at the ballot box. Once you pay your taxes, the money's not yours anymore. So there is no such thing as tax dollars my tax dollars. They don't exist after you've paid your taxes. So, Congress decides how the tax dollars are spent, and we control Congress through the vote. So I don't buy when people come and go, well, I don't want my tax dollars. Like, you don't control your tax dollars, Congress does. And people need to realize that. And if that is not something that's, people want, then you know what? Form a new Tea Party and, go and protest and tri-corner hats. And we'll see how that goes. So next story, trade war retaliation. And this I found really interesting. Will hit Trump voters hardest. And the reason these tariffs are going to hit Trump voters hardest is other parts of the world actually consume and keep up with American political news, and essentially Europe in particular, and China for that matter, they are aiming to hit red states, industries in the red states the hardest. And this map here shows America by counties where tariffs could hit jobs by presidential vote winner. So the red naturally is Trump, Harris is the kind of bluish green there. And it says here, this is counties where tariffs could hurt Trump voters versus Harris voters. And you can see most of the country looks like it's largely red, especially in the center and the South. And European, you know, European countries and China being politically savvy, almost as savvy as, well, definitely probably as savvy, if not more politically savvy than your rank and file voter. They know where to hit America where it hurts, and they're targeting red voters. And there's not a damn thing, other than, Trump counter tariffing. Nothing, you can't control what other countries tariff necessarily. So this reads, as President Trump imposes tariffs on products from countries around the world, foreign governments are answering back with tariffs of their own. China's targeted corn farmers and car makers. Canada has put tariffs on poultry plants and air conditioning manufacturers, while Europe will hit American steel mills and slaughterhouses. The retaliatory tariffs are an attempt to put pressure on the president to relent, and they have been carefully designed to hit Mr. Hurts. Nearly 8 million Americans work in industries targeted by the levies, and the majority are Trump voters, a New York Times analysis shows. Figures underscore the dramatic impact that a trade war could have on American workers, potentially causing Mr. Trump's economic strategy to backfire. Mr. Trump has argued that tariffs will help boost American jobs, but economists say that retaliatory tariffs can cancel out that effect. And then this map right here shows China, where China is going to be targeting, and they give population numbers. So China, basically, their tariffs are going to affect roughly 1 million counties. I'm sorry, 1 million people in the Trump counties, and less than 500,000 in the Harris counties. For Canada, 3.7 million people in Trump counties, 2.8 million in Harris counties, and European Union, 2.5 million in Harris counties, 3.7 million in Trump counties. And never thought to actually go and break down how tariffs would affect America by county and population. But I think it's pretty effective. Now, Harris voters are going to be affected as well, but not as much as Trump voters will. In China, for instance, they buy a lot of agricultural products from the U.S. So, it's going to be farmers, and farmers are already starting to kind of complain about it. I've seen some videos on YouTube, and I don't know if I played any, but farmers are deeply concerned about these tariffs. The rest of the article, the countermeasures are aimed at industries that employ roughly 7.75 million across the United States. The bulk of those, 4.48 million, are in counties that voted for Mr. Trump in the last election, compared with 3.26 million jobs in counties that voted for former Vice President Kamala Harris, according to a calculation by the Times that included examining retaliatory tariffs on more than 4,000 product categories. So, I don't know that I think we get the gist of this. I don't need to read the rest, but, Trump, the United States and Trump, we, for better or for worse, we operate in a global economy, and our trade partners are pretty savvy about, our politics and how to hit, presidents or other leaders who are making decisions they don't like. So I'm interested to know what people think about this particular angle on the tariffs. Stanley will need to source his batteries for his ultra power butt blaster 9000 from somewhere else. Mine's solar powered, Stank D. So it's got the NiCad or lithium batteries. I charge it up during the day, especially if it's a sunny day. It goes for hours. Let's see. So we'll move on. And these next couple stories are pretty much illegal immigration sort of stories. And then I want to go over the Alien and Sedition Act. I have it somewhere here. Or actually, I have uh, um, an essay that covers the history of the Alien and Sedition Act. So this story reads, let's see, from the Washington Post. After Judge blocks Alien Enemies Act, White House claims nearly 300 already deported. So we are going to find out what is up with this. Then I do have some comments after these stories, and then we'll read a little bit of the history of the Alien Enemies Act.
This news story was written by Maria Sacchetti, Marianne Levine, and Toby Raji. After Judge blocks Alien Enemies Act, White House claims nearly 300 already deported. Trump quietly invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 on Friday for the first time since World War II to speed the deportation of alleged gang members. A federal judge stopped him on Saturday. A federal judge barred President Donald Trump on Saturday from using a Wartime Powers Act to deport alleged Venezuelan gang members without a hearing, ordering the administration to turn around any planes that had already taken off after the Alien Enemies Act quietly went into effect. Trump signed a proclamation Friday to deploy the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 for the first time since World War II to swiftly remove Venezuelans allegedly involved in the transnational gang known as Tren de Aragua. The act has been used only 3 times before to bar citizens of hostile enemy governments from the United States, and only during a declared war. The White House kept the proclamation under wraps until after advocates for immigrants sued Saturday, fearing he was already sweeping immigrants out of the country. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claimed immigration officials had arrested nearly 300 Tren de Aragua terrorists over the weekend and sent them to El Salvador. The country's president, Nayib Bukele, said that 238 members of the transnational Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua and 23 members of the Salvadoran MS-13 gang had already arrived in El Salvador and were in his custody, with a social media post responding to the judge's ruling that said, "Oopsie, too late," followed by a laughing emoji. A White House official celebrated his post with a meme saying, "Boom!" Bukele shared video showing the prisoners arriving at the airport, surrounded by heavily armed, camouflage-clad men. Bukele said they were taken to a terrorism confinement center, where the video showed that masked officers then forced the men to their knees, shaved their heads, and marched them in white shirts and shorts into a cell block. Bukele said the inmates would go into forced labor for at least a year, possibly more, and that the United States will pay a very low fee for them. "Thank you for your assistance and friendship, President Bukele," Secretary of State Marco Rubio replied on X. It was not immediately clear whether the men were deported under the act, but Trump has declared both gangs foreign terrorist organizations and prepared to use the act to summarily remove them without a hearing. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg, the chief judge in the District of Columbia, on Saturday quickly blocked officials from deporting Venezuelans under the act, saying in court that he did not know until that afternoon that Trump had invoked the measure. Boasberg's order at first barred the removal of 5 men facing imminent deportation. It was expanded later in the day to anyone in custody who might be subject to the proclamation. As he issued his ruling, the judge said he heard that flights are actively departing and ordered the Trump administration to immediately halt the removals and return to the United States any flights that were in the air. He said the immigrants, who could be as young as 14 under the proclamation, clearly face irreparable harm, given that these folks will be deported and many, or the vast majority, to prisons in other countries or sent back to Venezuela, where they face persecution or worse. "This is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately," he told the Justice Department. The Justice Department immediately appealed the judge's rulings, calling it a massive, unauthorized imposition on the executive's authority to remove dangerous aliens who pose threats to the American people. U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi said the judge's order disregards well-established authority regarding President Trump's power, and added that the Department of Justice is undeterred in its efforts to work with the White House. In his proclamation, Trump alleged that the Tren de Aragua gang is conducting irregular warfare against the United States at the direction of the authoritarian Maduro regime in Venezuela. attempting to portray them as a foreign enemy state. The American Civil Liberties Union and the Democracy Forward Foundation, which filed the lawsuit.
I want to point out here that the way the Enemies Act works is there has to be a country that is sponsoring these folks, and I guess you could make the argument that Venezuela is conducting some sort of guerrilla war, sending their worst people and gangs and stuff into America to subvert it. But I'm thinking if you actually think there's a war, just have Congress declare war. These shortcuts are bad precedent. And, the 3 times that the Aliens Act has been used have been during wartime. And at least one of those times was pretty despicable, because a lot of the people that were swept up were actually American citizens. So in my opinion, this is kind of a slippery slope. And Trump's being kind of flippant with his rhetoric here. And like I said, just doing stuff and asking for forgiveness later, that is a style of getting things done, but it's not recommended. You expect your presidents to be presidential. And I just don't see this. Every time you make a bold move, you get reined back in. All it does is create confusion and headlines, of course, which is always good for Trump. But I just don't. I see this as sloppy, quite frankly. And anyway, that's my editorial. Hey, Tom, any thoughts?
It's just more of the same, not thought out. Let's do something rather than nothing, ineffective silliness.
Well, the thing is, there are alternatives. The only choice, there are more choices than just deport. And I wonder if sending these people to El Salvador to be, put into hard labor or forced labor for a year, I wonder if that's not some violation of human rights. There's at least one guy who said, "Hey, I'm not in this gang." Now, I don't know the details of it, but I don't know. I just find that when human rights are involved, and I don't know, it just doesn't smell right to me. It's probably smells delicious to a lot of Trump's base, but kind of have to hold my nose hearing about this.
Yeah,
Lawsuit on behalf of the immigrants.
Just none of it seems like, what is your desired outcome? What are you trying to achieve? What is the purpose of what you're doing? And it never seems like there is a specific purpose. It's
Well, I mean, I think his purpose, is to get the violent criminals out first, and then everybody else who's not supposed to be here. So, I mean, I think he has a goal. It's just how you're going to do it, and just rounding up people and let God sort it out later. I don't know that.
That's.
It's not actually a real war, and these aren't state actors. So
it's like cutting off your arm if you break it. It's just the response is never matching. What's the smartest way to do this? What's the best way to do this? Never is that asked. It's
right.
If you want to round up the violent criminals, it seems like there'd be a better way to do it. And I don't think anybody would.
I'm waiting for someone to screw up and send an actual American citizen, to one of these camps. I was looking at a video. You might have seen it the other day, where in Manassas, Virginia, ICE stops this guy, And apparently there were three guys in a truck coming back from work. They stopped the first guy and they handcuffed him. And he's like, hey, I'm an American citizen. Let me show you my ID. And supposedly the ICE agents were like, yeah, right. But ultimately, once he was able to show his driver's license, Virginia has like a little indicator, like a star on your driver's license indicating that you're here legally. And this dude was actually an American citizen. So, they handcuffed him, probably didn't, I guess you get over that. But two of his buddies that were in the truck with him, they apparently didn't have credentials. So they took them off. And the guy who was driving them home has no idea what happened to them. So, and I'm going, well, hopefully they didn't have a wife and kids waiting for them at home. Now there are people who go, hey, you come here illegally, you take your chances. Yeah, there is that, but come on now. I think what happens is, this will definitely deter people from coming here, I guess. Maybe, cruelty is the point, as they say.
Do you have your papers?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it's going to get down to. Yeah. Now, then there's the other end of the spectrum where this lady and her father who have that farm south of Atlanta, they're doing videos saying, hey, black people, make sure you carry your driver's license of, passport or whatever, because you might be deported too. And I think that's the other end. I don't think Georgia's used to black people. They're not going to be stopping you. They're not just going to be randomly stopping, come on, cops racially profile, whether they say they don't, we all know the truth. And I think that's the other extreme. Black people, you better be careful. You might be deported too. I don't know about all that. Let's see how much more is left on this article, because I think we pretty much get the gist of it. It's 10 minutes. I don't know that we need to go through all that, but Stank D says that there's some YouTube videos about this prison, this terrorist detention center or whatever. What do they call it? Terrorism confinement center in Tecoluca, El Salvador. He says it's pretty rough stuff. So apparently Stank D's been researching.
Yes, one of the great intellects of our time. I'm glad he weighed in on that.
Hey, come on, you got to love the name. He's a good guy.
I don't have to love the name.
He's got some good one-liners.
Uh-huh. It's interesting, 90% of the people here agree with the right, and yet they're not, in cahoots, slapping each other on the butt. That's just a bunch of good-hearted people with tremendous intellect agreeing on the issues of the day. If you and I agree on something, it's, something quite different.
I mean, Tropes, the problem is why does it even have to be digital? We got driver's licenses. And, the driver's licenses have chips and, stuff like that to make sure they're authentic documents. So I don't know that it has to go so digital, but I'm hoping that, handcuff first and treat like, an illegal, then verify citizenship. That's bound to piss some people off. And this dude happened to have been a Trump voter, so they're gonna do themselves a little bit of self-inflicted harm here if they're not careful.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, the Hispanic population here, the legal Hispanic population, the voting Hispanic population went for Trump in the last election. It'll be interesting to see how that changes, if at all, after these policies.
Well, if you haven't noticed, we're starting to get Hispanics into some pretty powerful positions, Supreme Court, Congress,
Hmm.
locally. So, but as near as I can tell, there are a lot of Latinos for Trump out there.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, that's my
so
point. Is will this stop an ID kind of thing change any of that? And as you say, if we had the other people have been picked up that have a legal right to be here and sent
well,
elsewhere.
I
So
think that that dude who's the American citizen has an accent, and I guarantee you that was part of why they're going, sure. So, you know, if you got an accent, that's not going to help you. You better be trying to get rid of that accent.
yes, and Mr. Good Guy is apparently read Revelations a few too many times. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask Stank D, or is this going to create a like a widen opportunities for Elon Musk to chip everybody's forehead? The solution is to chip all the citizens, and Elon Musk makes another billion, for being the sole provider of the chips.
Well, one of the sort of modern interpretations of Revelations is that everyone will bear the mark of the beast on their hand and their forehead, and that's what many people think already that credit cards are, because they're an extension of your hand. But that if we get chipped, I mean, let's face it, a lot of people chip their kids when they're born.
Oh goodness, I didn't even think about that part.
Yeah, yeah. We can really go there. I mean, I listen to AM Coast to Coast. I know what's going on.
You know what? I'm gonna have to listen. I've not listened to it in probably almost 10 years now. I used to listen every night.
Well, they got way into New World Order. They just, when George Norrie took it over, it's
Yeah,
just not Art Bell. So I mean, that's all that needs to be said.
that and beet powder or whatever those pills.
I
What is it?
I yeah, that and the super blue algae and all that kind of stuff. I do listen every November 22nd, though. I'm a big, I guess, JFK assassination buff, have been since I was a kid, and they always on November 22nd do an incredible job on that particular evening. There's a couple of guys here in Dallas that are kicking
Hmm.
around that have been doing it. What's the guy? One guy's name is Jim. I want to say Marr or something like that. He's been doing it forever. A lot of them. So I listen on that day every year. But other than that, I just, it's this show on the YouTube I'm normally listening to
Right.
about that time. Oh, that's right. It's this show.
I'm the ghetto Art Bell.
The worst thing is that it used to be on the station that I was on, which is a 50,000 watt, easy to get on your radio station, and
Hmm.
it switched to another station that signal isn't as good. So
Hmm.
that's probably the biggest reason I stopped listening.
All right. Well, ICE arrests another individual who participated in anti-Israel Columbia protests. I hope people, who are like keeping their credentials up to date. Now, this guy, Laka Cordia, was arrested for having an outdated student visa. If he overstayed his visa, that's actually why. Not he protested, but probably not having your visa up to date.
That's a valid reason.
Yeah, makes it valid. And this is Fox News. You would think, they want to put their spin on it. But let's see. Immigration Customs enforcement officers arrested a second student who participated in anti-Israel protests at Columbia University after a third student opted to deport themselves from the
What?
U.S.
Pulled a Lee
So
Harvey Oswald?
Lakai Cordia, who is from the West Bank, had a student visa canceled in 2022 for lack of attendance, was detained by the agency for the outdated visa. DHS said Cordia was previously arrested in April for an alleged role in the protest, but New York Police Department told Fox News Digital it does not have an arrest record under their name. Columbia has no record of this individual being registered as a current or former student at the university said in a statement. It is a privilege to be granted a visa to live and study in the United States of America, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said in a statement. That's another theme that's been around for a while, but it seems to have been a little weaponized. You should be thankful for being here. I've heard that echoed a lot here of late. And not only just for people who are here on student visas, but people who are, not real Americans. I've literally heard it, for Black citizens, Hispanic citizens. What's her name in Minnesota? Damn it! Why do I always? Her name keeps escaping me these days, but. The House of Representatives, I'll remember her name in a minute, but she was a former refugee from, a camp in Jordan or somewhere. And now she's an American citizen. Now she's in Congress, but, she can't speak her mind. She should be thankful that she's here. She should be the most pro-America, member of Congress, etc. Now, I have to admit, she does... she talks a lot on foreign policy, and really, I think members of the House of Representatives should almost talk about nothing but the people they represent, what they can do for them, representing the people's interests. And her district, I looked it up, is like 70% white. So the Somalis, the Somali community is not the biggest demographic in her congressional district. So I have a little bit of a problem, because the way she speaks, until I looked it up, I thought most of her constituency, or a vast portion of that constituency, was Somali or immigrant of some sort, and it's just not. Ilhan Omar. That's who I'm talking about. I looked it up. Her district is like 10%, maybe 13, 15% Somali. So I don't really get her. I think her politics, her focus is a little bit off. Representing a religion, or representing, Palestinians. I think she goes too far with it, I guess is my point. So anyway, ICE is in the process of dealing with people who did the quote anti-Israel protest at Columbia. Columbia's just catching it.
I've heard the "you should be thankful to be here" directed at heads of foreign countries like the Ukraine recently.
Yeah, you should be saying thank you.
Yeah.
Stank D, I know about virtue signaling. Are you saying that I'm virtue signaling? That's interesting. Put your reply there. I would think I would be the last person to virtue signal. Let's see. Capriano says, about 30 days before my CDL medical certificate is set to expire, my employee gets notified. Why does that same process not apply to visas?
Well, we don't know that it doesn't, but when a visa, there's rules and regulations. And so the second you're not a student anymore, which could happen for expulsion, it could happen for any number of reasons, you're in violation. So it sounds like his was lapsed for other reasons than it had expired its, total date.
Well, I was going to respond to Tropes here. Tropes, I have to admit, um, I think that the Kamala Harris specifically and Biden, had the overall responsibility. They did nothing of note in trying to solve the problem, other than sending funding, I guess, for sanctuary cities. So the thing is that people can make a valid excuse. At least Trump is trying to do something. I don't. I honestly can't say that Biden, other than appointing Kamala to be immigration czar, that seems to be the extent of how he tried to solve the problem.
Well,
So
I would say, just in the example here in Texas, they didn't do anything to solve it. In fact, they fought the state of Texas when Texas mobilized not just the Texas National Guard, but several other states sent their National Guard to help down here, and they fought it in court.
yeah, honestly, I don't know. Maybe it was just pure politics, like, hey, you're a Republican governor, I'm not going to work with you. But it would have looked really good to say, hey, if nothing else, we're going to send some folks down there to, advise or, de facto supervise how your state is going to handle uh, illegal immigration. I just think Biden, and it could be, I don't know, Biden either wasn't thinking or he really was incapacitated to a point to where he didn't think they didn't take this immigration issue seriously enough. And I, for the life of me, don't understand why. And I kind of suspected at the time, hey, if these guys are going to clown you by flying people to Martha's Vineyard, you've got to respond, and in a way that either counter clowns or is like, hey, you know what? They're right. We need to pay attention to this. I just don't know why, someone as experienced in politics as Biden supposedly was, should have known this was going to mushroom.
Well, and
it mushroomed for months.
There's a difference between not doing anything and filing an injunction to keep a state from doing something. Right. That's bad. It's really bad, particularly when other states are sending their National Guards, not their whole National Guard, but complements of 50, 100. So that's really a terrible look to actually try and prevent a state from protecting its border. It was a big deal. There was a
I remember
standoff down here, and yeah, not a good look. It's way worse than doing nothing, is to proactively fight it.
I don't. Stank D, enlighten me. How is it obvious she hates America? I think she is not the best representative of her district.
Well,
Ilhan is a Muslim.
She's no Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's put it that way.
Well, you know what? I wonder though, because you remember that speech she gave to some Somali, she did it in Arabic or whatever language it was, which to me is common sense. Do it in English. That way some dude can't just go, oh, she said this. And then 2 weeks later, after the damage is done, they all go, well, oh, she didn't really say that. The translation really meant this. It's just these people in politics just don't seem to have any foresight about consequences, downstream consequences. And I often wonder, is Ilhan Omar and some of the younger people Marjorie Taylor Greene is in her 40s too, I think. Or no, she's in her early 50s. Is it really that the education system has failed to a point to where our politicians can't critically think. And, I guess that's the case.
Well, yeah, it's the old saying: you always get the government you deserve. And in certain districts, that's what they want. So that's what they get.
See, Ryan, this is kind of the where we are in America. This question is just a perfect question about where we are. Basically, we are going to judge, we're going to judge the what and not the why. Okay, plane full of gang members turned around and brought back. Ask yourself why. How is that anti-American? Why is a judge following the law anti-American? Sometimes laws don't have a positive impact or a popular impact. The why of those planes, seems to be possibly illegal. So how's that un-American if we are a nation of laws? So that's a be brave level analysis, in my opinion. And yeah, I said it. I invoked his name. Hopefully he's listening. Be brave, uneducated, unthinking, lacking critical thought is my comment on your comment.
Yeah.
bring us all ye Trinidad. Yeah, okay, tropes. Is that what I'm really saying? And Marco Rubio says South Africa's ambassador to the U.S. is no longer welcome in the country. And I don't know why that is. Let's see.
I think he's talking
they're just deporting everybody.
He's talking about Elon, isn't he?
No.
Oh, I thought he was the ambassador from South Africa.
Let's see. It says Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Friday that South Africa's ambassador to the United States is no longer welcome in the country. He's getting the Zelensky treatment in the latest Trump administration move targeting the African nation. Rubio, in a post on X, accused Ebrahim Rasool of being a race-baiting politician who hates President Donald Trump. Rubio declared the South African diplomat persona non grata. I was declared that once.
Really?
Oh, my last job in the Navy, I was in charge of the auxiliary engineering group on my last ship, and we always had equipment, pumps, and the like in the repair facility. And they were sometimes slow giving updates and stuff. So, when ships missing movement, basically, if they say get on underway on a Friday and you're not ready to get underway on a Friday, that is a huge deal, as you can imagine. Yeah. So, I'm being proactive, making sure that, my equipment's ready to go because I don't want to be the cause of this ship not getting underway. So I had a PT test, they do them occasionally. So over on the track, we got to do our little 2-mile run and push-ups, sit-ups, a certain number. So I swung by the repair facility in, shorts and a t-shirt and running shoes and stuff. And I used to always do this because I thought it was hilarious. I would just show up, no rank, wouldn't identify myself, just curious to see how these people treat people they don't know. You don't know whether I'm an E1 or an admiral. Probably not an admiral because I look pretty young. So I'd go in there and I'd just ask this senior chief, about my equipment. Oh, and he thought I was just some little enlisted guy. So he choose me out. He choose me a new one. So you know what I did? I didn't bother identifying myself to him. He could have asked, well, who are you? But he didn't. So I walked down the hallway to the 06 who is running his group. Now in '06, one step down from an admiral. This guy wasn't going to make an admiral, but in '06 is a colonel. He has pull. So I go down there and I identified myself. I go, hey, Captain, my name's Lieutenant Cross. I went and talked to Senior Chief so and he just chewed me a new one. So the '06 goes, you go down there and you tell that Senior Chief to help you out or I'm going to kick his ass. So I walk back. I knew what I was doing. I walk back down there and I go, hey, Senior Chief, Captain, I went and talked to the captain. He says, give me some help or he's going to kick your ass. Oh, by the way, my name's Lieutenant Cross. Oh, by the time I got back to the ship, his boss, who was a lieutenant commander, called my boss, who was a lieutenant, senior lieutenant. And he's like, that motherfucker, don't tell him he's not welcome here. Don't come back. So my boss is just dying laughing. He's like, by the time I got back to the ship, dude had called, complained. So he's like, hey, Stan, just stop ruffling their feathers. Just wait a month or two before you go back because they're liable to escort you out.
Yeah,
I love doing stuff like that.
I've been declared persona non grata, Golden Corral.
Oh, really?
That's
even better. They're turning away paying customers.
It turns out if you just take the whole pan of mini tacos and dump them on your plate, they don't look upon that favorably. But as I pointed out, if you wouldn't make them so tasty and delicious, I wouldn't do that. So,
you need to be making them one trough at a time.
Yeah, you guys got to get on the stick over here. But
let's see here. Rubio linked to a story by ultra-conservative Breitbart News. Now, this is Fox News, a Fox News story, Fox Digital, calling Breitbart News ultra-conservative.
Oh, I thought it was an AP story.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. The Fox News was the last one. My bad. So ultra-conservative Breitbart News site about a talk Rasool gave earlier Friday is part of a South African think tank's webinar in which he spoke about actions taken by the Trump administration in the context of the United States, where white people soon would no longer be in majority. Both Trump and his ally, Elon Musk, who grew up in South Africa, have criticized the country's black-led government over a new land law they claim discriminates against white people. Why are we interfering in other countries like this? And seems like if you say the wrong thing and you're not a U.S. citizen, you'll be deported if you're not a U.S. citizen. And if you are a U.S. citizen, who knows? I think that's where this is going to go. I think that, they don't seem to think that much of free speech. And that is concerning. It's highly unusual for the U.S. to expel a foreign ambassador, although lower-ranking diplomats have more frequently been targeted with persona non grata status. So, I am concerned that, we have presidents of countries getting berated in the Oval Office. We're deporting full ambassadors. Now, these are countries that aren't particularly popular with their base, so they'll get away with it. But I am concerned that what a full ambassador says to a think tank gets him deported.
The article also mentions Musk's involvement in politics in several countries in Europe, not to mention his decision
England
not to do business, and Germany, and not to do business with South Africa because he feels that they don't want to do anything because he's not the right race.
Musk earlier this month also targeted South Africa's government over business decisions, saying in a post on X that it had opted not to do business with his Starlink because I'm not black.
They'll approach all the other satellite companies that are
exactly
headed by people of color.
Well, you know what? Business people often, send proxies. Maybe he has no black C-level executive at Starlink that could speak in his stead.
Well, oftentimes they'll select someone from that country.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah,
that's
just to make it easier. So
yeah.
let's see here. There's something in here about Afrikaners I just saw. I'm thinking Musk. Maybe I thought Musk had an English background, not so much Afrikaner.
I don't know if he.
Oh, okay. No. It's Trump said. Trump said land is being expropriated from Afrikaners, um, where no land has been taken under the law. I see. All right. Well, it's good to know that that Afrikaners that he's got Afrikaners back. Probably no doubt, thanks to Elon Musk.
Well, and we do have to approve ambassadors just like they have to approve ours. So.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if they'll toss out the American ambassador in retaliation. South Africa will.
I wonder who our ambassador is.
Let's see.
Who is the
U.S. ambassador
to South Africa? Let's see here. Who's the new man? That would be Dana M. Brown. No. Well, I can't tell. Oh, wait. Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Political Appointee. That was 2022. Oh, let's see here. Here's the list. Oh, started in 1929. Yes, it's Dana M. Brown.
I wonder what his background is.
If it's a he, could be.
Oh,
she.
yeah. That says U.S. Ambassador. No, this is 2024.
January 3rd, 2025. We appointed one, but
He was Reuben E. Brigidi.
Yeah.
So he's the old one.
Vice Chancellor, and President of University of the South.
Ooh.
Dana.
That's in Tennessee.
Yep.
Yeah, they're famous.
It sure enough is. Dana M. Brown. Let's see here. No, it's a female.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Let's see. Stanley's always loved flexing his power. I don't believe it. He's so humble. You know what? Now, this is a military thing, and I know, May, that you've never been in anything remotely like a leadership position. The trick is knowing when to flex your power. Okay, the worst thing you can do is, if you have power, pretend you don't have it. That can come back to bite you. So if you have it, we pray the power gets flexed responsibly. So, and it's a fine line. Sometimes people abuse their power. But if you noticed, I have the power to ban your dumb ass from the chat, and I haven't. So I think I'm being very restrained and using power wisely and maybe even humbly. I'm not so bold as to boot you from the chat. I'm humble enough to take your criticism and pretend it's constructive.
Yes, the big bag of nothing crew.
And okay, so Ryan, hit the link. So Canada has compelled speech like Europe. They don't have compelled speech, by the way. But are you criticizing them because they don't have, First Amendment level speech? There are some people who think that's wise. So I wouldn't criticize them. Hardly anybody has free speech to the level America does. So we're an exception, not a rule. If you actually kind of had a sense of perspective, you would know that.
And the little horsey says he knows how to manage fairly well. Well, he's king of the friend zone.
No, I don't think you know how to manage Palomino. I can tell from your comments that you lack experience in any sort of leadership role. You know, being a leader in Be Brave's chat with the funniest comment is not the same thing. Is power.
He's not
Oh,
even
look,
the lead little horse here.
Trollaholic, you're back. Let's see what you're saying. Show off junior officer power, then demonstrating how great you are at wielding power by not banning someone from commenting on YouTube. Exactly what I'd expect from non-car JG. I have no idea what that is, dude. Um, all I have to say is, I think you were in the Marines, weren't you, Trollaholic? Do I remember that correctly, or am I confusing you with Troll? You know what? The funny thing about junior officers is that they're officers and they don't have as much power as someone with more rank, but they do have power. And sometimes, you know, the wrong decision, even by a junior officer, can be fatal. So I understand. Yep, JOs are not admirals, but they're not nothing. Let's see now, and Trollaholic, come on up. We had such a good conversation last time you were up. I look forward to continuing it. Hey, Lawrence, what's up, Ryan?
Good morning.
You look happy. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed with all those comments?
No, the dogs got into a bunch of food,
You thought what?
and the dogs got into a bunch of food, and I'm not cleaning it up.
The dog.
Yeah, my wife's dog got into
Oops.
food. I'm not cleaning it up. It's probably going to get nasty in here soon. She's going to come down for work. I'm not cleaning
Okay.
it up because fuck that stupid little dog. I hate that dumb little dog. He's a
Really?
loser.
You don't like dogs? Are you a cat? You're a cat
No,
man?
no, I like my dog, but not that stupid dog she got. She got this
Come
stupid
on
little
now.
bull.
All dogs
Bulldog.
matter.
No, they don't. I told her not to get the dog, and she got him anyway. And he got into stuff, and I'm not cleaning it up. So I'm taking a stand for my rights.
So
I'm taking a
your
stand.
wife chose not to submit to your demand she not buy a dog, huh?
I just told her, listen,
Interesting.
it's a rescue, of course, because she just is overly
What
compassionate.
kind of dog is it?
It's a stupid bulldog, which is just
Oh,
a pain in the ass. The dogs are just a
Oh,
lot of money. They can't even have natural birth, the moms, right? The female dogs. They can't even have natural birth because humans continue to breed the biggest head possible on the dog. So most of these dogs,
is
like
it an
give us
American bulldog or mix or?
it's an English bulldog.
Oh wow!
So yeah, so literally I mean humans
Did she name it Churchill or Winston?
it seems Clyde, okay? Dumb name. A
you
dumb
can't even
No,
go.
it's not.
You can't even walk them. They move at the speed of a snail, just galloping along. Their heads like tip over their whole bodies. It's dogs. You got to pick the right kind of dog. It's they're like
well,
people.
the thing about it is, Tom, is human beings, because they want certain features, like big heads on bulldogs, like Labradors. The beagles have, or what's the dog with the long ears? The basset hound.
They
Like
stink.
in the last 100 years, 150 years, they're breeding these dogs for these features that humans want, and I mean they're destroying the breed.
Yeah,
Like with the bulldogs head, they can't have natural birth.
Yeah,
They have to have C-sections, right? Like they
right.
destroy this. Left to its own devices, the breed would be gone. You couldn't have any because they couldn't even reproduce, right? So
Hmm.
German Shepherds, that the German Shepherd. If you look at a picture of a German Shepherd from 1900, it's a lean, running Shepherd dog that they
Yeah,
turn
well, I
into
mean,
this
you know what?
big woolly dog.
They are reflections of their owners.
Well, it's because humans are selecting for certain characteristics because
Hmm.
it's cute, right? Like big
And they're
heads,
not
it's
taking
cute.
their dogs out to exercise them properly.
Well,
I
we
think the
don't do that
worst thing
either.
you can do for certain breeds of dogs is
Absolutely.
not live out in the country
That's right.
or not have an active lifestyle. People make that mistake a lot.
Yes. And yeah, and so they don't and the dog has bred for a job, right? Usually. So like if you have a shepherd, you got to run the dog. You can't just
Hmm.
you got
Yeah.
to run. The dog's literally bred to run 15 miles at a time.
Yeah.
And then people are like, "Well, I'm gonna take my dog for a walk." I'm like, "Listen, man, it's gonna get edgy, right? They get all nervous." I was looking at getting this dog years ago called a Swiss Mountain Dog. It's a big dog. It's a giraffe dog. They used it to pull stuff. Like I did it. Like I,
Yeah.
it was a pulling dog. And it said, unless you get a cart for the dog and have the dog pull stuff, don't get it because it gets nervous and anxious unless you. It's a draft dog for pulling. And I was like, because I thought it was a cool dog. I saw one at the park, and I said, so I didn't get it because what am I going to get a wagon and have him pull me around?
I've seen that.
You know what I mean?
I used to want when I lived up in the mountains, I wanted a blue tick hound, and knew someone who had one, bred them, and
I never seen one.
I looked up the dog, and I was working a lot at the time, and these dogs, like, you know what? You could put them outside all day and run them all day, and they'd be perfectly happy, apparently. And I just
Yeah,
did not have the time to take that kind of, care of the dog, so I opted out. Could have got one for free at a friend, and
yeah,
so,
yeah.
but I mean, people aren't necessarily responsible parents,
They're not. They're not.
so God only knows what they'll do, with dogs. Leave them on. You see it on YouTube all the time where people
Yeah.
they'll move away and leave the dogs chained.
They'll
You
just
know,
leave them. Isn't that
I,
terrible?
I like how
So,
that guy that couldn't read the friend zones telling us we need to read social situations.
who was that?
He's a little horsey.
Oh,
He
yeah.
strikes
Well,
he strikes me as a guy that's really awesome in social situations, doesn't he? Because he doesn't
well,
realize this is a social situation.
they call it social media for no reason at all.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of a dog, if I'm working in an office, being caged up in my house all day. I think that would just be
Yeah,
torture for a dog.
right.
yeah. Well, in a cage or, I mean, we
No,
have two dogs, so we don't cage them.
my house is the cage, at that point. It's
Oh, I got
it's
you.
it's like they're not running free, they're just walking around looking at my possessions. Some
Well,
people are like, I leave the Animal Planet on when I go to work. It's like, well, that's really great.
yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Show them a window to all they're never going to interact with.
Well, that bulldog is fine sleeping all day, but my dog is a Labrador, and so you gotta take, you can't just leave them sitting around all day. You gotta walk them and stuff,
Yeah.
run them, things like that. Throw balls to them. They like to retrieve, so you can just throw the ball to them for an hour.
Oh
You know.
yeah. Well, most people don't realize if you get a dog when it's young, the first 6 months you must intensively spend time with that dog and train it and train it and train it. And if you do that, you're probably going to be good for the rest of the life of the dog. If you don't do that, it's going to
Yeah,
be just nightmare after nightmare after nightmare.
that's right. But yeah, they. Man, I don't know. She got this bulldog, and I'm like, I'm not taking care of it at all. I mean, I'll let it out and stuff, but I said I'm not going to fool with this dog because it's a stupid dog that's been bred into not existing. So
So what food did it get into?
I don't even know. I went in the other room into the front area. There's a box of apple juice on the floor, a bunch of other. I was like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not fooling with it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to clean it up. She's going to get irritated because I saw it and didn't clean it up, and I'm going to say, listen, here's the deal. I told you she doesn't like that stupid dog, so I'm not doing that. I mean, it doesn't. It's a terrible dog. It's a bad actor. Okay, you want to rescue it? That's on you. I don't want to rescue it.
Bad actor.
It is. I'm telling you, it's got a
Been,
bad personality.
been to juvie.
I
Yeah.
I guess it's safe to say you and your wife are not Mike and Carol Brady, right?
What's that? Carol Brady? What? What's
Yeah,
that?
Mike and Carol Brady, the Brady Bunch.
Well, no, we're not that. And I don't have all them kids either.
Are you more of a Ward and June setup?
You
He's
know
more
what?
like it's more like
It's
Ethel and Fred.
maybe. No, it's more. It's George Jefferson
Wheezy?
and
We
Louise. You know, she's always on him, and he's a hard head. That's me. I'm kind of a hard head.
well, but the thing is she was always right.
Well, that's probably true too.
So that's a bad example.
Yeah, it's true. Well,
I'm gonna go over this alien and a little bit of the history of it because to be honest, I've always
no,
found
no, Lawrence, it's
um,
not that. No, Lawrence.
I found the whole. I think that Adams and Jefferson, and it's cliche, I'm sure when I say this, but um, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, or the Federalists and the Jefferson Republicans, that tiff, always fascinated me. Those first two or three presidents, actually the first three presidents, with Washington basically being above party, and then Hamilton, Jefferson, Madison, Adams, all in the background, just kind of tittering. And you throw in Aaron Burr as well, and it's almost soap opera like.
Yeah, I
So,
believe it was, wasn't it? Didn't they say that?
um, well, they were frenemies. I'll put it that way.
Don't you know?
Yesterday,
Don't
mhm.
you know that? Don't you know that the Constitutional Convention they kept it? They
Well,
closed.
Jefferson wasn't there. Adams, I can't. You know what? I don't remember. I don't think Adams was at the Constitutional Convention.
Oh, it's
Well, I
Madison
Stanley.
was.
obviously was.
Someone just said that they kept it. You know how they kept it closed, so that
Oh
it
yeah,
was closed. Yeah,
yeah.
that was
But I
so.
mean, the
Because this is
Alien
a
and Sedition Act was a Adams thing. It wasn't anything having to do with the Constitutional Convention.
well, they kept it
Oh,
closed so that because this is a fake democracy, and England still rules us. Someone said that the other day on the internet. I think,
is that
hey,
right?
fine. Yeah,
Well, I
that's
hope not, because England's a mess.
oh, it is.
They should make a
People actually think that.
Broadway
People think that.
musical out of it.
Jeez.
Oh, Lawrence asks, "Is your relationship like Married with Children?"
No, it's not like that at all. It's more like just two people bitching at each other or something.
Ryan's
But
got his
women,
hand stuck down his pants as we speak.
no, that's they're really bad. It's a
All right,
bad
well, let me
mixture.
read this. I'm going to read like a few paragraphs because I think it's interesting, and if anybody wants the whole newsletter, it's to me, but I tend to like this sort of stuff. But it is Heather Richardson Cox, Letters from an American. That's her Substack newsletter. It's a history newsletter. again, believe it or not, she literally makes more money on Substack writing this history newsletter than any other author on the platform, which to me is encouraging that so many people are kind of into history, American history. So yesterday, President Donald Trump reached back to 1798 for authority to expel 5 people he claims are members of a Venezuelan gang. Trump invoked the 1798 Alien Enemies Act as the legal basis for the expulsion. The Alien Enemies Act was one of 4 laws from 1798. We're going to make America 1798 again, that make up the so-called Alien and Sedition Acts. Federalists in Congress passed the laws during what is known as the Quasi-War with France during the French Revolution, when it appeared that members of their political opposition in the U.S. were working to destabilize the U.S. government's foreign policy of neutrality and overthrow the government so it would side with France in its struggles with Spain and Great Britain. That was actually a big fear back then, that the whole house of cards would topple. Their fears were not unfounded. In 1793, the year after French citizens overthrew the French monarchy, Edmond Charles Genet, he was some sort of private, like an ambassador type guy, arrived in the United States to serve as the French minister to the U.S. Immediately, Citizen Genet ignored U.S. neutrality and began outfitting privateers to prey on British shipping. When the government told him to stop, he threatened to appeal to the American people. More radical French officials replaced Genet in 1794, although he stayed in the U.S. out of concern for his safety under the new regime in France. Jefferson lost big in being such a big fan of France and the French Revolution. But his threat to appeal to Americans highlighted the growing tension between the party of George Washington and John Adams. Who were the Federalists? The Federalists. And the party of Thomas Jefferson, the Democratic Republicans or Jeffersonian Republicans. Democratic Republicans thought that the Federalists were moving towards monarchy, and they worked to undermine the shift by building ties with the French government to put members of their own party into office. In 1798, a private citizen, George Logan, traveled to France to negotiate with the government for policies that would strengthen the hands of the Democratic Republicans at home. So, both parties were doing skullduggery in the background. And then you've heard of the Logan Act. You hear about that every now and again, which prevents private citizens for working with foreign governments as agents of foreign governments. We've had at least 1 or 2 people, General Flynn and what's the dude's name who was Trump's campaign CEO for a while, Manafort. Both those guys, were skirting with that Logan Act. In addition to the Logan Act, Federalists in Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts, including the Alien Enemies Act. That law, which applies during wartime or when a foreign government threatens an invasion or predatory incursion. And I guess the predatory incursion is what Trump is concentrating on. I don't know that Venezuela's ever made any overt threat. I guess, Trump's contention is that emptying their jails and, kind of booting them out of the country to go to the U.S. And not taking them back is an act of war. And so I think my point is that, if he wants to use the act, he needs to at least use the words, I consider Venezuela an enemy country. At least, rhetorically, it would make sense. So I don't know. I think that Trump is kind of misapplying this law, and I guess it's going to be adjudicated. And I actually think Trump's going to win this one. Just because of the mood of the people and, just kind of the mood of the country right now. If he needs to bend the laws or kind of loosely apply laws to, get immigration under control, I think people are okay with that, and I think Trump is going to win this once it's litigated. And the ACLU is none too popular. There was a line in here. Let me see, can I find it? That let's see. As law professor Steve Vladeck explains, the administration is asserting that Trump himself can determine that the country is at war, although it obviously isn't. And Vladeck is like a fairly famous attorney, teaches at Harvard. And that's exactly my point, or I agree with this point. He's basically saying we're at war without like backing up the words.
It's all left for bullshit.
It's all what?
I mean, both what we've seen. I believe in the last 25 years or maybe more, we've really kind of gone to the parsing of words.
Okay,
Like,
well let me stop you right there. This is what scares me when people complain about parsing of words. There are words that make up the Constitution, and when you go word schmerds, that worries me. It means that laws mean nothing, and if we're a nation of laws, we're a nation of words. So that you're scaring me, basically.
well, we haven't.
Either words mean something or they don't.
So there's a declaration of war which Congress didn't agree to, correct?
Well, you know what? We have gone to war like Vietnam and not exactly called it a war.
Yes, that's what
What
I'm
I
saying.
what I'm saying,
The parsing of words.
I've not heard Trump call Venezuela an enemy country yet.
Well, they've said that we are being invaded, not
Okay, and
right.
that is words. Okay, we're not being invaded. I haven't seen a shot fired by people broaching that southern border.
And just so we know, and to give further examples, um, I've heard the same type of rhetoric because it's rhetoric, it's
It's
bullshit.
not rhetoric; it's the truth. See, this is
It
the
is
other thing.
rhetoric.
This
Do you
is the
think we're at
other
war?
thing.
Honestly,
No,
no, we're not at
no,
war.
no. Ryan, let me finish.
Okay.
Um, my definition of invasion includes arms, taking of territory, taking prisoners of war, etc. What we've got here is crime. Okay, that is actually what we have. And, crossing illegally is a crime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What the gangs are doing is criminal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is not, invasion implies that a state is sending an army or state actors, people commissioned by the state to take over the United States. And you know what? That's so debatable as to just simply not be true. If it's
It's not true.
debatable,
I agree with you.
it's not true. So
Okay, but
until Venezuela presents a policy that says, "Hey, we're sending people to take over the country or impose our will on the United States," there is no state actor. Okay, the Aliens Act basically says that there's an enemy country out there presenting a threat, and that's not the case.
does it specifically say it has to be in wartime?
I don't think it
No.
says wartime, but it does say there has to be an enemy state. And let
A
me find the
declaration of war.
text of it.
Well, it's never been
Does it?
enacted outside of wartime thus far, but we have laws to get rid of those people already.
Yeah, they're criminals, not soldiers.
Well, I understand that, and I fully agree. And I think that what he's doing, even though I don't care, and you can ship them wherever you want, but legally it's challenging. But I don't know if we're gonna go pick them up now. I probably not, you know. But
Well,
well,
all I'm saying is that he's stretching the law, and I don't even
He is
I don't
stretching
even
the law
fault him. I don't
by
even
breaking it.
fault him. I don't even fault him for doing that. But just because he says it doesn't make it so. I would love for him to back up his rhetoric with something that kind of, puts a base under that rhetoric.
Well, the whole immigration issue, they built out this language around it, right? Like invasion, like this bullshit language. And it's similar. I think the political parties work on that, right? And another example is they
Okay, well,
almost
see,
use
I don't even want to talk about politics here. This is a president trying to solve a problem, and my issue is that the method, again, it's not so much what he's trying to do as much as the method he wants to use to do it.
well, just hear me out, Stanley. If you
Okay,
look at the way they're
hold on. If
well,
you're
just hear
going to
me.
talk about Democrats, then don't bother because it's not a political issue.
Can I talk about a topic though, like immigration and the language around it?
As
And I
long
was
as you
just
don't, as long as you don't politicize it, what Trump's doing is really kind of not politics. Democrats aren't in a position to oppose it other than going to court. So what I'm saying is Trump has carte blanche. I think if he has a mandate, he thinks it's giving him carte
I know
blanche to do
but
it
I'm
as
trying
he
to ask you
sees
for
as he sees
your
fit.
opinion on something. I'm trying
Okay,
to
well, I
ask you
thought I
about
heard you say something about Democrats.
well, I didn't, but I was gonna talk about language for a minute, and I was gonna ask you, but you don't want me to ask, so
Yeah, okay. Don't do a be brave on me.
I'm
Um,
not
I
doing a be
don't.
brave.
I don't
You're
mind
be
you
braving
ask.
me. No, you're
I
be
don't
braving me.
mind you. I don't mind you asking, but I don't want to talk about the politics of it because it doesn't apply. There's no political opposition worth noting for this.
No, no, okay,
All
but
I'm saying is if Trump is going to do it, he needs to have at least some semblance of an actual strategy or
okay.
basis for using this act, and I don't know that he does.
What I was gonna say was, in your opinion, as a well-read individual, Tom, you too, don't you think the language around all this shit is becoming more ridiculous? For example, um, during the whole, and this isn't Democrat, but the climate issue became very much they kind of changed the language around the climate issue. And by the way, I'm pro
Well, wait,
environment, etc.
why are we
And they're
talking
doing the same
climate?
thing. It's a somewhat of a subject change, but I wanted to ask you and Tom if you guys think that they've changed some of the language around these things, these topics, these issues like immigration and climate, for example. Don't you think they're changing the language around some of this shit? Like, uh, I mean, they did similar with the climate thing, right? Existential threats, and then they passed policy based on these huge, sweeping, ridiculous things like invasion. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Like they try to change the
no, I don't
language.
see. I don't see what you're saying.
So when you say there's an invasion, it becomes
I
a warlike thing. When you say existential threat to humanity, like the climate issue, it becomes a warlike threat, a life and death struggle. Don't you think that these politicians are overusing a lot of the language in order to scare the shit out of people?
Yes,
That's,
that's the politics of it. What I'm
it's
looking at,
crazy.
or would like to at least think about, is what in the law. Why is he using this particular act, and what's in the act that makes him think what he's doing is right?
I think it's the only one
And I'm
in the
trying. I'm
toolkit.
trying to find the actual. I want
I
text
think
of
that
the.
the laws are written to achieve the purpose of the politicians. And if there's vague
Well,
language or there's
but see,
language
at the
that
time, see, I mean, essentially, the acts were written I don't even think that the situation is even similar. Okay, the Aliens Act, the history of it, at least the original history of it, was for a different problem. And Trump is trying to adapt it to 2025. And, he's trying to take something from 1798 and adapt it to
But they do that
2025.
all the
And
time.
I don't think it works.
They always do that. I mean, they always do it.
Well, the
I mean, Roe
laws.
versus Wade is involved in what, the 14th Amendment or something, like they're referencing that. I'm like, that's not even for the same thing. Totally different thing, They always do this shit. They go back
Right.
to
Well, I
some
mean,
antiquated
see
law.
now you can write statutes on top of the Constitution. That's how you address current affairs. But the Aliens and Sedition Act is not a constitutional thing. So
That wasn't constitutional.
Not specifically.
no, it was not. It was not written in the Constitution. Is my
It's
point.
just an old law.
Yeah.
Right.
Is the statute a law? Let me ask you guys a question. You can help me.
Excuse me.
Is it so? You got a law which is passed by Congress, a statute. I don't know the difference. And then you
Well,
have,
statute is a law.
Statutes a law. Yeah.
well, what's the difference? Is it just the same thing?
I think they're similar.
Yeah. It's
Now,
yes.
not being a lawyer, there might be, a difference. But as far as I know, there's statutory law. There's different types of law.
And then here's a question.
Well, I got a
And then-
thing to answer your thing that you asked.
Oh,
I
about the
think
land?
about the language, because not specifically addressing the Alien Sedition Act, but in the law in general, because you mentioned some more modern ones as well. I think, especially currently, if a law is written in a vague manner, it's because politicians want leeway. If it's written in a specific manner, it's because politicians want no leeway. And that's the reason for the words that they use. A law is a broad term encompassing all rules and principles that govern a society, whereas a statute is a specific type of law enacted by a legislative body. So it's just a more specific. The statute is a very, very specific. It applies to the statute for speeding. It's really specific.
Okay, 55 mile an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
So then here's
All
a question. What do you call something an agency under the executive branch passes? Is that a policy?
Okay,
Or
no,
well,
yeah, it's a policy.
It's
The
a
only
policy.
Congress can do laws.
so it's
Yeah.
not a statute. It's not a statute. It's a policy.
It's a
Right.
policy, but there are
Based
things.
on a statute, probably.
Yes. There are things like, for instance, when the ATF changes an enforcement policy, they have to publish it in the Federal Register for that to actually take effect. There's all sorts of little rules about policies that make them capable of being enforced.
Okay.
They can't just write it. They have to write it, then they have to publish a draft. Then that draft has to get sort of, comments, feedback, much like when the FCC wanted to do, what they did regarding the internet and the throttling of it and all of that stuff. They had to take public, input and everything else. And once it's published in the Federal Register and the ATF bump stock thing, then usually someone will challenge that.
Yes.
But yeah.
Well, I'm gonna read this and actually read the Aliens Act, and let's see what's in there. Section 1, an act concerning aliens. This is the actual text. Fifth Congress of the United States at the second session begun and held at the city of Philadelphia in the state of Pennsylvania on Monday, the 13th of November, 1797. An act concerning aliens, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that it shall be lawful for the President of the United States at any time during the continuance of this act to order all such aliens as he shall judge dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States, or shall have reasonable grounds to suspect are concerned in any treasonable or secret machinations against the government thereof, to depart out of the territory of the United States within such time as shall be expressed in such order, which order shall be served on such alien by delivering him a copy thereof, or leaving the same at his usual abode, in return to the office of the Secretary of State by the marshal or other person to whom the same shall be directed. This part up here that I read, let's see, right here, I actually just that little part, Trump might be right on this. Basically, the part here that it shall be lawful for the President of the United States at any time during the continuance of this act, this part right here, to order all such aliens as he shall judge dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. I think just that part right there, you don't probably need to go farther. And I'll scan it just to see if there's anything limited on this, but it literally says anytime, in his judgment. So,
Stanley, I have a question for you. Do you believe that sentence sort of jumps prior restraint? In other words, how does the president know that they are dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States when we already have criminal laws against, illegally entering the country?
Well, yeah, but I think if you think that these people are illegal, they are in a gang that is proven dangerous. Trinda Aragua. Now the problem comes in proving that you're actually a member of the gang.
Right.
However, but it does not say, it says who he shall judge. I mean, that's pretty open. So, it doesn't say if he judges correctly.
Well, but it's
there is no accounting for bad judgment in that sentence.
Yeah.
And I'll read it farther, but I mean,
the word judge would indicate that he's examining some sort of information. I think the gang thing's very valid. That's right. An easy one, but it seems broader than the language he's using, in terms of enforcing it. It's feeling like it's almost a fifth column, but we're not at war kind of a thing, which, man, if they can prove it. But my thing is, all the illegals should be not here. Whether they're peaceful or non-dangerous, they all should not be coming here.
Well, legally, they're.
And I don't think anyone would sneeze, at, well, let's beef up our enforcement and detection and all that stuff. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Well, you know what? I hadn't actually gone in and read it. The part about, it's been enacted, excuse me, it's been enacted during wartime, 3 times during wartime. Because technically, like the word was quasi-war, we weren't at war. England and France were, but we just decided, hey, we don't want to be dragged into the war. I think just that sentence alone, pretty much satisfies me.
What about? But let me ask you a question. It says,
so you won't hear me say he doesn't have a excuse me, a basis for doing it.
But it doesn't say during war. It just says this is.
That's right. My point. It does not.
Oh, okay, got it.
No. The war thing just comes up in that it has not been enacted unless there's been a war before.
The way, and I have to kind of, agree with Ryan's overall sentiment. The way the article's written.
No, it doesn't have to be war.
Well, the way the articles, it says it's only been enacted during war, which led me to go, well, gee, there's something in here basically saying you can only do this if we are in war, or there's some sort, something like we have an enemy state, like, they're at the borders ready to invade. This is so broad
It's very
that,
broad. Well,
yeah,
Stanley,
but I mean, it's
Stanley,
broad enough. It's broad enough for Trump
War just makes
to,
it easier.
right.
You
So
know.
I can't, you know what? Now I have my answer.
well, here's the question, man. It says to order such aliens as the shall judge dangerous to the peace and safety.
And I'll
So there,
drop the link in one of the chats. I'll drop it in the other if anybody
so
wants to go and read the full text.
so on these grounds, why couldn't he deport this Colombia
Well,
Khalil?
now the other part of it is what he's deporting them to. The dude, the president of El Salvador, is basically going to put these people into a detention center and force them into hard labor. Now, um, I don't. I mean, I would think, just detaining somebody because they're here illegally and identified as a gang member. So you have to do a year of hard labor, over that identity. So, it could be that they're saying, hey, deport them back to their home country. Don't deport them to a third party country for money, and they're going to do hard labor.
Yeah, but
I
I
think
think he's going.
that's,
I
I
think he
think
has a
that's,
motive.
well, the motive doesn't matter if you're basically violating human rights.
Well,
I
yeah,
think I think he can deport them, but maybe the problem is where he's deporting them to, and into what?
he's deporting
He's
them to
deporting people. He's
hell.
deporting people because they're here illegally and in a gang. So the sentence is 1 year hard labor, but there's nothing, for no crime other than being, in the wrong group at the wrong time and here illegally. That seems a little harsh.
Well, here's the thing, Sam. If he pulls it off, right, and I'm not saying it's legal. It's probably not, especially by our UN
I don't know. It might
law.
be.
We'll see.
Yeah, but I think I'm sure we signed something with the UN saying we can't just deport criminals wherever we want. I can't imagine we did, right? Because the UN has their laws too that we abide by supposedly.
Yeah.
Even even
Yeah.
even though he's
Trump's
gonna
going to do that.
even though he's gonna pull us out of it.
You
But
know
no, but
what? I
here's the
fully
thing.
expect Trump to pull out of the UN too.
Well, here's the thing about this. If he pulls this off, right, I think a lot of people that fear deportation that happen to be criminals in the US or that think they might get caught, they're going to self-deport because they're not going to want to go to El Salvador because that prison is horrendous. It's insane.
Yeah.
So they're going to go, oh shit, we got to get out of here because if we end up there, that's a bad thing. So let's go back to wherever we're from and not El Salvador. I think that's what he's trying to do, in my opinion.
Or just not come at all because the
Well,
chance of going there is too great and the penalty's too great.
yeah. Well, I'm saying that the ones that are here though and going, oh
Here,
shit, we better just
look
go.
look at section 2 here, and be it further enacted that it shall be lawful for the president of the United States, whenever he may deem it necessary for public safety, to order to be removed out of the territory thereof any alien who mayor, that's a mayor, old-fashioned word maybe, who mayor shall be in prison in pursuance of this act, and to cause to be arrested and sent out of the United States such of those aliens as shall have been ordered to depart therefrom, and shall not have obtained a license aforesaid, as he's talking about, visa or something like that. In all
Oh
cases
wow.
where, in the opinion of the president, the public safety requires speedy removal. Yeah, I don't know.
That
Mhm.
mayor could be an old usage or it could be a
Right, yeah,
typo for may or
yeah.
shall.
Oh, may or shall. Yeah, you know what? It is a typo. In the opinion, you know what? In the opinion of the president, the public safety requires a speedy removal. And if any alien so removed or sent out of the United States by the president shall voluntarily return thereto, unless by permission of the president of the United States, such alien, on conviction thereof, shall be imprisoned so long as, in the opinion of the president, the public safety may require. I think Trump's going to be okay on this one. Every master or commander of any ship or vessel which shall come into any port of the United States after the first day of July next shall immediately on his arrival make report in writing to the collector or the chief officer of the customs of such port of all aliens, if any, on board his vessel, specifying their names, age, place of nativity. I like that term, place of nativity, the country from which they shall have come. Be it further enacted that the circuit and district courts of the United States shall respectively have cognizance of all crimes and offenses against this act, and all marshals and other officers of the United States are required to execute all precepts and orders of the President of the United States issued in pursuance or by virtue of this act. This act shall be lawful for any alien who may be ordered to be removed from the United States by virtue of this act to take with him such part of his goods, chattels, or other property as he may find convenient, and all property left in the United States by any alien who may be removed as aforesaid shall be and remain subject to his order and disposal in the same manner as if this act had not been passed. I have to reread that several times.
Well,
take your shit. Take your shit, and if you leave it, we'll mail it to you.
I don't appreciate it when people take my chattels. But the previous segment, would indicate that one good reason to do this is that all law enforcement is required to execute that order. Mm-hmm. It's not like some of these other things that, various states and this and that. It's, for these specific people, you don't have a choice. You deport them immediately. There's none of this sanctuary, let them go, this and that.
They shouldn't even be inside the mainland of the U.S. They're supposed to be detained at the border.
Right. So the bottom line is, you know what? If I had doubts about whether Trump can do it, they're gone now.
Damn. This is an old thing, too.
And be it further enacted that this act shall continue and be enforced for and during the term of 2 years from the passing thereof. Now, is that a term limit?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. For and during the term. Now, that's interesting.
I don't know. What's that mean? He's going to put him in.
It seems like it's saying, hey, this will last for 2 years. What do you think?
2 years in an El Salvadorian jail.
Yeah, it says, Section 6, and be it further enacted that this act shall continue and be enforced for and during the term of 2 years from the passing thereof. So does this require renewal? Let's see. This is an act respecting alien enemies. So there's an Aliens Act. I think that's the one he's actually specifically doing.
Okay, so
the act concerning aliens, and then there's a second one that's an act about alien enemies.
The Alien Sedition Acts enacted in 1798 did not have time limits, but 3 of the 4 acts, including the Naturalization Act, the Alien Friends Act, and the Sedition Act, were either repealed or allowed to expire shortly after their enactment. The Alien Enemies Act, however, remains in effect as 50 U.S. Code sections 21 through 24.
Okay, so this is the one we ought to be reading.
And thus it has no
enemies.
And it has no sunset date.
Okay, now I see. Yeah, that helped. So I read the Aliens Act. This is an Alien Enemies Act. Okay, and then it does mention war. That whenever there shall be a declared war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
So is the
Be it
first one dead?
Yeah, the first one's dead, apparently.
Oh wow. Okay.
This one, an alien act respecting alien enemies, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States in Congress assembled, that whenever there shall be a declared war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion shall be perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government, and the President of the United States shall make public proclamation of the event, all native citizens, denizens, and subjects of the hostile nation or government. Yeah, okay.
That might be an issue.
That's pretty specific. So apparently there has to be a declared war. For this particular act. Let's see, what does Section 2 say?
So the first one's dead. I guess they let
Right.
it expire or something.
Yeah, and after 2 years or whenever they decided. But this one, let me go down to the last part. Let's see.
Just see here if I can find that U.S. code.
See, and for such rule, this one doesn't seem an act in addition to the act entitled "An Act for the Punishment of Certain Crimes Against the United States."
Okay. So I have the U.S. code here that refers to alien enemies.
Yeah, this last one has an expiration date, but the the Enemy Aliens Act does not have an expiration.
Let's see here. House 50 U.S. code. Yeah, here we go. And it tells all the sections 21 through 24. Yeah, here, I've got a page. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
That's the actual U.S. code that pertains to this.
Yeah, Lawrence, you're a year older than my brother. Ooh. Okay, alien enemies, restraint, regulation, and removal. This is U.S. Code, Chapter 3, Section 21.
Yeah,
50 U.S. Code, Chapter 3, Alien Enemies. From Title 50, War and National Defense, Section 21.
Yeah, it's 21 through 24.
Okay, so this is 21, restraint, regulation, and removal. Let me enlarge this a little bit. Whenever there is a declared war, and I'll put this in the chat too, so everybody. So everybody can click it and read along. So let's see. Whenever there is a declared war between the United States and any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government, and the president makes public proclamation of the event, all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation or government, being of the age of 14 years and upwards, oh shit, who shall be within the United States and not actually naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. The president is authorized in any such event by his proclamation thereof or any other public act to direct the conduct to be observed on the part of the United States towards the aliens who become so liable, the manner and degree of the restraint to which they shall be subject, and in what cases and upon what security their residence shall be permitted, and to provide for the removal of those who, not being permitted to reside within the United States, refuse or neglect to depart therefrom, and to establish any other regulations which are found necessarily in the premises and for public safety. Now, I wonder if Congress couldn't just make an addition to this.
Well, it
Well, you're gonna
says
have the
or any invasion or predatory incursion. The first part is specific to war, but then it says or any invasion or predatory incursion. And I suppose
Right, but that's assuming there's a state actor, right?
well, I don't know. Predatory
Yeah,
incursion could be a
right,
gang.
but
It could be a gang.
well, it could be, except we're assuming in that first sentence that there is a declared war.
Well, but
a
it's got the
cartel.
it's got the or though.
Or threatened against the territory of the United States by
Well, no.
any foreign nation or government.
And then or any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, blah blah blah. It's that second part kind of indicates to me that if a nation has a bunch of people like a gang,
Right.
that might still be applicable. I don't know that it is. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
a
want to
lawyer.
see that argued in court.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not.
Well,
a lawyer.
It keeps saying hostile nation or government. Now, hostile's pretty, can they just say, hey, Venezuela's hostile to us?
Well,
I mean, they
that's
could.
I guess a legal argument is
Okay, and those ors in that first sentence
yeah.
doesn't change anything about declared war.
But there could be, I'm not saying there will be, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but there could be a case made for Venezuela as a nation has released these people hostile to the United States. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, you know what?
Good luck with them.
If he had gotten up and read this law and said, I'm going to assume, dude just says, I'm going to use this, and he does it without actually like giving a speech. He talked to the Justice Department the other day. I would literally just put this law up on a chart and go, this is why I'm doing it, and then highlight the parts. Now, maybe that's a little bit much to ask. He's a busy man. But as I'm reading this, yeah, you're right, Tom. I would say, hey, I consider Venezuela a hostile nation. And I'm just going to bend this law a little bit and just say, hey, I'm not declaring war, but I am or Congress hasn't declared war, but I do consider them a hostile government. And I honestly don't think anybody would have a problem with that.
Well, and you've got situations like Afghanistan or the ISIS people. Did a nation state do that? No, but they exist within that nation. And Uncle Fatty, gangs are not.
Or how about do this? How about just declare the gang terrorists?
Yeah. Gangs are not well known for publishing their plans in a mission statement on a website, just for future reference.
I just think that, instead of just, blessing it and saying this is good enough, I would love for him just to write down, and maybe somewhere out there, someone has at least attempted to do justification for this.
Yeah.
And I just missed it. But reading this, I'm not going to criticize him. I think there's enough here. Someone who's good with words could probably fudge this enough that he gets his way. And I like I said before I even read this, he's going to win this one.
He's got the Supreme Court. So, I mean, it just keep running things at them and hoping for the favorable interpretation.
That's it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I also think, that if you really want to go by the text, you could get hung up on the hostile nation and the declared war. And if you say Venezuela is hostile, it's rhetorical. Okay, they haven't said, "Hey, we're sending." They haven't declared that we're going to send all our worst, gang members to your country to disrupt it. A lot of it is just kind of like, "Hey, it looks like that's what they're doing."
Uncle
But I
Fatty,
think I think he'll be. I think he's going to win this.
do you think Joe Biden knew everything he was signing, or Ronald Reagan,
Well, but
or
I
any
would think
president? I mean, they have advisors.
I would
That's
honestly, there are some things. Now, this is me. And Trump, is older and a lot less picky. But I think this is important enough to know at least a little bit in detail. Or even if you don't want to do it, get your attorney general to do it, or get your DNI, DA, Secretary of Homeland Security, get somebody to do a little bit more of a detailed reason why. Just so, you know.
Well, first of all, Uncle Fatty, no. Okay, let's get rid of the whataboutism. Nowhere in this code does it say anything about a formal declaration, but this is almost Steve Bannon's.
Wait, hold it. Say what?
He says there is no formal declaration by a state or gang. Well, it doesn't say anything about a formal declaration in the code, but this is almost Steve Bannon stuff. It's like, I see an opening here, and I'm going to pursue that opening.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah,
but that's what a lawyer would do.
Yeah, of course.
It's a loophole.
Well, and
I think the loophole, and it would be bending words a bit, but I think if he went and said, "I consider Venezuela a hostile nation,"
yep,
I think he could. I think the problem is big enough. People would have a hard time going, "No, you shouldn't do that."
Yeah, it's like we could make a case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm no Trump fan if I'm actually saying, hey, yeah, he's going to have to bend some rules a little bit, but even I can't say he's not doing something that a president could do. I think he's got a bully pulpit. I think if you come out and you start saying, but we got to declare a war, I think people are just going to ignore you and go, Trump, go do it. And he has every justification for doing it.
And it'll be an executive power argument.
I don't think he's going to lose votes. I don't think he's going to lose votes over this.
Well, no, Stanley, it'll be how much executive power does he have, right? What power?
I think you know what? I don't think this is overreach.
I don't either. There's been countless examples throughout our history that have been nations that had elements within that nation.
And he's already declared an emergency.
Yeah, there have been nations that had elements within that nation, large elements that were very hostile toward the United States. The nation itself wasn't. So I mean, it makes sense. It says enemies. That's a very broad term.
I actually think that I'll never go, hey, good job, Trump, or anything like that. The best I can do is I think he's justified. I'm not going to put up a fuss because I think even and I like bending rules and stuff like that. I like loopholes. So you know what? I'm not gonna fuss at him for it.
It's reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a center left dude. It's reasonable.
This is a guy that thinks they're all crooks and criminals and just wants an absolute chaos overthrow. Start over again.
Now, is he like, will he abuse the loopholes? Yes. Like I think it's an abuse. I think it's an abuse to just send people to a prison camp. I think that is egregious. But you know what? I got him out of the country. What happens to him afterwards? I'm just going to look the other way.
Well, that's the same thing we did with certain terrorists we caught. It's like, well, we can't torture these people.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Romania, you want to hold on to this guy for us for a while?
Yeah, we'll look the other way.
Exactly.
Well, I will say that I think that a lot of these, I mean, the cartels would probably think twice. Like, bad actors that come to the United States and get caught probably would think twice about doing stuff if
You
they
think
thought they'd
so?
end up in El Salvador. Well, if they could end up in an El Salvadorian prison, I think the cartels are not going to play games anymore in the U.S.
Yeah,
If they
okay.
get caught, if they get caught, they can ship them to El Salvador. That prison is horrendous.
Well, one of the reasons that was cited for tariffs against Mexico was the inflow of fentanyl. And that's all cartel. The nation state of Mexico is not doing that. And therefore, you could apply that rule to them as well.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If he gets away with it here, he'll do it to anybody that's caught, a cartel member caught within the U.S., human trafficking or dealing drugs or any of that crap. He will, I think, even if he gets away with this, Homan will probably target foreign cartel members and start rounding them up. He'll start acting on behalf of this thing if he gets away with it, which I hope he does, by the way. Get all these cartel people in here too.
Did
Get them
everyone?
out.
I watched last. I guess it was yesterday. During the day, yesterday afternoon, we watched the speech that Trump gave at the Justice Department.
Hold on, can
And
I ask you something separate, Stanley? Can I ask you something separate?
sure.
It's somewhat of a personal question. What was up with the diatribe that I emailed you about? You were really upset. I was feeling for you, and you were just going on. That 16-minute video you did about Afrodamus or whatever it was. I don't even know what it was. But
Oh
you
well,
were just
I didn't do the video. Probably Portia did.
you were just so irritated, and I'm like, man, my boy's irritated as shit. I don't know why. I was wondering why you
Oh,
were
well,
so
you should have seen me on T's show Saturday night into Sunday morning.
you were
You know
super
what?
triggered.
Yeah, well, sometimes the beer makes me a little bit more hair triggered, but
I gotcha.
the bottom line with Afrodamus, he is, his whole spiel is that Black Americans, have been here for 400 years and they're not doing as good as he is, and I'm like, you're not doing good. You're a former, and far be it from me to say,
So this so this was a you and he went at it, I guess is what
oh, and
because I
others.
okay, I got it. Okay.
Most people in this space are gonna take his side because they're anti-black American by nature. And I'm actually working on a video essay because I've been rereading The Miseducation of the Negro, John Henrik Clark, and he and Booker T. Washington, he was kind of at odds with Booker T. Washington's rhetoric, and he has some sharp words, actually a sharper criticism of Booker T. Washington than W.E.B. Du Bois ever did, which is to say, I think people like Afrodamus, who are, I'm just going to be blunt, who don't know shit. Okay. They don't know US history. They don't know some of the nuances. One of the nuances is that when immigrants come over here from Africa, they are generally coming from an intact culture. Okay. Black Americans, the history, we have no intact culture. We kind of made it up as we went. And, it became something we call Black culture. But Black culture is a facet of American culture. And racists like Be Brave want to separate out the two. Basically, they are in denial that Black culture is a product. Black culture is a lump of coal that was fashioned into some sort of diamond under the pressure of American history. Okay, slaves, and in my estimation, at least you could say slavery was legal. Jim Crow was a second thing that did not have to happen. And that's where the reparations come in, because there was no, way to build wealth um, under slavery. But once the freedmen and everybody was freed, there should have been 100 or so years where we were free to build generational wealth, and that was squelched by law. So the reparations argument is, in my opinion, more um, damage done during the post Reconstruction the post Reconstruction era, more so than slavery. And I honestly think, and I'm being kind of conspiratorial here, all you hear about both sides, well, not both sides, but um, black conservatives in general, who are not the best conservatives, by the way. Generally, they're uneducated on what conservatism really is, but that's a kind of a different show. All I'm saying is everyone wants to harp on slavery. Slavery wasn't really the issue. There's no way you're going to build wealth if you're a slave, at least not generational wealth. The period that we should have been able to get ahead, all that was squelched. So the thing I'm saying about Aphrodamus is that we, African slaves lost their culture. Hell, you'd lose your parents, you'd lose your children. There are things that happened during slavery that, as a matter of fact, it was illegal to read, books. Things that would build culture were basically denied. So we had to build essentially a culture from close to scratch. So when an Aphrodamus comes up here, he likes to talk about, well, I know who I come from kings, or I come from royalty. He has a very definite idea of his lineage. Most Black Americans don't. And believe it or not, that actually affects your day to day. Maybe not greatly, but
Well,
over time it does. Hold on, let me finish.
okay,
Um,
I was going to ask you something.
Immigrants who come over here, African immigrants, Indian immigrants, they basically port their culture over here, and then they have to get acclimated or acculturated into America. But it might take generations. It might, the third generation is probably going to be pretty fully American if the process, works like normal. Okay, but that first generation, definitely. Second generation, maybe. They're still, living, or instinctively, living their culture. And
Well,
Aphrodamus,
oh,
I don't
sorry.
expect him to know all those nuances, but his arguments are clumsy, and just, what, they don't help.
A
And I
lot of
have a
Well,
problem with
well, here's the
Aphrodamus.
question.
I have a problem with a lot of the Black conservatives on this channel. They talk about shit they don't know, mostly.
Well, a lot of people got
I have a
swept.
question when you're
A
done. When you're
lot of
done.
people
Well,
got swept up in Hurricane Stanley Sunday mornings. All I'm going to say. A
Yeah, I
whole
know. I
lot of
agree.
people.
you know what? You know what? And that's almost a separate argument. Sunday was like baby daddies acting like I should have had you know, I should be a baby daddy. And I'm like, dude, you guys coming and telling me about shit. You have baby mamas dictating when you can see your kids, et cetera, et cetera. And my
That's what he
argument,
started off with, by the way, Tom. That's what he started off with.
Yeah,
yeah, well, the bottom line is, if
I was
you
here.
freedom,
Oh, you were.
as I said Sunday, freedom is the ability to set goals and have a reasonable chance or expectation of achieving those goals. Okay, if you have a baby at 16, you know what? It's going to be tough to reach those goals. Most people don't reach like lofty goals. And I should have said to set lofty goals. um having a baby daddy criticize me for, I'm not black enough, or, whatever the argument is, it just reeks of not being self-reflective. Okay.
That's what I thought.
You got enough to deal with on your plate. Don't be criticizing other people.
Well, let me ask you this, Stanley. Here's another thought that I had. Right?
And let me say this right quick.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I actually do believe, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say, if you're going to be a baby daddy, especially multiple baby daddy or multiple baby mamas, you have a loss of freedom. You cannot do what you want to do.
Yeah. Well, here's a question for you, because I hear the FBA African argument. I've heard this in these different channels and shit, right? And my thing is, because the Africans are always like, we're more successful than Black Americans. And I'm like, okay, listen, the
Well, that's
Africans that
not
have,
actually you're successful over here. You weren't successful
well,
where you were.
I would argue the opposite. I think a lot of people that make it to the US are not the bottom of the barrel, right? They tend to be higher performers. I mean, my wife's team at work, there's a Nigerian, she works with a Nigerian woman that's a CPA, and her family, there's five brothers and sisters that had made it to the United States. They're all master's degree level professionals, right? Five of the kids of these parents from Nigeria are they're master's degree level, all of them,
Okay,
right?
but
The-
they are taking their culture, bringing it over here. I mean,
but
you're
what I'm
pretty
saying
much
is,
proving my point.
don't you? Well, I'm trying. What I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is, we're not getting the Africans. We're getting the hot, in all likelihood, the highest of the intelligence, just like India.
Okay,
We're not getting
but the deal is Alfredamus wasn't one of them. that's
that. Well, that's
that's one
fine.
of the
That's fine.
arguments I have with him.
But what I'm saying is, when I hear that argument, I'm like, we're not getting the average African. We're getting the above average or the
Right.
highly intellectual Africans, right?
Right.
You know,
Well,
I mean,
I don't know about all that. All I'm saying is that they are bringing whatever achievements they had in their culture, whatever problems they had in their culture, they are basically all coming over here. And the comparison of, oh, hey, I just got here and I have a six-figure job. Y'all have been here for 400 years. On the surface, that's a good question. But then when you start delving deeper, number one, there are blacks here who have that level of achievement.
sure.
If they go back to their country, you'll find similar. Most people don't have those sorts of achievements. Okay, so if you have an MD and you're coming over to get a PhD or something, you're already ahead of most whites. Okay, a
Yeah,
lot
of
of these
everyone.
Africans are more successful than the white people here. Okay,
Sure.
there are problems with that argument because it's not just blacks they're going to be ahead of. They're going to be ahead of most demographic groups. So to me, when you come over and you want to harp on the blacks over here, yeah, it's just a product of racism.
Well,
Okay,
and they're
as a
taking the
system. Okay,
average.
you want to come over here, you want to look at your skin, and you want to look at an African American skin, and you want to do a comparison. That's a form of racism. And Palomino, I didn't say whites. See, I'm smart enough to qualify. I said most whites, and that is true. If you come over
Well,
here
yeah.
with an MD, like I stepped off the boat with an MD and I got a hospital to go practice in because somebody invited me on an E1 visa or whatever the high functioning visas are. Yeah, you're ahead of most white Americans too. And you know what, Palomino, I should ban you because you're just a fucking little gnat on my ass. Um, I don't know why you think you're that bright. So anyway, but Aphrodamus is a different argument, maybe similar, but a different argument than the folks on
Is he
Sunday.
actually from Africa? Is he African?
Yeah,
Like
he's
from?
actually from Africa.
Okay. Well, I'm sure he's not. You know, you're telling me he's just a run-of-the-mill African, or is he a higher educated individual?
No, he's not. He came over here. He worked as a CI, or
Oh,
not
got it.
CI, a CO. He worked in a prison, saved up enough money to get a farm or what have you. Now
Oh,
he
gotcha.
has been successful.
Yeah.
Okay, but he's not coming over. He pretty much had to work from the ground up like any old the black people he's talking about. There are plenty of black people that are as successful as he is.
He could be just like me. He just feels like he's
But
better
the
than others.
bullshit, the bullshit he talks, the anti-black bullshit that he talks is what I really have the problem with. And a conservative like the folks that were over on T's channel, I don't know that they were all conservatives, but they tend, she tends to have people that are, right of center. If you're a conservative, supposed conservative, and you're a baby daddy, you know what? Poof, I don't think you're conservative anymore. And maybe you're a late blooming conservative, but still, you got baggage. Glenn Lowry is a person that I have huge problems with when he goes into he talks about Omar and Pookie and all that. Dude, you had babies out of wedlock and you're a fucking PhD teaching at Harvard. Okay, the reason Glenn Lowry, for instance, he was slotted to be in the Reagan administration, and he got bounced from consideration because he had some personal controversy. He was the first black tenured economics professor at Harvard, and he was whoring around, taking drugs. He was a fucking drug addict. He was teaching economics by day and whoring around and doing drugs at night.
Christian
So
Coalition.
who are you to talk about what conservative is when you have all that baggage? And he acknowledges it, but I still think you shouldn't be talking at all. Now I'm a little extreme on this. The angle that, hey, I know what's out there, I've reformed, and I'm warning the young people against it. I could live with that, but that's not how he approaches it. He makes criticisms someone with his past shouldn't be making. And again, I think he depends on the ignorance of people not really knowing his background. I like what you say, but I'm not going to go and figure out how you got to these thoughts. If you do that, you won't be so impressed with Glenn Lowry.
Well, I think the whole idea of Christian conservative versus fiscal conservative probably plays into it. And
no, I think he is basically a cultural conservative. And
well, let's put it this way.
I have problems with black conservatives like Thomas Sowell,
I know you do.
Shelby Steele, all those guys. They're basically Booker T. Washington lovers, and I'm not a fan of Booker T. Washington.
I would even say a lot of them tend to be. I would even say like they want separation. I've heard people say that they want separation of their own country in a way.
Some do, some don't. Now, conservatives, no. Most conservatives of a Thomas Sowell variety basically say blacks need to basically adopt more bourgeois values. Okay, Christian is part of it, but basically what the white people are doing, y'all need to be doing. And I don't agree with that either. I think, there are, Martin Luther King's Burning House speech, where, hey, basically white culture, American culture of the European, ancestry, it has its problems too. In pretending in 2025 that colonialism didn't happen, American slavery didn't happen, India didn't happen. Again, white culture, like, and I'm using white culture as a euphemism. Okay, there really is no white culture, but colloquially, I'm going to say that there is. And that maybe Western culture is a better word for it, or
I don't even know. How
something
do you
like that.
define it? What is Western culture? What is white culture? I don't even know what
It's
the fuck you said.
basically anyone. Well, European for starters, and Greeks are the forefathers. Then there were the Romans. Then basically there was Europe.
Yeah, but
That's
here, but
pretty
hold on,
much
but
the
hold on.
evolution of it.
When I think of European culture, I don't think of Ryan, right? I think of people driving F1s, watching F1 racing, sitting on the Champs-Élysées having wine. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what is European culture? I think American culture is very distinctly different than European culture,
It's not that
overall,
distinctively different.
dude.
When I think of Western culture, I think of Plato, Aristotle, John Locke.
Okay.
Mostly I think of it in philosophy and culture.
Liberal democracy terms like that.
Yeah, basically that sort of thing. So I don't think of that's primarily, and then I think of the American founding, which Locke was a big influence. Roman Cicero, Roman um, classical Roman stuff primarily influenced American culture. I'm sorry, the American founding, along with Locke, the Enlightenment. I think when I think of Western culture, I think of Enlightenment philosophers. Um, Thomas Jefferson admired Greeks more than Romans, apparently. So, but that's what I think of. I actually think of culture.
I think of I think democracy dies in darkness, and also
And,
with
and if
with the
that's the
internet,
case, if that's
with
the
the internet,
case, then there is an
with the internet.
eclipse over. There's an eclipse over most of America.
Well, listen, this is my challenge. I think to myself, I'm like, I don't know if democracy as a form of government works with the internet. It's like people, look,
Well,
man,
no,
you got
hold on one sec.
it.
Hold on one sec
Stanley,
with
people
that.
are stupid, man.
Okay,
People are too dumb.
democracy doesn't depend on the internet. If anything, the internet, if it was used correctly, could extend democracy. More people know what's going on. But I don't think the internet is what's breaking democracy. I think poor parenting and shitty education is breaking democracy.
Well, that is too, surely. But it really starts with parenting. You're right, because education is all dependent on parenting. I mean, when you say that, I totally agree with you every time because, I mean, most people, listen, I was just at a festival yesterday for St. Patty's, and various people said, well, I read it on TikTok, or oh, I'm sorry, I heard it on TikTok. And I'm like, oh, okay, we're good. That's all you had to say. You heard it
I
on
think
TikTok.
I think Stanley,
That's,
you guys are both 100% right. I think the internet is the petri dish that you can see the
It's a
spores,
laboratory.
the spores spread everywhere. You know what I mean? It's
read some of the statistical ideas that people have. For example, and let me say that the right way. I'm not saying it the right way. Um, there
Well,
like a percentage of
let
our
me
population thinks this, right? Number one, just like you said, Stanley, a percentage of population thinks slavery didn't exist. Trump was shot on purpose.
Well, no, no, no,
Uh,
no. They don't.
no,
They think slavery existed, but it existed everywhere equally. A slave is a slave is a slave. And I'm saying American slavery was bad because our Constitution. If someone dropped down from Mars and read it, I didn't see the fugitive slave clause. That all men are created equal part, or we the people, the all men created equals
well, obviously that
Declaration of
was a
Independence.
bullshit part.
Okay, but you would never, yeah, it was bullshit, but slavery existed. That's why it was bullshit. And I've mentioned this before, but in the original draft of the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson included a little paragraph about slavery being awful, and George III imposed it on this nation. And they took it out because they did not want to even include the word slavery. They wanted to avoid it altogether. So it's
Well, what here?
not so much Americans by and large don't understand why slavery in America was unique. Thomas Sowell and those boys want to go, no, everybody had slavery. America wasn't, everybody had it. No big whoop. And there are people like me who will go, yeah, it's a big deal. All those other countries didn't have a U.S. Constitution. And
Well,
slavery was debated heavily in that Constitutional Convention. So it was debated so much that they had to compromise on like the 3/5 clause and stuff like that.
well, my larger point, though, I wasn't
So
getting into this, but
what?
here's my larger point was this, because it was about the internet, not necessarily slavery. And I know you're correcting me on that. That's fine. But what I'm saying is there's people that, I mean, it's a good example. People don't understand that. People don't understand. 30% of people, Democrats, and I'm not picking on Democrats because Republicans are just as, or probably dumber. But I read 30% of Democrats polled thought that the Trump shooting in the ear was a setup.
Okay, what does
I,
that have to do with democracy?
I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to say it all, okay? There's huge numbers of the population because the internet, people believe everything on the internet. There's a percentage of Americans that believe the moon landing was faked. There's a percentage, and
Okay,
I'm talking big
I'm
numbers.
not following your argument.
What I'm saying is unlimited, unchecked information in everyone's hands has created pure chaos. Unlimited,
I don't know that I agree with that.
we almost have too much democracy at
Okay,
this point.
it's not the information that's the problem, it's the processing of information.
Well, what I'm saying is because people have everything available at their fingertips and can look up and can't verify any actual information.
That's not true. You can verify it if you do a little work.
Well, again, 30% of people thought that the Trump shooting in the ear was faked. People
Okay,
think that we didn't land on the fucking
what does
moon.
that have to do? I mean, is that going to break democracy if 30% thought that?
No information is real information. Everything is challenged. Someone thinks there's a global corporate machine running everything. A huge section of people think Netanyahu knew about the attacks.
That to me is an example of democracy, not a breaker of democracy. Be Brave gets to believe in a corporate machine, and he has a whole internet show about it. To me, that is democracy. That is freedom.
Well, okay. Here's my point. The point is, everyone gets a say, everyone gets an opinion, even the ill-informed, uninformed.
Yeah,
right?
that's democracy.
Well, I don't know that it's a good form of government at this point. I'm challenged.
Okay, no. The internet is not government.
A stupid population is the problem.
I agree with
we
that.
We have a stupid population.
Okay, I don't agree that the internet is making people stupid. I think stupid people not trying to go, and let's not use stupid because I have a particular
ignorant
thinking on that. Yeah, but that's in if you have an internet, ignorant is willful in a lot of cases. Okay, if you want to know something, go to the internet, and you might have to do like Uncle Fatty reminded me of Ground News, where they have a story. They'll have conservative,
awesome site.
Yeah, they'll
Awesome
have
site.
a yeah. So I'm saying if you want to do the work, you can at least get a good idea of what's going on. I think one of the things that's breaking democracy is people don't know how democracy works. And I don't know, I can't remember if my son ever took a specific civics class, but I took the citizenship test, like a sample citizenship test.
Hmm.
And I forget her name. She's
Did you pass
a
it? Did you
Canadian.
pass it?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, I aced it
Yeah. How
because I
many
know
people
all.
will? How many
That's
Americans
that's my
will?
that's my point. As a matter
And
of fact,
mine.
this lady came up and she was like, "Yeah, well, let's see if you can pass a citizenship test." I, I'm like, "Of course I'll pass it because it's kind of my hobby."
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, and you will, Tom will, I will. But there are huge numbers of people. And I've said this before. I think you should have to qualify to vote.
Democracy dies with applause. I
Well, Palomino just
might
asked
have
what
to
I was
use that
pushing
for a
for.
show.
I think you should have to pass a civics test to vote. People are too stupid now, man. I'm telling
No,
you.
that's unconstitutional. That's
I know,
essentially like
I don't
a
disagree.
the poll taxes and the literacy
Yeah,
tests.
but okay, just
You
don't
remember
approach it.
back in the day during Jim Crow, they would make someone, a black person who wanted to vote, they'd make them like recite part of the Constitution.
Okay, but
So I
Stanley,
don't know,
listen, listen.
a
Just
civics test is not going to go over well.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, Stanley, if you can, I understand that you're looking at the historical lens of the racism that occurred
And
in the
I look
country.
at almost everything through a historical lens.
Well, try looking at it through a current lens and look out at the
Uh,
population
history,
today.
history, history applies to now too.
Okay, well, I guess we
I
can just
almost,
disagree.
I
But you
almost
know, you
don't know how.
what's the fix? What's the fix?
I don't know how to look at something except like with history in mind. It's kind of ingrained. And to
What
be
I'm
honest,
saying is,
my mother was a history buff. I've always been like this because she trained me to be like this.
and I understand why you would object to what I'm saying. However, I don't know how to. pe- People don't understand that there's a 60 vote majority in the Senate currently. Hakeem Jeffries was just abused by his entire party because he said, "We're not in power." And they shit on him and said, "You should be doing something." They're not a majority.
Well,
All
I
they
mean,
can
they
do,
probably shit on him because it sounds bad.
okay, but still, like, people don't even understand that you need 60 votes, you dumb fucks. A lot of the population doesn't understand that. A lot
Right.
of the
Well,
population doesn't understand what
democracy, and I say democracy dies in dumbness. And
I agree.
the sad thing is that the resources are out there. So,
How do you
there's
fix it?
really not,
How do you fix
you
it?
don't, you know what? You don't.
That's
You
why I
meet,
say I don't know if I trust it anymore.
you meet people where they are. However, in my opinion, what some of us will do, and I'm going to say us, but some of us basically, especially MAGA, wants daddy's homes, a daddy's home sort of government where there is a strong person there, so we don't have to make decisions. Um, MAGA wants to lessen democracy, and the political theory behind it is you usurp a lot of the democratic stuff,
Hmm.
get society right, and then you relax. Almost like being a teacher. You start out tough and then you relax once all the students kind of get used to your way. Viktor Orban is in Hungary is kind of like a role model for people like Tucker Carlson. Where he basically took away things like freedom of the press. Basically, it's like a theocratic democracy. He's got some, I don't think that's the exact term, but it's along those lines. Essentially, it's a Christian democracy. I can't, there's a term, that people use to describe Hungary, but he is in control. And anything that might lessen his control, he has either got rid of or neutered.
Yeah. Well, I think what I'm saying is I don't know if I can trust the average American common Schmo, okay, to be opining or even thinking about the political direction of the country, etc. I just don't think MAG is an example of
Okay, but
how we're failing.
why should you trust other people? I mean, to be honest, um that's
MAG is an
what
example of the problem. I mean, you've got a
yeah, but
huge.
let me examine what you're saying here. I don't look to other people for information unless I have come to trust them. Okay, I don't just walk out the door and go, "Hey, I'm going to trust you, random stranger." Why should I?
So, okay, so here's an example. Trump probably dropped, I don't know, 60 lies during his speech and still won an election. You don't think that's an issue? You don't think the voting populace is too dumb? I mean, they're dumb.
You know what?
Trump,
I'm not going to say they're dumb as much as they don't want to know the truth. you know
well,
and I have gotten
how
a
do you
lot
run a
of, well,
country?
who cares if Trump gets a word wrong or a date wrong? Who cares? What I want him to do is get this government thinned out. I want these lazy government workers actually out doing real work, etc. So i think I think it's a conscious decision on some people's part to just go, he's just being Trump.
Well, there's your democracy. It's not,
Oh, well, no,
it,
that's
I mean,
that people have the right to make that choice. I actually don't think that is a good example of breaking democracy. I mean, people get what they voted for.
you have the
That is
leader of the free
democracy.
world stating we've sent to Ukraine $370 billion when we've sent them $170 billion at most. And literally, he said it 14 times. People are out quoting it
Right, but
today
how is that breaking democracy? It's breaking
because
trust. But there's nothing in a trust is not a democratic principle, is it? Like, if you don't have trust, you can't have a democracy. I don't know about that.
the nation is going to decline and decline and decline based on the leadership and who we've continued to vote in, which is a bunch of fucking idiots that just lie and don't care. And I just think the
Look,
voting public is too
okay,
stupid to run the
lying.
place.
The only president that I can think of who didn't lie, you know, a lot would be George Washington. From from John Adams uh, uh, from
I
John
don't know. I
Adams
don't think it's
forward.
working. I
There
don't
were
think it's
just all
working.
kinds of lies. I think it's working like it's supposed to.
Yeah, I don't see it. I cannot
Okay.
imagine that
Well,
we're in
think about
decline.
way back. Think about way back in like 1789, where you had people out on the frontier, in the Alleghenies and probably west of the Alleghenies even. They weren't
Mhm.
getting news for months at a time, if they got news at all. So, not having a flow of information and people really not knowing what's going on, it's always been like that.
Yeah.
The only difference is today you can get that information if you choose to be informed.
But now, and back then also, there wasn't as many people just lie openly and freely, and there's no real
Okay,
like
people have been doing that since day one.
uh, the okay, but there was more
And people,
integrity.
I mean, Adams and Hamilton, I'm sorry, Hamilton and Jefferson, look, it's as long as he's lying, at least that's something.
I do, but MAGA voted Trump in. He's a huge liar.
Okay,
Half the shit.
I'm saying MAGA was voted in spite of the lies. Okay, a lot of people knew he was lying. They talk about it enough in the
I don't think they do.
press. But I also heard people go, "So what?"
I
We
think
like
what
the
I'm
cut.
saying
We like
is
the cut of his jib. We like his plans. If he doesn't know the details or gets a detail or two wrong, who cares? I like the cut of his jib.
we have unlimited information at our fingertips. Anybody can
Okay,
say anything on
again,
the
it's
internet.
not the information, it's what you do with it, it's how you process it. And you know what? If you decide whether which fact is right and which fact is wrong. I don't think on the face of it too much information is anti-democratic or going to break or detrimental to democracy.
When you have large sections of the country that believe in the most crazy, ridiculous shit, okay, like it's there's nothing verifiable. There's nothing verifiable, right? Even people don't trust government websites. They don't trust
Okay, well,
nothing,
that's their problem. Okay, if you're
and they're
paranoid,
voting,
you don't
and they're
trust any of
voting,
this. Okay,
they're
so
voting.
what? They're voting in their best interest.
He's
And
literally saying
okay,
the
Ryan,
dumbest drug
Ryan,
addicts
I
that
don't
don't
know
know anything.
why you can't get this. Truth is not a requirement to vote. Knowing the truth is not a requirement to vote.
Well,
Ryan, I think
I believe
Ryan,
that we should have a qualified voting body that's
Well,
not
you know what?
either.
You're similar to Trump. It's just what your qualifications you'd impose are.
I
Okay,
think
Trump doesn't
I
think
mean,
everybody should vote for that
I
matter.
don't. They shouldn't. They absolutely. It's obvious.
And see, I think the ignorant and the smart, we all get to vote as long as you qualify constitutionally.
yeah, the democracy is working fine. It's operating. It's a function. It's functioning as it's supposed to. The issue is garbage in, garbage out. The issue is we would all like a more informed, critically thinking populace. That's the solution. And the democracy, though, is functioning as it's always been intended to. And we're getting close to what they were worried about, perhaps, the rabble, the mob. But the real issue isn't the function. The real issue is not the cake, it's
Yeah,
the recipe.
it's not the game, it's the pieces playing or the people playing the game.
It's not the cake, it's the recipe, it's the ingredients. We need to figure out how to get a better informed populace that is more invested in productive outcomes for everyone, which will, by result, be productive outcomes for the nation as a whole. We used to have
Agreed.
more commonly held beliefs as a nation. We didn't all agree. We just had more commonly held beliefs. Now we're cracked down the middle. And we don't have the critical thinking. We don't hold people accountable for accuracy the way we used to. And so those are the issues. Those are the real issues. Those aren't going to be solved through necessarily even qualification, because in order to implement that kind of a system, you have people that currently in the system we have outweigh one side. One side has all of the main good chess pieces. And so who's going to make those decisions? It's going to be skewed one direction. We want to keep it a democracy. We want to fix those other things. And those other things will not be fixed quickly because they didn't get where they are quickly.
There's no intent to fix it.
Right.
There's no. They're not even trying to. People don't understand basic civics. People don't. Tom, you said it yourself. People can't differentiate between an op-ed article and a news article. The basics of reading information. Most people don't read information. They go on TikTok and fucking stupid shit.
Well,
So what I'm saying is,
it's deeper
these
than
people
that.
are too fucking stupid to be trusted to do anything.
It's
at
deeper
all.
than that. It's deeper than that, because we've gone a couple of generations without government that is actually trying, or at least putting on a good act of doing the work of the people. They don't know what that looks like. So they will continually elect people who long ago abandoned any effort to do the work of the people. And that's
I
the
think
problem.
people would argue that Trump is doing the work of the people.
They would argue
Well,
that.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
Certainly, and you could
deporting.
argue he's doing the work of half the people.
I
That's
don't
not
even think
true.
he's doing that. I think he's doing the work of no one.
I actually think the deportation part is pretty bipartisan.
There's certain things that are going to benefit us all, but if you look at the whole thing, we have a system now, which you remember Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan sitting down and hey, we're going to have to compromise a little here, a little there. Now the attitude is, I got mine, screw you. And
Well, I also think that's reflective of the public.
I
We're not
agree.
shutting down the government.
I
have
100%
people-
agree. 100%
We
agree.
have people, and this is just my opinion. In my 60 years, I can honestly say that America's gotten more money hungry, or more. We worship money more in 2025 than we did in 1985.
Well, and if you don't have it, there's something wrong with you.
Exactly. Now, it's always been that way. I'm just saying it's sharper now.
Yeah.
Now, it may have something to do with the internet. It may not. But like,
Sure it does. Sure it does.
back when I was growing up, you could be rich and, people would just go, you're gauche. Rich people, the goal was, if you're going to be rich, at least be a little suave.
Yeah.
To use a horrible word.
Yeah.
Being like Trump, to me, part of my problem with Trump is his style.
What?
I've
have...
known people who were that brash, just were more polished. I have a problem with the president who's not polished.
Do you don't have a giant in gold letters Stanley on the front of your house?
No, I do not.
But yeah,
Well,
go ahead. Sorry, Ryan.
Number one, it's very easily influenced by foreign actors. And anyone that chooses with money, Elon Musk, for example, I don't know. It's very easy to influence millions and millions of people in a democracy that's open like ours, right? You can do whatever foreign governments, foreign actors, Elon Musk, George Soros, whoever, they can have massive influence on the voting population, disseminate lies. I mean, look at the COVID disaster, right? And we have this big open democracy that I just don't know anymore. Like, if you look at the Roman democracy, it was only the people with money that could participate. And I'm not saying only people with money should be able to participate in our democracy, but what I'm saying is you should at least have to pass a fucking civics test or something. Something. People are too dumb. They don't even understand that there's a bicameral legislation. People are just stupid now. And I hear shit all the time. And I'm like, hey, that's ridiculous. So at the end
Yeah,
of the day,
but
I just wonder if
it's
it's a
not the
good form of
people.
government anymore. I
It's
don't know if it's
not
a
the
good form of
people.
government.
It's not that people are dumb. It's that they don't know how to think. I mean, you can pass a civics test.
Isn't that the same thing?
No.
No, not necessarily.
I mean, like they don't have discernment. Again, op-ed versus regular news. I hear it all the time. Well, this is what Tucker Carlson said. Okay, Tucker Carlson's an op-ed guy. He's not giving you the fucking news, you idiot.
Rote
So,
education will allow you to pass tests. It won't teach you how to think.
Right.
It's
the basics of government, though. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
the basics, just
all
the basic stuff.
politics are local. So, the real politics that affect you every day are local. They're your school board. They're the city. And when your school board is not acting properly to educate the populace, that's where the problem lies. We can blame the Department of Education, whoever else we want to, but it's at the local level where all that happens, where all of the principal doesn't back up the teacher because the school board isn't going to back up the principal.
Well, let me speak to that specific point about local politics, local and state politics. Instead of Democrats, and this is a criticism of Democrats currently, instead of Democrats, it's easy to look at Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer and criticize their votes. how about take that same energy and start working the grassroots? Okay, part of the reason Republicans have been so successful is they had apparently a 50-year plan. Okay, Democrats need to go back to the local and to the state houses and start working the ground. Okay, the national politics needs to be dealt with too, but they're not. They saw what Republicans did over the long term, and I don't see any attempts to imitate that kind of hard work. Now, MAGA, Trump, and folks like that, they are all kind of, I don't want to, I'm just going to use the old term. They're a basket of deplorables, but they're a basket of deplorables who know how to plan. And can you really call them dumb?
Nobody that
you can call them diabolical.
Nobody that becomes president is dumb.
Right. But what I'm saying is that not only did they, I mean, the way they took the court, the way they were able to systematically whittle away at the law until they got a Supreme Court that would basically, toss out Roe. They've been talking about it for decades. And they finally got it done.
They're really good at the long game.
Well, all I'm saying is that Democrats need to stop. They need to stop being shrill and get to work. And it might take 10 years, 20 years. But what I want to see is Democrats at the Georgia State House working hard to take that state house.
They're great at the long game.
I'd like to see
Republicans have always been really good at the long game. They've got a plan.
Well, thank you.
Here's the Democratic Party, right? We got all these virtues. We're not united at all. There's no unity at all in the Democratic Party. It's a bunch of factions tearing each other's heads off and eating each other.
Right.
Rather than united.
You know what? We've got Musk and Bannon. Their divisions in MAGA and the Republican Party. You've got, the anti-Trumpers, et cetera. So now I don't think progressives are really a natural fit in the Democratic Party, to be honest.
Well, you guys can keep them.
I mean, I'm more of a fiscal conservative than most MAGAs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a total fiscal conservative. But
I'm going to say most MAGAs, if they're like populist types.
Well,
they're not fiscal conservatives.
Right.
They're not. Trump's not a fiscal. He never said he was.
Kiss the boots of the dear leader and make no objection against dear leader and clap very loudly and proudly, right?
He just tried to take the cap off the top so that you don't have to approve spending. He wants an unlimited checkbook. He's not a fiscal conservative at all. In any way, he never was. He never was.
You guys want some perspective? I did a math problem yesterday that gave me some really good perspective.
Go ahead.
You got a $1 bill, right? Just imagine a $1 bill that's sitting on the table, right?
Yep.
You got 100,000 $1 bills would be 3 stories tall.
Yep.
Okay. 1 million would be 30 stories tall.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 billion would be from sea level to the top of Everest.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking like dink, 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 like on a bar graph. It's like dink, 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 right? And now we're talking $1 trillion reaches 3/4 of the way to the moon.
Yeah, it does.
Right. And we're dealing with like this much of the actual national debt when we're talking with, Doge and the savings of the waste, fraud, and abuse, right? He's pulling out little chunks this big out of a stack that would reach the moon and back 5 times.
Yeah.
And he's pulling out these little bits and trying to convince us that we are saving all this. These billions of dollars don't mean jack nothing when we're talking to the moon and back 5 times.
Well, so where's all the money going then? Where do the cuts have to happen, Uncle Fatty? Tell us. I'll tell you where, but you tell me.
I think it's defense. I think it's
it's not defense. Defense is less than the interest on the government right now. It's not defense.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you cut,
it's definitely not entitlements.
It is absolutely entitlements. It's the only place to cut. That's it.
Okay, well, let me
Yeah,
add.
but
Let me
I don't want to
add.
cut them,
I
but
would
you
rather
can't
see.
fix it
I-
without cutting them.
I would rather see defense cut than entitlements.
Listen, number one, Social Security is categorized as an entitlement. Okay,
Okay, wait,
so
hold
we
it.
all.
sure.
Can you address
That's
my
a
point?
Okay, I'm fine with cutting defense. I'm fine with cutting the whole budget across the board by a percentage, but that's not how they want to do it ever, right? To
Right, but
me,
I just wanted to toss that in there. I don't see a problem with entitlements if they are, you know,
here's an
efficient
idea.
people who shouldn't get them. And I would rather someone get an entitlement who doesn't deserve it than deprive someone who deserves it or needs it
Well, they don't deserve it
doesn't
because it's
get
an
it.
entitlement.
Okay,
But
well, that's a
let's just
value
clarify.
judgment.
well, and
That's a
that's
Well,
value
it's
judgment.
it's
it goes
not.
back to what you guys were talking about
Yeah, it
earlier,
is.
though, of the term illegal, right? Because illegal and legal immigration are two different things. A lot of times folks come across the board. Hell, Elon and Melania were both illegal immigrants when it comes down to it. They
They
overstayed
came here
their visa.
illegally.
They overstayed
Okay,
their
at that
visa.
point they were illegal. Okay, so
So,
at
right?
that point they
So
were
that's,
illegal.
that's what
Yeah.
most of our illegals are, people that overstayed their visas or overstayed their work visas or school visas.
Sure.
Over $100 billion a year is paid into entitlement programs by illegals, right, who came here legally but are still in the system of getting their paperwork because we don't pass immigration laws because we don't want the other guy to get a win, right?
Oh yeah, let me say this because I haven't said it all night. Folks, make sure you're hitting the like button, please. And if you're
Sure.
new, please subscribe. I'm horrible. I'm gonna have to come up with something automated.
Sub up, bitches.
Okay, well, they haven't passed immigration law, but that doesn't mean we haven't passed a lot of laws, right?
Right.
It's
Sure.
still
But when it comes
illegal.
to immigration, it's always a hot topic, right? And when we have a guy that's running for president, right, come out and scuttle a $4 billion, whatever it was, $4.5 billion plan, right? And
Allegedly
openly
scuttled.
say in the public that like if you want to blame me for blowing this thing up, then blame me. That's, Trump said those words. Like, he scuttled that thing because
That was never
he didn't
proven,
want
by the way.
Obama,
That was
he didn't
alleged.
want Sleepy Joe. No, but he said it out loud, bro. And all of the congressmen that voted against it eventually have said it out loud, that they voted
So-
against their own bill that they wrote. The Oklahoma guy that wrote it, right, came out with a huge expose on this. Right,
So,
this was
number one,
major bipartisan. It was gonna pass, right? And Trump comes in and says, "No, we can't give Sleepy Joe a win during election time." So they scuttled their own bill. Imagine how many more agents we could have on the line right now. How many more people we could have working the phone desks and working the programs where it doesn't take 12 years to get your paperwork.
okay, for 3 years under the Biden administration, they allowed approximately 6 million people into the country. Prior to even that bill being presented, the Democrats said for 3 years, there's no issue. There's a lot more immigrants, but it's not our fault. And they did absolutely nothing, and that's
Well,
probably why they lost.
It had a lot to do with the
Okay, before you get on your little Republican high horsey, I can
I'm not a
remember
Republican,
going
by the
back.
way.
I don't really care. I said what I said.
Okay.
I think that the Chamber of Commerce. I can remember this back in like the '90s, in the early 2000s, where Chamber of Commerce fought against. Is it E-Verify? The Chamber of Commerce pushed back
Sure they did.
against verification systems. They wanted illegal aliens. I worked in a warehouse. Springs Industries, they used to make the Wamsutta sheets and that sort of stuff. It was a textile company.
They made springs.
I mean, to this
Yeah.
day, the biggest abuser of this whole thing is Mitt Romney, bro.
Right, but I
Mitt Romney.
told you guys a story about. I was a warehouse manager, and we had this kid. We had ICE come in one day, and I don't know whether they were tipped off or whatever. We had a bunch of Hispanic temps. Well, one of the temps he wasn't legal, So he gets deported. He's back 6 months later, new social security number, new name, and the company hired him back. He looked like
Okay,
the
but
same guy. So all I'm saying is that, these businesses way back in the deep past are part of the problem. Okay, now Biden did his, I think they shouldn't have laid down when that bill, that Senate bill, Trump basically said, no, I don't want to give him a win. But this problem has been building pretty much since Reagan declared amnesty. When Reagan declared amnesty, that's when we should have started clamping down on immigration.
That was
Newton's
I think
didn't happen.
Before that,
There is 40
yeah.
plus years of history of this problem getting to this point.
It goes back to pre-baby boomers, really, because the growth that we saw from the baby boom, we had to sustain that to maintain
the 70s. The 70s,
the growth, overall growth.
So I know it's popular to blame Biden, but again, looking through a historic lens, this problem
he deported way more than Trump did. Obama, he deported way more than Trump did. I mean,
well, he knew the economic damage that was caused in wages.
How can we deport more folks that are illegal and justifiably, rightfully so? Just people that need.
Well, no one had an issue when Obama did it. Nobody had a problem. The Democrats were fine with it.
Right. Nobody does. The problem is when it's used as rhetoric, the way that Trump uses his rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? So
you're blaming Trump.
No,
so you're blaming Trump for it. Right?
I'm saying his rhetoric is very. It's seen as very divisive because honestly, it is. He's not real, couth with his words. He's not very PC, so to say.
Well, I agree with that.
It's just, I think part of it is that, there's nothing in America that's encouraging any sort of bipartisanship. That address to Congress he did last month, it was just shameful all the way around.
He calls everybody a nickname. Right? Everybody's got a nickname. Everybody's got a scorny. We're always poking each other in the eye. I don't see a lot of Democrats poking each other in the eye the way I do with this MAGA movement.
I don't think it's gonna get better anytime soon.
Oh no, it's gonna get way worse.
The country's just 50% divided, and I think at some point something will happen to.
So can I just address Uncle Fatty
I'd say
real
we're
quick?
divided in three ways.
So Uncle Fatty, let me just explain the budget deficit real quick to you. Yeah. The only way to actually fix it fiscally, you have to cut Social Security to some degree. You have to cut Medicare, Medicaid. Defense should be cut. The interest you can't cut. That's got to be paid. Right. You should probably cut every program to a degree. The problem is when Joe Biden gave his address and the Republican response while they stood there, he mentioned Social Security and said the Republicans want to cut it. The Republicans said, we don't want to cut it. And they both lied to the American people. Both parties sat there and said, we don't want to cut Social Security. The truth is you either bump up the age for 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds, whatever it is, you bump up the age. You're talking about 60% of the revenue coming into the country last year went to Social Security. Entitlements, giving people money, right? You could reduce
we're in a bad spot right now for sure.
Yep. Well, giving people back money, but the thing of it is, Ryan, you're 100% correct. But the thing that's going to keep that from not happening, at least until disaster, is if a party cuts Social Security.
What if somebody wants to make no taxes on it?
They will lose the next 4 elections. And that's the reason why, because you have to remember that a larger and larger and larger percentage of the voting population will be hitting Social Security over the next 20, 30. Well, the end. It's the end of the baby boomers are coming up to hit retirement, the very, very end. It's Gen X and the rest, the population grew through Gen X, and as you know right now, it's tapering. The rate, at any rate, the percentage of older people will continue to grow for the next 20, 30, I mean, maybe even 40 years. I'd have to look at the numbers, but that's not going to change anytime soon. And if you cut Social Security, people are going to lose it because you took the money away under the agreement that you will get that money back. And that was the whole reason for it, is people can't save, so we'll save for you.
And not to mention the Department of Welfare and Medicaid, Medicare, Department of Education.
Well, by the way,
it's political.
Welfare is nothing. Welfare is pennies on the dollar.
Sure.
It's political suicide to cut Social Security. Medicaid, Medicare, you can kind of get away with because those rates, frankly, aren't all that attractive to begin with. They're better they're better than they would otherwise be. But the big piece of cheese, as you know, Ryan, is Social Security because it was paid into so heavily. I get one every year. Stanley's probably getting them. If he hasn't been getting them, he will get them every year. I get a letter in the mail that tells me specifically, due to how much I put in, how much I'm going to get at age, if I was to file, 62, 63, 64, 60, all the way up to 7.
Since I was 17, bro.
How much? How much?
Says, booyah.
Well, how much of that is going to be, allocated currently under the whole thing? And the more I continue to pay in, the more it will go up, theoretically. And
yours it's your highest order.
And hopefully, and I'll reach a cap at some point, I'm sure. But it's that, and I can tell you just personally, that will frost me like you can't imagine. And not for any political reasons, for totally fiscal, handshake. No, this is what you say. Those kind of reasons. It's a pocketbook reason. And
when the Dems can take that talking point as we just gave another $4.5 trillion tax break to the upper 1% so that they could cut your Social Security and welfare. That's the narrative that's going to be driven, right? If
it'll be easier than that. It'll be Party A cuts it, Party B will go, look what they did to you.
Well, let's just clarify a few things. When they say cut, okay. Like when the Democrats say they're cutting spending, usually what they mean is they're not cutting spending, they're cutting the growth of spending. So they want to they increase the budget by 8% a year, whatever it is. The Republicans want to increase it by 4%. The Democrats call that a cut. Okay, and they also claim, and I'm a centrist, center right. I'm a fiscal conservative. Socially liberal. But on the fiscal side, these fucking parties lie through their teeth almost everything they say. If you look at the actual
I'm
budget,
a George Carlinist, guys. I'm a George Carlinist. I really believe in most of what George Carlin had to say. The more I really get into the one thing that he was in about was, it's one big club and we're not invited. Right?
Well, it's
voting is
the money it is.
the veil. Right? It's the veil pulled over our faces. The illusion of control, right?
It's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. By the way, Tom Gully Show just last week did an entire episode on George Carlin. Just a commercial there.
And I mean, I'm there. The more the stuff comes in these past 4, 8, 12 years, it's just not.
Now, I'll give you something else, Uncle Fatty. So they're talking about this tax cut, right? If you look at the taxes and what they want to cut. So number one, they're saying they're gonna cut taxes on these billionaires. Well, the truth of the matter is they're not cutting it on the bottom 50% because they pay almost no taxes. I mean, almost zero. Some of them get money back.
Yeah, and
the middle class
folks saying my tax money, they're on welfare. They don't pay taxes.
And a lot of people, they pay like sales tax.
Right.
So the only place there would be to do tax relief is on the wealthy. And I mean the wealthy, right? Because they're the ones that pay most of it. So they're using that. But they don't tell you, listen, The top 10% pay 90% of the taxes, the federal taxes, right? But I don't want to relieve taxes on the wealthy. I don't give a fuck. I say raise them. You're talking if you're making $2 million a year, 50% of everything over $2 million should probably be taxed at 50% or 60%. But the thing is, if you notice, these two assholes don't lower, like the Democratic proposal to raise taxes was like 2%.
Yeah,
The
it's ridiculous.
Republican proposal is to cut it by 2%. So the truth is, nobody's really trying to do anything with taxes. They're both very happy. They're both making a lot of money. It's all bullshit.
Fear-based. Yeah, it's
It's
fear-based
all
talking
bullshit.
points, man. And it's all, you know, if it's not xenophobia and they, them, and the others are coming for you, because it doesn't matter who they, them, and the others are, as long as you're scared of them, right?
Yeah.
If it's not that, then it's some other fear-based financial BS. And both sides
yeah.
are crooked as hell. I'm not saying one side isn't or not.
I was just talking about that with the
Perot
language.
here. You know,
I was just talking about that. The language around all this shit now is so
absolutely.
like they turned the climate language became existential threats of the planet, right? And I'm pro climate. I think EVs are cool, and I want to buy one, right? But just the language is, if we fix our carbon emissions here in the U.S., it's gonna we can stave off this existential threat. And I'm like, well, other than India, China, and most of the rest of the world just hammering coal out as much as possible, we're not going to fix it. So stop saying it's existential, you fuckers. You know.
And at least India's
All right,
going to jump on board more so.
But all the language is extreme. All the language is extreme.
I want to go ahead and move through these next news stories. I know that they're supposed to start what is it? Is it brown roast? Whatever the morning show is called. They'll be starting in a couple hours. Roasting.
Hold on, what'd you call it?
I call it a bunch of things.
Oh, the racial roast hour.
No, I gave him.
No, it's the rap roast. It's the roasting rappers hour.
Oh wow, okay. The John Galt.
I gave him a bunch of names, which I'm sure they'll completely ignore. And
no, actually, a couple of them were really good. They'd be a fool.
That doesn't mean they're going to use them. But
here is what I'm going to say, Tom. I'm like, it was not lost, at least on me, that we literally have like an advertising man giving us a quote to use John Galt's term. He's giving us free game. I mean, people pay for this shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was the editorial director of a television network.
But what I'm saying is, I wonder. It wasn't lost on me. So if they're not, it's like Tough Guy giving me a couple songs for the show. That's stuff. I'm sure they'll do the right thing.
Well, I mean, it's in their chat. If they want to use them, they can. But they should come up with something different than Morning Roast, because that's on 57,000 radio stations. That's true. Super unownable. They should do something very ownable.
They should call themselves Morning Bros.
Morning Bros?
That's probably
just Morning Bros. BROS. Is that
right taken?
Yeah. You think so?
All right. Well, the wake up call.
I love the poorly educated.
How about the tripartisan Brown hour? There you go.
Well, this story here, actually, I didn't think about the aftermath, but apparently, scorched lots are selling fast in California.
What is scorched what?
The
post LA fires.
Registered contractor.
The scorched lots.
I've traveled around doing mainly hailstorms and hail damage and tornado damage, but man, fire damage. Fire damage is big money, guys. There's a ton of money moving in to buy these lots right now, for sure.
But why are they? Just cheap land or what? Cheap.
Well, yeah. I mean, the people, if they can't afford to build, there's nothing left but the lot. So people are selling their lots.
It's prime real estate.
And insurance companies aren't comping on anything.
They're saying there's not a mass exodus, though, but there's
nowhere to go.
Trading on
There's nowhere to go. There's no houses available, right? BlackRock owns all the houses.
No.
One out of five.
I think
1/5 of all homes in America sit over 6 months out of the year vacant because they're VRBOs, vacation rentals.
1 out of 5.
Yeah.
That sounds high.
Or in National Association of Home Builders, yeah. 1/5.
That's absurd.
I mean, it's getting closer to a quarter. And
well,
that's,
VRBO, is that, what is that exactly?
Vacation rental by owner. So vacation rentals are the big thing now as holding holding real estate asset in revocable trust, whether it's corporate or personal revocable. But it's the game of buy real estate, rent it out for the highest that you can. Well, the VRBO numbers per week, you can make as much as you can per month out of a renter, right? So it's driving up those rental costs with a lower supply of actual homes that can be lived in and rented. And we are way, way short on the building of new homes. I mean, the home I was building in 2005 up here, guys, in North Idaho, was $99,000, right? There's 1,000 square feet of basement unfinished with a finished stairway and 1,000 square feet upstairs fully finished with a finished garage. 99 grand. Okay. That went up to about 210, 230 before the crash of 06. Went down into the like 160s, 180s. Now we're at like 399 for that same exact package on the same piece of land, right? The material's gone up maybe a third. The labor has not gone up. The labor has not gone up. If anything else, having contractor registrations where you have a mandatory kind of like a license and bond, but it's registration and liability is a good thing, right? We don't have like a 6-pack of contractors underneath each other, each taking 10% off the job, paying some scab framing company to frame the company, and like having all these weirdos around. So that's been good, but it hasn't driven up the cost of labor because corporate greed is not inflation. We got businesses like Greenstone that are building 20, 30,000 homes a year. They come in, they buy the land, they push the land, they develop the land, they put in the road, the infrastructure, and then they maintain the parks, and they maintain the turnabouts and the sprinkler systems. Pennies on the dollar, right? They don't even, and we got this Citizens United where every corporation is making maximum profits, not raising labor cost. We're losing ground, huge loss in union jobs. And we got a non-union president right now who's rallied his whole life against unionized labor, who in general just doesn't even really pay his bills in general anyways, but that's a different story. Well, the housing market is completely screwed. There's no room for the first-time home buyers right now. First-time home buyers are completely out of the market.
Yeah, but listen, hold on. Fatty, listen. What is driving? You got quadruple the cost on a home in 20 years. What's driving it?
Corporate greed.
I mean,
and individual greed of the CEOs that want to make,
3,000
times
hold on.
per hour. So it's
when you have 4 times the cost. If I have any business and I'm getting 4 times what I was, and I can charge whatever I want, more competitors enter into that business and compete with me and drive costs down. And there's a lot of home builders.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, right. So there's a shit ton of home builders. There's literally, there's probably 1 million in the U.S. home builders, I would guess, right?
And there's 5 million.
Something else is driving that high. If labor's not moving, so you got lands. So there's land.
Yeah, land is what's gone up on that home package. Definitely is your quarter-acre lot. With your white vinyl fence is probably more.
You can look at land pricing, but there's got to be something. It's demand. It's materials haven't gone up that much. You said by a third. That's probably right.
Yeah, and really most of that's in the glue price. It's all the engineered lumber that's gone up, and the steel. Honestly, the steel on these huge homes that we're building on these golf courses up here.
But it's not even. I think it's just demand, and I know rates are driving shit high, but
yeah.
But because at the end of the day, I mean, real estate has gone up big time beyond
Oh,
beyond the rate of inflation, right? So
yeah.
there's got to be something driving all this shit. And
I
I
mean, we
know
don't
when
have
rates
the
go down, when rates go down, it drives home pricing up. And I know we've had in '08 we had massive rate cuts, and then in 2020 we had massive rate cuts. So I think what's going to happen to real estate because people can't afford the shit now is I think it's going to be flat for 10 years. I don't see it going up at all, other than like selected markets.
10 if we're lucky.
After
Yeah.
after '08, like housing prices went down, and I bought in '08. I did not, and so
Nice.
I bought it like the top of the market, right? My
Yeah.
home price didn't recover until 2018. It was for 10 years.
Yeah.
So it went
Yes.
backwards and then it was flat for
Yep.
years.
Were
So
you
I
upside
think we're
down for a
going
little
to,
bit?
oh, absolutely. By
Yeah.
$100,000+, I was upside down. So now I think we're going to be flat for years and years and years until wages go up. Wages catch up to, I think it's going to be
Like I
flat as
said,
hell.
I've traveled from I live in North Idaho. I've traveled from Seattle to Florida to Maine to Cali, chasing storms. I was a storm chaser for quite a while. Tornadoes are
Yeah.
good money, right? You're moving debris and you're
Yeah.
pushing a house from the lot out to the road and taking it to the dump, right? And then I'd
Yeah.
come back in as a green certified contractor with the National Association of Home Builders and help rebuild these communities like Joplin and
Joplin, okay.
more Oklahoma and Oklahoma City and shit
Yes.
like that. So,
Yeah.
it's a big game. And when it comes down to it, it's he who knows how to do the paperwork, right? And I love the Schedule C. The Schedule C is the best thing invented for a small business guy, but that's being taken advantage of by, no offense, guys like Trump, who can write off an entire high rise, right, in 1 year, and then come back in the next year and fraudulently, like the 34 felonies, claim that business again, right, and not get caught because there's no IRS agents, because we don't want to fund those because it's a big snowball game, and both sides are culpable here. It's not that one side or the other is only.
I don't know if he bought. I don't know the specifics. I know that if you have real estate and you sell it, you have to rebuy it or you pay taxes on it. In other words, you got to redirect that money to more real estate.
Depreciate it over time and do your expense reports. But I mean, that's the whole thing with his 34 felonies is he was cooking his books on his expenses for depreciation and hiking depreciation.
I thought he was overvaluing shit. Wasn't he overvaluing?
Yeah, overvaluing
to get cheaper loan rates?
And then going to the bank and saying one thing and then going to the IRS and saying another and no consistency, which eventually you will get caught for. It's how they took down Al Capone. So
Ryan, can you address Lupin here? He says, how is Social Security an entitlement?
Lupin, it is. So your comment about entitlement, the government deducts from your payroll. So the thing is, your employer also pays the other half. So in other words, if you pay 10 grand, your employer's paying 10 grand too. So a lot of money goes into this. It's classified as an entitlement. If you look it up, your Social Security statement, which you have access to, at the very top, it says this is an entitlement and it is supplemental retirement income. And it's an entitlement. It's a category. It is categorized as an entitlement, and that's why they call it.
It's the vocab word that's used. Yep.
Well, it's also because you are entitled to it. It just happens to not be a needs-based entitlement. It's an entitlement
and subject to change.
Yes, you've
also
paid into it. It's not an entitlement like Medicaid, Medicare, or unemployment or certain other things that are needs-based. It's a different kind of entitlement. But yes, it is an entitlement. Yeah. It ticks me off that they call it that too, Lupin, because it makes it sound like I'm begging for it. And it's like, no, you stopped me every week on Friday and frisked me for 15%. And my employer, by the way, that's part of my compensation. Right. I worked for that money. Okay, if it was something I didn't work for and paid into, it'd be a different story. But my sweat and effort and bone and sinew and and the American flag and all things good and holy went into that, and you took it from me. I did not have a choice, and if you won't give me that back,
so what would you say about, hey, okay, we're going to do you one better?
I will cut you.
Yeah, the government wanted it to see it. The government, when they set it up, and FDR was very animate on this. FDR was like, listen, this is not a tax. This is not a we're going to take it and give it back. This is a set aside. And they even fenced off the money within Congress so that it was a set aside. And then, of course, in the 90s, they raided it, and made it part of the general fund. But the thing is it was very important. And that's why there's a cap on it, because they said this is not a tax. And that's why there's a cap on it where if you make, I think, over 170,000, you don't pay anything into Social Security. There's no cap. Or I'm sorry, there's a cap. So on your 100, like on 180,000, that 10,000 difference, like you don't pay Social Security on that 10 grand. Like Elon Musk pays Social Security on $170,000, and he will get back that money plus what his employer, which would be Tesla, pays him, right? So, and it was very important if they set it up that way, so that it wasn't just a tax, right?
It's why certain people defer part of their income with their employer. Yeah. I'm so pissed off about even talking about this. It just
Tom, listen, Tom, I'm going to get fucked. You're not. They're going to fuck it.
Oh no!
I'm gonna get fucked. I guarantee it.
Well, that's why. Yes,
I'm screwed.
I understand what you're saying, Ryan. Because
there's no money left when I retire.
I'm 50s.
I'm 50s.
As I like to say, Ryan, and maybe Stanley will agree with this. Maybe he won't. I'm in the fourth quarter. Now the fourth quarter just started, but I'm in the fourth quarter. You're midway through the third quarter.
That's right.
So you know,
I'm done. I'm not getting anything.
Yeah. Well,
Fatty's not either, probably.
I'm in the third quarter and I haven't paid a penny in. But as an employer, guys, I've paid well over $1 million into matching funds.
Yeah.
For my employees.
Yeah.
Well over.
That's right.
You know, and
that's what I'm glad you say that. You see that other. Most people don't see that other side. They think, I pay. Yeah, they don't see the overhead.
I'm a toolaholic, man. I'll tell you what. I can spend money on tools. Tools make you money, right? We need a tool, we buy a tool. And at the end of the year, right, I get that third payment to the feds, and I know exactly how much money I can spend on Black Friday on tools, to where I'm breaking even on the books, and whatever's left is for me. And I'm lucky to even make $1 some years, guys.
Well, right. I'll tell you what, I consider my employer's contribution part of my compensation. Yeah. Because it's going into my social security.
Well, Tom, how about this, Tom? You would get it. You would get that money if your employer was not required to pay it in. But see, this is what I want, okay? I would love to see a law that said that the employee gets all the Social Security money paid in to himself. So the employer wouldn't pay it to the government. It will be the responsibility of the employee to pay it to the government. Because I think if the employees saw that the first 16%, because you've got to include Medicare, Medicaid,
right,
goes to the government, plus their federal taxes, which is another 12, 22, 24, 30, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They see that too. So they see, okay, my first 15% gone, then my next 22% gone, or whatever it is, 24%, whatever it is. Then my state tax, I think there'd be a fucking revolution.
Hey man, if my cable, if the people that pump my internet in here, if that goes down for 4 hours, I'm on the phone. You know, I am livid over my $60 a month, you know. But most people don't, you know, when they're filling out their income tax and whatever else and looking at their contributions to this and that, it's like, I'm getting nothing for this.
Listen, Tom, I'm one that is, look, I'll give you this much. My wife is a Democrat. However, we have to write checks to the government at the end of the year. And every time she writes the check, she says, she looks over and goes, I've never been more of a Republican than I am at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah,
She's
because
mad. She's
that's
mad
why
as
I'm
shit.
so militant about Social Security. It's like, okay. I got a road to drive on. We didn't get attacked by Russia. I get it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm not me, single, white, no kids. I'm not getting anything. But
I don't get shit either.
at the end of the rainbow, I'll be getting me Social Security. And, so you mess with that, and I will go door to door. I
Well,
will.
hold on, Tom. Do your math. If I do my math on Social Security, what I paid in, I have to live to like 95 to get it all back between my
Right.
employer and myself.
Yeah.
I got to live to 95, and the average American male lives to like 78.
Yes.
So the thing is, the government is getting all that overage on everybody, right?
And they
Like,
still can't manage it properly.
nope, they still blow it all.
And the other
So,
thing about it is, Ryan, that you get faced with coming up here, I guess. When do you want to start? Do you want to start early? Because if you start early, you get, and people say I get less per month. It's like, no, you get paid back a certain amount, and you're just stretching out those number of payments. You're getting less of your repayment or your payment back every month, but it's not like you're getting more money. If you wait, do you want to do that, or do you want to wait and have a larger sum coming to you each month? And the whole thing is, I have lots of friends that have talked about this. Most of my friends are substantially older than me, and it's like I've heard them discuss it, and I'm always like, hey man, there's no guarantee you're going to be around in 5. We're getting to that age where you could break your hip, or so. You know what I mean? It's like,
We're not promised tomorrow.
well, so hold on a minute. Isn't there a when they say penalty, so if you add up the payments and just say if you retire at 62 or 67 and live to 80, by the time you're 80, will you have made the same amount of money either way? Whether you retired. So in other words, is it just
well, the payments continue for life. So, but there is a breaking point at which it's equal. I don't know what that is. And then there's a point, if you keep living, that you're getting close to getting probably all of it back, or even, being up on the game. But that's at the age where, you're not really up on anything. It just sitting around.
look, I don't want to take Social Security either. Like my thing is, but when they sit there and say, first off, when Trump said he was gonna not tax it, I'm like, it will be gone by 2030 then, you stupid motherfucker. Number one. Number two, when they both sat there and said, we're not going to do anything to it, I was like, you know what? You're lying to the country, because every year they wait to fix it, the interest is more. And it means we have to pay more overall because of the excess interest, right? So the sooner you fix it, the better you are in the long run. But these cowards, and they are cowards, don't want to address it, don't want to fix it. They want to kick the can down the road like they have. 10 years ago, Rand Paul was talking about fixing the fucking debt, and they won't do it.
Well, they shouldn't have removed the firewall. But hey, Kelvin, congratulations on the cup. Well done.
So it's just bullshit. And another thing is, I don't know. I just think they're cowards, and they're politically scared for themselves and won't just face facts. Like, guys, we've got a fiscal crisis we're facing. And now interest is crowding out all the other spending. Like, think about what they could do with 800 billion in interest that they spent last year, which was the size of the defense budget. Think about how many schools you can build. Think about how many you could hire fucking 40 million teachers. Nope. They ain't doing
Well,
that.
Trump did have 208 weeks in a row of infrastructure weeks, so that was a good promise. It went nowhere.
Okay, we'll check this out. No infrastructure.
Like you said,
The bridges are in trouble.
I think it's all scare
Yeah, of
tactics.
course it is.
It's all, look over there, because what do pickpockets do? They go, look over there, and they shove their hand right up your crack and take everything that you got.
I've learned this: the minute they
sides
get
do
money,
it.
the minute they appropriate money, no matter what it is, whether it's Trump or Biden, if you appropriate money, the next Congress can do this what is it called? Restoration. It's got a name. Reconciliation, right? And they just reallocate it. Like all the money for the EVs and shit was half of it was reallocated under Biden. Like he fleeced it once he got it approved. And now Trump's going to reallocate all of it through reconciliation and shift all that money to other shit now that it's approved, right? It's just
True.
disgusting what they're doing.
But what we don't get to do is go back on money that's already been approved, right? Because, last year's Congress made this year's budget, so we're spending last year's money right now type of situational bullshit. But,
if it's already spent,
chainsaw and fat where we're only supposed to cut out with a scalpel is not.
But what they'll do is they'll say, okay, like the wall was done through reconciliation from what I remember. I could be wrong, but like
Morning Virgo.
It was the military money that he allocated. Military money, not wall money, but it was like DOD money. And he said, well, it's a national security issue, so we better build a wall. Well, that's not right. It's not right to do that, It wasn't
That's why Idaho National Guard is down on the southern border.
Yeah, that's not right. It's not right to reallocate the shit. Like if you have a CHIPS Act, which is under DOD or whatever, right? You can't reallocate the money for other shit.
That's a big deal.
Not right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting a big plant built in her area, and she's taking credit for it. And she didn't sign off on that bill. She voted against it 4 times.
Yeah. That's of course they're gonna do that shit.
Yeah, she's her district's just north of mine.
Yeah.
Trump just took credit for the CHIPS Act, by the way, like publicly, even though the first 60 billion was under the Biden administration. He got an increase by 40 billion by TSMC. But at the end of the day, listen, you didn't say Biden got the first 60 billion, right? He didn't say that. TSMC agreed with Biden to bring in 60 billion. So he claimed all of it, which was bullshit. So, but anyway, all these politicians are full of bullshit, and it's annoying.
What do you guys think about term limits, especially on the federal level, more so maybe than the local level? That once
I personally think
into lifelong politicians, we just have a problem.
The voters are the term limits.
Sure.
Well, hold on, Stanley. You wanted term limits for the Supreme Court justices, though, just recently, if I remember.
But that's not the same thing. I think they don't have their lifetime.
I know you wanted term limits, though. I remember you said it.
They are lifetime. They're
But you remember you were saying you wanted.
No, I remember what I'm saying. I think there probably should be, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I just noticed that when the Democrats were screaming about changing the court, seems to have died down a little bit.
Well, that's because they're not in office.
Well, exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
When you get in office, your only goal in life is to get reelected and not work for the constituents, not to work for the citizens.
I just think it's funny. Like
reelected.
For a whole year, they're like, the Supreme Court's corrupt. We need to get rid of them. Let's oust these justices.
Well, I wouldn't say it's
corrupt,
but I'm saying it's a cushy job. I think they can go and they can hang out, with people who are, politically active. I'll put it to you this way. I think the biggest argument for term limits is Jenny
Thomas and Clarence Thomas.
Jenny Thomas, yeah.
And Harlan Crow.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I mean, when you can buy off a Supreme Court justice, you don't need a tax break.
Well,
when
I don't know.
Buy the presidency, you don't need a tax break.
I'm gonna take the high road and just say, hey, they were just good buddies. But I have a problem with a Supreme Court justice's wife just actively, being married,
being a January 6th.
Yeah, there's no way. I don't think it's possible to have that kind of wall between a husband and wife.
No.
politically.
What about the wall between Paul Pelosi and Nancy and their investments?
I don't think
I
that's a
looked
good
into
look
that.
either.
I did a huge deep dive on that, guys, and I'll tell you what. Look at the Republicans, man. Don't just look at her.
Oh no, I look at both. Believe me.
Why is Jim Jordan, right? Jim Jordan, who's never passed a bill, never got anything done for his state at all, worth $20 million.
Yeah, I know. That's all of them.
I mean, the lobbying is out of control.
That's a lot of wrestling types.
Here's an argument that I'll have, right? In my opinion, the largest fix for historical injustice is estate taxes, right? And I'm talking taxes on inheritance. Now, most of Congress is worth 10 million or less, and the estate tax starts at 11 million. Oddly enough, right? So when you tax income, you could be taxing people that have been historically damaged, right? Like, let's say the kid comes up broke, makes it big, right? You're going to hit him at 37%, high tax rates, right? Higher, not high, historically speaking. But why is the fucking inheritance tax at 11 million starting? And then it's pennies. It's pennies on the dollar. It's not like, oh, we're going to take 15%. It's like fucking 2% and shit. It's nothing. So when all these people talk about historical injustice, why wouldn't you institute on just say $1 million or more and then graduate that up? So if you're going to hand down 50 million, it's going to get hit at 25%, right? Nah, start at 11 million. It's fucking ridiculous. That's because none of these shithead Congress people want to be affected. But that's the best way to.
Speaking of Congress people, here let's do this Frank Bruni thing. I am barely aware of what happened to Tom Tillis, but this is kind of longish. But I want to at least hear the beginning of it. Apparently, he has succumbed to MAGA. Actually, before we start this article, I wanted to make one comment. You always hear people talking about the feminization of government and America and all that. I think having these oldsters, till they're, practically dying, at their little congressional desk, part of that, let's start getting younger, more virile people in here who are more vigorous. Having a bunch of old men, I know that might be a little bit on the edge, but those T levels are falling. Those T levels are falling the older you get, and these guys.
Straight
up. Okay, but then you get Jasmine Crockett and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Hey, you know what? I would rather have them than a bunch of old guys.
Oh my God, they're fucking
fresh faces, new ideas, and new energy.
And
right?
I'm gonna be honest with you, putting Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jasmine Crockett in the same boat, that's problematic in and of itself.
Oh no, that's good television right there. That's some good TV.
They're fucking retarded.
Big ratings.
You know what? I don't think they're any more retarded than their voters.
Well, I'm with you. I don't disagree.
Garbage in, garbage out.
So let's see what Mr. Bruni has to say. He's a favorite of mine.
He has to shrink away from greatness. The poignant surrender of a Republican under Trump. This article is by Frank Bruni and read by an automated voice. Few Republican senators give a better floor speech than Tom Tillis of North Carolina does. He's the Daniel Day-Lewis of moral outrage. He delivered a doozy last month, challenging President Trump's revisionist history of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and calling Vladimir Putin a liar, a murderer, and the greatest threat to democracy in my lifetime. But Tulsi Gabbard is apparently no threat at all. Although she has been something of a Putin apologist, Tillis fell in line with 51 of his Republican colleagues in the Senate and voted to confirm her as Director of National Intelligence. Afterward, on Facebook, he proclaimed his pride in supporting her. He made impassioned remarks in the Senate about his disagreement with Trump's pardons of January 6th rioters who bloodied law enforcement officers. But the following month, he voted to confirm Kash Patel, who has peddled the kinds of fictions that fueled that violence, as director of the FBI. Courage, capitulation. Tillis pinballs dizzyingly between the two, As he gears up for a 2026 campaign for a third term in the Senate, he seems to be at war with himself. And perhaps more poignantly than any other Republican on Capitol Hill, Tillis 64 illustrates how hard it is to be principled, independent, or any of those other bygone adjectives in Trump's Republican Party. That's a compliment. For most Republicans in Congress, there's no battle between conscience and supplication. They dropped to their knees years ago. There's no tension between what they say and what they do. They praise Trump with their every word, including the conjunctions. Tillis was supposed to be different, a possible pox on Trump's most outrageous nominees for key administration positions. But he has voted for them all. The good, the bad, the unfathomable, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Maybe he really thinks that's the right thing to do. Maybe he's just at Trump's mercy. Trump angers quickly, has a thirst for vengeance, and has made clear that he can punish Republicans who cross him by backing opponents in their primaries. For Tillis, who already has a tense relationship with North Carolina's increasingly right-wing Republicans, that might be disastrous. On a human level, he's a sympathetic figure, trying to figure out how to survive politically. Cal Cunningham, the prominent North Carolina Democrat who narrowly lost to Tillis in the state's 2020 Senate race, told me, since their face-off, Cunningham and Tillis have maintained a friendship. Cunningham said that he respects Tillis as someone earnestly interested in how to govern a very divided, cacophonous country. But he added, the rub is that our founders wrote into the architecture of this country that we would have a Senate with 6-year terms to stand up to an abusive executive. Tillis wobbles. In the run-up to the Senate's vote to confirm Pete Hegseth as Defense Secretary, according to detailed accounts in both the Times and the Wall Street Journal, Tillis privately expressed serious misgivings about Hegseth's character and worked vigorously behind the scenes to scuttle the nomination before the full Senate had to consider it. He failed. On the day of decision, 3 Republican senators, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitch McConnell, voted no. Had Tillis joined them, Hegseth wouldn't have been confirmed. Instead, Tillis did as Trump wanted. The Times reported that in the hours before the vote, Trump welcomed a group of North Carolina lawmakers aboard Air Force One and noted Mr. Tillis's impending defection. Trump then asked if any of them wanted his endorsement for a primary challenge to Tillis. What's so sad about Tillis in the present is what moxie he showed in the past. He has put himself out there numerous times to do what's right, said Sarah Truell Roberts, a professor of political science at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. During the Biden administration, Tillis bucked his party and crossed the aisle to join forces with Democrats on gun safety legislation, on infrastructure spending, on same-sex marriage. He got attention and plaudits for being an outlier among the Republican toadies of the Trump age, and he seemed to relish that role, even as it earned him a formal censure from the North Carolina Republican Party. Cunningham and other political insiders who have observed Tillis for decades, going back to his years in North Carolina's General Assembly, say that he's a practical, progress-minded lawmaker at heart. He could have been a good and maybe even great senator in an earlier age, when bipartisan deal-making was rewarded, said Asher Hildebrand, one of my colleagues at Duke University's Sanford School of Public Policy, but in an age when loyalty is the only thing, he has to shrink away from greatness, or at least the type of greatness he may have imagined when he took the job. Tillis's backer.
Yeah, I'm going to stop that there. We pretty much get the gist. And you know what? To the victor go the spoils.
Sure.
I really think, and I really have problems with people that are that age wanting to be in office forever. I think, I'm assuming at 64, if he did get defeated, he'd go, do a couple years at a lobbyist, at some lobbying firm and be done with it. What entitles somebody to, at his age, to keep getting elected?
Ego, pride.
Yeah, and you know what? He's too old to have ego or pride.
That's a democracy.
Yeah, but money will do that to a guy.
It's a democracy.
It's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the love of money that is.
That's true.
And these guys are all sycophants with their money. They don't want to lose anymore. They figure if they're not reelected, then they're going to go broke. Well, no. Most of them make more money after they retire being, like you said, being lobbyists, being news hosts for Fox,
No,
right? Making
power.
$20 million a year to sit on the horn and lie to people openly, right?
Power, status.
My dream would be, if I were a lawyer, to go be a rainmaker at a law firm.
There you go.
Yeah, I'd like to.
But I got to say, man, it's got to be real tough as a politician, especially on the Republican side right now, when you've got the president of the United States and his henchman, his co-president, openly threatening you, telling you, if you even buck the system whatsoever, we will primary you.
I'd like to make
and we
rain
will
on
put
some
somebody
law
else
firms.
in your spot. You know, that's to the victor goes the spoils, understandably, but like, this is not checks and balances. This is not balance.
Speaking of co-presidents, I see Musk and Trump is more like who is the emperor? Is it Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader? Where Trump is Vader, and the emperor, actually Musk, is the emperor. So
and JD Vance is Jar Jar.
Yeah, right. Straight up.
Oh,
JP Mandel, you mean, right?
Speaking of the feminization of politics in America in general, President Vance, I don't see him as he can put on all the flannel shirts he wants. We know.
Yeah, that'll be President Peter Thiel is what it'll be. He's
Pretty
Thiel's
much,
little.
We're basically the next billionaire in line for emperor is gonna be
Donald Jr.
I mean, all this Soros money that's going to the Democratic Party isn't Soros like backing Trump now? Where's all that money going? Nobody's talking about all that money that switched sides now, right?
No, he's not switching sides.
Oh yeah, dude, he's got his head way up Donnie's butt right now. For real, all of them do. All of them do. They were all of them. They were all at the inauguration.
I think behind him. Zuckerberg and those idiots. I don't think Soros was.
Oh yeah, for sure Soros is.
Nah, he's like dead.
And Bill Gates is kissing his ass too. Bill Gates went down and kissed the ring. He was down at Mar-a-Lago. He's 2 nights down there. You know, I mean,
I don't know.
They're all kissing the ring because they know.
I cannot see George Soros doing that at all. I cannot see George Soros doing that. I believe the rest of them would. Soros?
Ryan, George Soros has a huge stake in broadcast media, which is regulated by the federal government.
Yeah, he just bought a shitload of them, didn't he?
Well, he bought an entire company.
Wall Street Journal or the
but Wall Street Journal doesn't matter. It's not regulated by the federal government, but radio. Radio stations, TV stations, he owns a lot of them, and they are regulated by the FCC. And one of his, the Treasury guy, I think, is a protege of Soros.
I'll tell you something about the.
Okay. I wouldn't say he's in super Trump backer now or anything, but he's got to protect his business interests. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the Wall Street Journal is still Rupert Murdoch owns that, right? But if you look at Alphonsus and every media rating agency, when it looks at bias, the Wall Street Journal News is still the most unbiased news publication, more so than the Times. It's highly credible and non-biased.
Wait, hold it. Did you say the Wall Street? Did you say the Wall Street Journal?
Please look it up if you don't believe me. Yes.
Okay. Well, wait, hold it. Is that the one Alito has been writing editorials for?
Well, I don't
see the Wall Street Journal is.
I mean, look at it this way.
Biased.
Imagine Joe Biden. Imagine Biden having a
I don't
billionaire.
have to look it up. I actually read it.
Hold on.
David.
Okay, hold on. Let me just look. The Wall Street Journal. No, Stanley, let me finish, Stanley. The Wall Street Journal is rated. The news section of the Wall Street Journal is rated. The news section, not the editorial section.
I don't care what it's rated.
Even on ground news, they're considered to be centrist.
Yes, it's a very centrist news.
I don't happen.
And the Times, New York Times, their news is mostly centrist but slightly left. But the editorial section for the Wall. Hold on, let me finish. The Wall Street Journal editorial is right, and the Times is left. So, but the rating agency has it as a very centrist publication by every The news only. It's fucking boring. It's so centrist. It's boring as shit.
It's bland.
Trust me. It's very bland. It's just here's
Yeah,
what
well,
happened.
that's I would agree with that.
But the
you know
news
what?
section only.
The news does not determine, whether something's right or left. In my opinion, it's the editorials.
Right. I mean, really, as far as it goes, Al Jazeera is probably the most neutral on earth right now, which is very.
Al Jazeera is very neutral. Yeah, but not their editorial section. That tends to be left. So. But like if you look at just the news, certain news, Breitbart News, for example, will give you a news article that's all opinion.
Yeah,
just
and a lot of adjectives, right? A lot of big and beautiful and these
inflammatory.
Yeah.
It's all language. So, but yeah,
I just want to talk about this right quick. Maybe John's listening, maybe he's not, but I slowly but surely see a slow closing jaw about to chew Fani Willis up. She's basically the lady who was her opposition. She was Trump's lawyer. I forget her name, but I can definitely see her because she's kind of cute. Fani Willis, she's got to pay $54,000 for this open records violation. So she's got 30 days to pay Ashley, whatever her last name is, who actually ran against her for district attorney, by the way, but lost. She's got to pay $54,000 to that law firm or to her, and she's still got to provide the records. And then on top of that, Cheeseborough, the dude who he is getting his probation ended early. So I don't know. I'm thinking he still has. I don't think he lost his law license. So he's basically Kenneth Cheeseborough. He's basically going to be okay. And Trump will take care of him. Was he disbarred? But it was just temporary.
Sure, that was the Georgia case and stuff with the
it was a Georgia case
with the other gal, and that was all
right.
shady.
But he doesn't, for some reason or another. And now I'll read deeper into the article, but he's going to be okay. He'll go work for what's that think tank out in California, Claremont.
The Heritage Foundation.
He'll be fine. I think he was doing something with Claremont, but he'll be taken care of. And then the other thing, she's losing a bunch of things. Like she may actually wind up having to go in front of the Senate. There's a subpoena.
Oh yeah, they're already talking about
Senate subpoena. Yeah.
Maybe she can get two. And maybe she can get $2 million from USAID like Stacey Abrams did.
When you spend 4 years convincing people that you're being attacked by the
well,
DOJ,
the problem is that, in my opinion, she screwed up, of course, but I think the case in Georgia was actually real. It's just that
of course it was.
Trump's going to wind up winning in the end. It might be a long war. And then one other thing, she's basically still trying to, she was basically disqualified from pursuing the Trump cases. And she's going towards the Georgia Supreme Court. And by the way, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court just retired. I think she's going to wind up remaining disqualified. So her time in the spotlight is pretty much done. But
Cheeseborough had his law license suspended. He wasn't disbarred, but the suspension is indefinite. So I'm assuming he will reapply or appeal when he's not laden with being that felony after this probation.
Well, his probation's over. Who knows what's going to happen?
He can also file
his guilty plea and probation fell under Georgia's first offender statutes.
Yeah,
these are states. It was a Georgia felony, if anything.
He can also file in other states and stuff too. But
right, Mike Flynn,
so there's that.
Thing.
And then a couple things in this Wall Street Journal. Judges are becoming political targets, and that is actually a bigger threat to democracy than anything.
It's the first thing that Elon cut what's the first things he cut? Right, was federal judges and people that were coming after him for the transportation board, consumer safety board, and the transportation board. Like,
now, if I had a favorite branch, it would be the judicial branch. You know, I heard that Trump, there was talk in the air about Elon cutting funding to the judicial branch in the Supreme Court in particular. So these guys are just a general threat.
Yeah, I mean, he fired 7 federal judges, right? He just eliminated their budget, and so in essence, there is no job anymore. I mean, if that's not political warfare, look, just because, even if you were targeted, which I don't believe that for 1 second that Sleepy Joe was this maniacal, diabolical, behind the scenes string puller that was weaponizing his DOJ to go after Trump. The reason Trump was getting investigated is because he was breaking laws, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
well,
going in now and saying, well, I was targeted, so I'm going to do it too. Well, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Right. And you can't use that excuse anyways from the real American standpoint that we have checks and balances. You can't just try to eliminate the checks or the balances.
There was another article in here about that student, that graduate student who they're trying to deport.
That's blowing up.
Revoking his.
Stanley, any articles on Kristen Cinema? Any articles on it?
I got a split.
Why would there be?
There, just like yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a Twitter war with her and AOC and various other Democrats about the filibuster, and I thought it was a wonderfully hilarious article because she said she wouldn't blow it up in 2021, and when they were hammering her to do it, and then so all of a sudden, all like AOC and various Omar, a bunch of them were saying they wanted to blow it up in 21, and now they want to utilize it. And she tweeted on all their accounts, "Hey, I see that you guys still like the filibuster, or you finally see the point of the filibuster, right?" So this was a pretty big article. I just figured you'd cover it because it's actually hilarious. It's awesome. She said, "I'm not going to blow it up." They shit on her. They primaried her. They got rid of her, and now they're all utilizing it. Which was her point, was we can't blow this up, guys.
Yeah, I got a split, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Oh, shit.
All right, take it easy, Tom.
Later.
Have a good day, Tom.
You too.
Don't you remember they wanted to get rid of it? They wanted to get rid of it, Stanley? Let's get rid of the filibuster. Remember they all wanted to get rid of the filibuster in 21 because they couldn't get the vote?
We talked about it a few days ago.
Well, she just came out and she tweeted like she was trolling AOC, and all the other were saying, we need to get rid of this antiquated thing. And now she kind of got a revenge.
AOC wasn't in the Senate, so why does it matter?
Or the House. You're going to be specific. She's in the House. She tweeted against a lot of people that shit on her, threatened to primary her and get rid of her. And she was a Democrat, by the way. She voted for the bill they wanted, but she wouldn't vote to get rid of the filibuster. Okay, so they all slammed her, trashed her.
Hold on one second.
Yeah,
let me clarify what I said.
Go ahead.
Or re-say what I said. Why is Cinema trolling AOC? AOC has nothing to do with the filibuster other than express an opinion.
Okay.
It's about the budget.
The point is, her and all the Democrats, a ton of them, were trying to get that bill back better through. So all of them trashed her publicly on Twitter. So she went back. Okay, Cinema went back on all their old posts from 2021 and just commented on each one individually, like 10 different Democrats that were thrashing her in the media. She commented, hey, I now see that y'all like the filibuster. Or, hey, you still want to get rid of the filibuster when it's what's saving your butt right now?
Okay, now my question.
And she trolled all of them.
Which I will repeat. Who cares? Okay, she obviously has a lot of time on her hands to go
Well,
back and
Newsweek cares, and a
hold
lot of
on.
the other
I don't.
publications
Well,
care.
Newsweek. All I have to say is, what is Newsweek? Is it still relevant? Number two, why does cinema have so much time to go back and revisit old tweets? Because she's not
Because
busy.
because the
She's
Democrats
not
primared
busy.
her.
She's
They
not busy.
primaried her and got rid of her.
She's not doing senatorial work, so she has extra time to go back and
Don't you see the
celebrate.
fucking hypocrisy? You're telling me
She's
you
now
don't
in the
see the
No, I
goddamn
don't know.
hypocrisy?
No.
She's
Let
a
me put it to
propagandist.
you this way from another angle. AOC is still in office and cinema is not. So who's really going to get the last laugh?
You know what? This is the problem: is you can't even see the fucking hypocrisy in it.
You know what? My problem is that I think I'm a connoisseur of things like sarcasm and stuff like that. And my
Yes.
comment is that cinema going back and making pithy remarks about years old tweets doesn't tickle my funny bone.
Do you
My
remember they
first,
stalked her and
my
followed her into
first,
the bathroom and
my
shit?
my first reaction is, so what? She has time to go back and look at old tweets.
Well, it
where
made
she's
national
doing that.
news.
Where she's doing the trolling. It's the X platform specifically that
Oh,
she's doing it
no.
on.
I know she's trying to troll. I'm saying, who cares? It's not funny.
Stanley, it's hypocritical. The fucking liberals are hypocritical in this situation, and you
Okay,
know they
and
are. It's bullshit.
let me. No, don't tell me what I know. I'm
Bullshit.
telling you,
You know
as a connoisseur of sarcasm, one-liners, and pithy remarks, it doesn't land. It might land for Newsweek, but
I think it's awesome, and it just
well,
shows
you
the
know what?
liberal hypocrisy in me.
You're a Newsweek kind of guy.
It was in multiple publications, just so you know. It was. I think the Journal had it. I'm surprised the fucking. I'm surprised the alleged paper of record didn't have it. The alleged paper of record, the New York Times.
Why would they waste newsprint on that?
On the fact that
Because we're in a fear-based economy.
the entire Democratic Party hammered this woman. They followed her into the bathrooms. They harassed her. They threatened to primary her. And it's because they're too dumb to know the filibuster would be useful later.
I know you probably got a good chuckle out of it. I'm gonna go one step.
No, it's just a typical liberal hypocrisy that you love.
Do the Democrats matter? They don't.
Well, you love them, so yes, they matter.
Hey, you know what? And I also am a realist. Okay. You know what? It's not even worth taking the time to give them.
I wish they did get rid of the filibuster. Can you imagine if they got rid of the filibuster, what Trump would be doing right now? They would be fucking going crazy.
You are okay.
He'd declare himself king.
You know how much I love your hypothetical arguments.
I'll tell you something else.
How effective I think your hypothetical arguments.
You seem to not want to change the court now. I can't imagine why.
Hey, you know what? No. See, what y'all don't understand, I may be an asshole, but I'm a consistent asshole. My thoughts about the Supreme Court have not changed. Okay.
Oh, so you think? So you want to add justices and shit? You want to add them now?
No, I would. It wouldn't hurt my feelings to have a 25-year term limit.
What about adding justices though? They wanted to add 4 justices.
I think we need 13.
I think that I don't think adding and subtracting is really the point. I think the problem is the forever. You've heard me say that part of our problem is these people basically dying on the bench. Part of.
Well, you mean like RGB?
Damn it! Let me finish. RGB literally died on the bench. Okay, she knew her health. She was in ill health for years. Okay, and they actually tried to pressure her out. Remember?
Yeah. Yes, didn't work.
Dianne
when
Feinstein.
They had the chance to replace her with
Dianne Feinstein was literally like too senile to be in office. These people thinking they are so essential that they gotta be placeholders. That's a huge problem. If RGB had retired early, we would not have such an imbalance on the court right
That's
now.
why they're
think
hammering
McConnell-
Sotomayor right now. They're hammering.
Yeah, you think
They were hammering.
McConnell was
You can
just let that
talk
speak
about
out,
McConnell.
right?
You can talk about McConnell being diabolical and not playing by his own rules. RGB enabled that.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I do think my opinion about term limits on the court has not changed. The next person the next two that need to not overstay their health are Sotomayor and Clarence Thomas. Though, as far as I know, Clarence Thomas is in good health. Point is,
but he's old as shit. Isn't he?
Yeah, Harlan Crow's paying for his medical bills.
He's in his 70s.
Yeah, he's
But
older.
he is the longest serving Supreme Court justice right now.
No, listen, Stanley, he's the fourth longest in history.
Right. All I'm saying is
tremendous.
A 25-year term limit, even a 30-year term limit, which seems too high to me. It has not changed. Okay.
Ross Perot was down for 20-year limits, and having every president from now, probably from where he was in the 90s till now,
it would not hurt my feelings to have term limits. I just think that in the elected offices, they're natural term limits. Supreme Court doesn't suffer that. It's a lifetime appointment, and I'm starting to think, back then justices didn't live until their 80s.
Right.
Rehnquist.
Well, but you could also say, hold up. If you want to talk about life expectancy, the voting age was 21.
Okay, I don't care about any
1850.
That's
halfway through your life.
We're talking.
Okay, but you're talking about age and term limits.
We're talking about the Supreme Court and term limits.
But you're using age as an argument for this. Don't use age.
No.
They should raise the voting age to halfway through your life.
Damn, dude, this isn't Be Brave's panel. Okay,
what I know, because I'm still in the front.
Is when they said lifetime appointment
not in the back.
Way back when they were writing Article 3 of the Constitution, people didn't live this long. Things have changed.
Yes. And okay, I'm making a different argument. But if you're going to base it on age, we should change a lot of things.
At the layout.
I'm not basing it on age. I said 25 years. Okay, I don't care if you get in at 25 and you're gone at 50.
Okay, age of death, whatever. Age of death when people die.
But it would help. It would help install younger people.
Whether you're in good health or not, 25 years seems enough.
Well, Senator Biden didn't listen to that shit.
Biden is part of the problem. Biden fits into my argument too. He should have done one term if he ran it all in the first place.
I thought he was in the Senate between 1974 and 2008.
Right. All I'm saying is that age is becoming a problem. We have too many people dying in office and their health affecting literally the country for years. RGB's decision to die on the bench is going to affect this country for decades.
I know, it's crazy. Isn't it?
Only because
one person should not matter that much.
That's exactly right.
And what's funny is now MAGA wants to take down her replacement, Amy Coney Barrett. They want to get rid of her.
Yeah.
They're all mad at her.
Well, she's a constitutionalist. She swore an oath to the Constitution, not to a diaper-wearing dictator.
That's the
no. What it is they're also stupid at MAGA. Like, she's an absolutist, I think it's called. Stanley, you know the name of it. But so for example, Alito and her believe an
originalist.
I think that's it. But for example, she believes
the thing is so is Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's an originalist.
Here's an example. Amy Coney Barrett believes that once out of jail and serving your time, you should have a right to own a firearm. Absolutely. I
don't agree with that, but so what?
Well, nor do I. But so she also believes she believes that once you've served your time, even if you are a hardcore, like you shot up a school bus, that you should have a right to own a firearm. So she believes in like this absolute law. And by the way, right to
Okay,
vote, even
no. You're confusing that. There's if she believed in absolute law, then she wouldn't be. Her beliefs are contrary to the laws. I don't have a problem with Amy Coney Barrett. I don't really have a problem
what
with.
about a right to vote regardless of your
I don't
convictions?
really have a problem with any of the Supreme Court justices. Their job is to. Well, yeah, I understand why one would, but I have a problem with their. I have a problem with their politics. But in the end, it doesn't bother me that people are Clarence Thomases. Okay, you present a good argument, and you either win or lose the argument. Okay, I happen to have great respect for the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court justices, regardless of their little peccadillos, which need to be addressed.
I agree.
However, Amy Coney Barrett believing what she believes, I have no problems with it.
You know what's funny? If you read some of I get this podcast called Advisory Opinions, and if you read some of their decisions, it's really, they do come down on party
Well,
lines.
I do
But
read their decisions. The cases I'm
Stanley, if
interested
you,
in.
some of the stuff that's crazy is like, it'll be Barrett, Jackson, and another, like the groupings on some of their decisions is weird. Like it'll be Sotomayor and Kavanaugh agreeing, and then like it's not always by party lines. Sometimes it's like it'll be Jackson, Kavanaugh, and friggin' Sotomayor all agreeing, and then
That's why
what I mean?
the Supreme Court, if they could clean up, certain members of them could clean up their little addiction to fishing and free trips. Supreme Court is the least of America's problems, in my opinion.
They need an ethics.
When you say, hold on, what do you mean by free trips? You mean like to Israel?
No, you heard about Alito's free fishing trips and all these, Thomas having like some low interest loan that got written off to buy his $300,000 mobile home RV. There are a lot of
I thought you meant RGB's 30 trips to Israel that were free. My fault.
You know what? Whatever. I'm saying those perks,
all that shit.
while not illegal, it's a bad look.
I know. I just had to bring that in.
They need something to bind their ethics.
Stanley only bashes the people on the right. He never talks about like the left at all. He's always
okay. But then you did not hear me talk about Biden and all the bullshit. I've given enough criticism of the Democrats. I'm kind of an equal opportunity. If you do something stupid, Biden, I have great criticism of him not facing up, and the Democrats who protected him. I have a lot of scorn for that.
Yeah.
These people staying in office forever, having consequences that affect the country for decades, I have a problem with that. And the Democrats lately have had a bigger problem with it than Republicans have.
I think that they. I knew Trump was full of shit. Okay, when in 2016, like I've always known he's full of shit. I always felt that the Democrats were more morally just. Okay, just from Obama was morally just. I felt Hillary was mostly morally just, and Biden. But after this last election, I'm like, I don't believe it anymore. I think they're just as fucking corrupt as the Republicans are. But I just thought on moral grounds, the Democrats had the high ground in my mind. But now I'm like, you guys are both shit. Like you're both full of bullshit. Seeing the manipulation, seeing the cover-ups with Biden, the pardoning of his son, which I'd pardon my son. I just wouldn't say that I'm not going to do it in the beginning. But I'm like, you guys are just as fucking corrupt as the Republicans are.
Graph picking a black woman for the Supreme Court to court the black vote in South Carolina.
Biden didn't pardon a bunch of felons that tried to take over the country.
Yeah, we all our politicians have things we
Yeah,
can.
but okay, hold on a minute. But you don't think that pardoning his son set that shit up? He literally gave him a card to do it.
Well,
I mean, if he didn't pardon his son,
either way,
I,
Okay, I can guarantee
you
you,
know,
had he not pardoned his son, he'd have caught
okay, then
criticism for that too.
well, I'll only say
yeah,
that
for sure. Either way, he was
that
being
you
threatened.
know,
He was being threatened, right? He'd been, for
I
4
mean, I would
years
have
they
pardoned my
couldn't
son.
file charges on him. Why not? Because there was no.
Yeah,
So
Okay, well,
when you have the
Jim
next
Jordan,
president coming into
Jordan
office,
and crew,
I am going to
they're
target this
still,
man. This
as a
man is
matter of
targeted
fact,
by Kash Patel. He's targeted by Trump. I mean, how could
Trump
he not do it?
in that Justice Department speech mentioned the Biden crime family. So why would you expose
Yeah,
your
the
son
Biden,
to that?
the regime, right?
Yeah.
okay, but hold on a minute. Hold on. Let's back up. Regardless of what they all said throughout the entire time, he said, and obviously his son was on drugs and with guns. I mean, there's video of it.
And
He
John
said, "I'm not
Jr.
going to pardon him." 100 times, right? And at the end of the day, he said, "I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it." Were they going to go after him? Yes. But even before them going after him, I mean, he obviously did it, just like
Okay,
Trump did the real
Ryan,
estate
you know
bullshit.
what? That look, between the time Biden said that, how many times did Trump and Comer and Jim Jordan go on and on and on about the whole family needs to be investigated and stuff like that? People change their minds according to the conditions, and I'm not faulting Biden for doing that.
I mean, I think that a lot of Democrats do for
Well,
sure.
I don't really care.
When it comes down to it, guys, if you think for a second that Hunter Biden wouldn't be in Guantanamo Bay right now, we're kidding ourselves.
I
He
think
was
he'd be
the
in
first
jail.
target on the list. He was the first target. Absolutely.
Look, here's how I see it.
That's right.
Whether
He
or
was
not
a
he did
tier
anything
one,
wrong
he
or
was
not,
a tier one target.
Yeah, we
Trump
just don't
was
get it.
not convicted. Okay, let's talk. I'm going to give you another example, and these are kind of the same. Hunter Biden and the Russia shit, right?
I
They
don't know
didn't
why
convict.
you're beating this dead horse, Ryan. I'm
No,
not
no,
with
hold
you.
on. Let me just say what I'm going to say. Trump,
No. Wait,
Russia.
hold on. Okay, I don't know where you all get the idea that you're just gonna say what you say, even if
I just want to say it. You don't even let me say it.
okay, dude, say it on B Brave's panel.
No, just let me say it here.
We get your gist.
Well, okay, that's fine. I won't say it.
Here, let me look this up for you. You've heard of Jacques Barzon, huh? I'm a
No,
big
I don't know
fan
who
of
he is.
his.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Of course you don't.
Let me tell you something, though. When there's smoke, there's fire, okay? A lot of times.
You believe that, huh?
Well, I believe that there was a lot of
Apparently
bullshit with
you
the.
don't apparently you don't burn a lot of wood.
It
I
was
do
smoke
burn a
out of his
shitload of
crack
wood.
pipe, bro. It wasn't political smoke. It was crack smoke.
No, I'm talking about this. He had Burisma dealings. He had a lot of different dealings over there. There was a lot of it. Do I think he was crooked? Yeah, sure. Do I think Trump was crooked with Russia? Yeah. Do I think Trump was crooked with real estate
Do
deals?
I think
Yeah.
it
There's a
is
lot of smoke.
do I think that,
None of these fuckers are innocent.
do I think that
Okay.
it is in the past and irrelevant now? Yes.
Well, my original point was I think the
I
Democrats are just
recommend
as
this book.
terrible as the
I
Republicans.
recommend this book for you, Ryan.
What is it? What's it called?
Jacques Barzon. It's called Simple and Direct.
Well,
And
okay.
it's mostly about writing prose. However, I seek I'm not a big Hemingway fan, but I am a fan of his style. Like, make your point and move on. Having to continually make the same point over.
I have a bit of ADD, okay? ADD, a little bit.
Okay, that's not this panel's problem.
Comer targeted Hunter Biden last week on the floor in their committee.
What's up, dirty
Again,
dude?
like he's still going after him. I mean, that's
Yeah,
Wait,
look, I don't agree with it.
got a fan here, Ryan. Dirty dude wants to know what your comparison was going to be. So
Oh, it was really a smoke fire comparison. In other words, Hunter was involved in a lot of bullshit. He had a lobbying company. He was, I think he was peddling his dad's name for sure. But I also
yeah,
think that
and
there's a lot
is
of,
that illegal? Is that illegal?
it's illegal to do it for Hunter
It is
Biden.
not.
And
It is
Jared got
not
$2 billion
illegal.
from the Saudis cash money.
I don't think you can trade on your family's name if your dad's like
People do.
BK. I don't
You
think you
don't
can.
think? You don't think? What's his name? Trump's son-in-law did that in
Monuments.
office, by the way.
You know, I mean,
No, I'm sure they did. It's called whataboutism, though, that you're engaging in.
No, no, no,
I
no.
said Trump is guilty of it too.
Let me make my point, which
Go ahead.
is trading in on a family name is not illegal. I guess it could be, but it's what these people do.
do you
Well,
imagine
that's
if
my
Joe
point.
Biden
There's a lot of
owned
smoke
bunch
with
of
all these
motels?
assholes.
And by the way, it's not just in politics. I can think of plenty of times I've traded on my father's name.
I think
It was
Jared Kushner's selling
local,
federal buildings and shit.
local
Oh,
to
yeah.
Savannah. But I can think of 2 times where it's like, hey, I'm me. You know,
What do you think about my
I never
thesis?
went as far as to say, do you know who my father is?
What do
But
you think about my idea, though, Stanley? Say that.
I think that you are fixated on
Do you
Biden
think the
changing his mind.
Republicans, the Democrats have stooped to their level and now lack the integrity that much like the
I
Republicans, the
think,
Democrats are
I
dirty
think,
dogs too.
I think
Dirty
that George
dudes.
Washington's, I think it was his nephew, trading on George Washington's name. We've been doing it for hundreds of years.
I'm saying, do you think the
Surprise.
Democrats are a bunch of dirty dogs like the Republicans and not the
You
moral
know what?
character that I thought?
I think politicians are going to trade on their names.
Forget the
You know,
family name part. I'm saying in general.
I know you want me to say what you want me to
Just
say.
say it.
I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, why not? How about you? How about you? Tell me what you think, Fatty.
I think it's like this: when we have situations, yes, they're both hypocritical. We know they're hypocritical. We know both sides take NRA money. Just look at the NRA money alone, right? The NRA pays off both sides. Okay. When we have
Well,
situations
I thought the Democrats had a higher moral code. That's all. But I don't think they
Where
do
did
now.
you ever get that idea from?
Just
I
they're
think they
always
try
talking
to
about
portray
helping
that,
the little guy and all
but
that bullshit, right? So I come from the little guy, right? So I've always
Democracy dies in dumbness.
they seem to be pro-labor.
oh,
They
bro,
appear to be, even though the
you know,
immigration policies are not. But they
democracy
seem to be
dies when
pro-labor.
Have you ever heard of Ted Kennedy?
I think he was crooked.
big
But
titty.
the Kennedys, I thought the Democrats had a higher moral calling than the Republicans generally. I never liked the Republicans other than that they're
You must
fistful.
have been sorely disappointed.
Well, in 2024, I was kind of like, damn, man, these guys are just as shitty and just as fucking crooked and just want to win power and not really, they don't give a shit either. So I just always thought they had a higher moral calling.
I still
So
think the level of crookedness is way staggered, though. They're both crooked. I see
Maybe it's been my personal experience. One of my best friends ever, who's still in the Navy, by the way, we used to sit back when we were in our 20s and go back and forth, good naturedly, of course. He's a Republican, one of the best people I know. I knew his parents, know his parents, they're still alive. I've had good experiences with Republicans, so I'm less inclined to demonize Republicans.
Up until the past 4 or 5 years, I'm really involved with my local stuff up here, Chamber of Commerce member, Building Contractor Association member, down at all the city hall meetings and town hall meetings. We got a really bad sheriff up here right now, too. I don't know if you guys saw anything about the lady that was
you're a
dragged out of the town
Democrat.
hall
You're a business owner. You're a business owning Democrat and
in a
also
red state.
Chamber of Commerce.
Well, the
Yeah, that's a weird dynamic.
The older I
Weird
get,
dynamic.
the less likely I am to demonize one side or the other. I will demonize extremists.
Yeah. We got a lot of
I'm
that.
a Ross Perot guy. I'm a Ross Perot guy from the start, guys. He talked about, we don't want to run the company like a business. We want to run it like a nonprofit corporation. Right? We don't want to.
Well,
there shouldn't be any.
I voted for Perot. I voted for Perot, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, don't blame me. I voted Perot.
My first vote. My first vote.
Right?
Well, my first vote in the world.
I think Perot was weird.
But he talked about all this stuff in a way where it was really nuanced at the time, right? It was really forward thinking type of thing. But a lot of stuff what he was talking about is coming to ring true. That if we could have increased the Supreme Court to accommodate for the amount of actual population, just the amount of population, we get more senators, we get more congressmen, we get more reps, we get more city councilmen. As we grow our population, we should have more diversity on the court. We should have more people on the court, one way or another. That was one of his big pushes. And the corporate oligarchy thing. Yeah, he was a billionaire. He was one of the first billionaires in America, right?
Well, he was also a Naval Academy graduate, so
he was very, very constitutional, and he was very, strict by the book, black and white. No room for fudging around with your numbers, no room for cooking your books, no room for emoluments clauses and benefiting off of your own corporate, undercover trading schemes or anything else. Like, he was pretty based. And, what I see now up here in my area, and again, North Idaho, former home of the Church of Church of Jesus Christ Christian, otherwise, known as those guys.
The LDS?
No, the Aryan Nations.
Latter-day Saints?
The Aryan Nations were literally in my backyard.
Through
the 80s and 90s, every summer we'd have about 2,000 to 3,000 boot stepping, cosplaying, flag flying, white supremacists who self-identify.
What about, don't you have a state trying to join your state? What's the state trying to join your state? Seattle? Or hold on, Portland?
Yeah, Oregon. Eastern Oregon is really red. Eastern Washington, same way. I'm basically right next to Spokane. Right? I'm right next to Spokane. Then you got the Snoqualmie Pass. Then it goes down through Oregon, and all that rural stuff on the Idaho side is very red leaning. You don't have a lot of big cities. You got Spokane, that's a blue city. So really, Olympia controls Washington, being blue. Boise
I think we need two countries.
We don't get any Boise news up here. We get Spokane news. So where I'm at, nobody knows what's going on in Idaho. No, I can tell you guys, in the past 3 weeks, Idaho has passed some pretty sketchy shit. Okay, first of all, we made the firing squad the formal way, the new way that we're going to do capital punishment. Right, the firing squad.
I think that's good. I like that.
Sure, great idea. Now we get to take money out of the school funds and take money out of the public fund so we can build shooting ranges and train these guys and build an actual kill chamber for an arcade.
Are they doing that? Are they doing that though?
Oh yeah. We just funded that this week, right? So
that's kind of dumb.
Why do so many weirdos live near Seattle? Because there's a lot of jobs, a lot of big tech jobs, right? And there's a lot of immigration over there. I'll tell you, there's a big Asian community. There's a big Indian community, dot, not feather. And, when we need engineers, who do we hire? We hire smart people, right? DEI also includes an A at the end, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And who's the biggest benefactor of DEI? It's the military. It's vets.
Right.
Right. And
yeah, because exactly.
I would say women probably are more. Women.
Boeing.
Women get a lot of
all the aircraft manufacturing and the what's the other, Lockheed Martin, they've all got their big facilities over there. So we need engineers. We need an influx of immigration. We need immigrants. We would go stagnant without them.
Am I to take it you live near Seattle?
I would say now we don't though, Fatty. I don't think we do now.
See, I thought so.
Oh no, I mean, we definitely do.
Stank D, you're
laying them off. They're laying them off in droves.
Yeah, it's not, and it's overpriced as well too. You've got the transplants, like I like to call them, that move up to the Pacific Northwest from somewhere else with money, and they've got enough money to live for 2 or 3 years, buy a house, buy an SUV, keep the trad wife at home, And then within 4 years, the trad wife's working, the SUVs are sold, the boats and the four-wheelers are all sold, and they're mortgaged out to the hilt. And with the way real estate's gone in Seattle, all the way out, up north.
But don't you think
Shoreline.
these liberal cities like Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, San Francisco, they're all run pretty poorly. They're in
Dallas,
debt up to their eyeballs.
Every big city is blue. That's the thing.
Yeah, but they're all in debt times 1,000 because they waste all their money. Like I'll tell you something right now. All that COVID,
the red states, like literally California is literally funding 3 or 4 states on its own.
All I have to say is I guarantee you, if you went and you actually took the time not to want to be so partisan, there's many poorly run red states and red cities as there are blue cities. And I'm thinking of Kansas. Brownback, I think it was. Basically,
when you were talking about a little bit earlier too, there's more
he did austerity to a point to where, Kansas was like, running on threads.
Well, all I know is
Wisconsin's going to go broke in 2 quarters. They're going to be bankrupt.
So check this out. All the COVID money was handed out to the states, and a lot of the money was reappropriated for all kinds of bullshit. And most of the states
took the most advantage of those PPL loans.
Hold on, let me back up. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay,
they got all the influx of money.
You just have to say what you gotta say.
Well, I'm trying to get my fucking point out, and you cut me off like Brave does.
Because, dude, you know what? We need to do a segment just called Ryan's Bean Counting.
Why? You don't want? Oh, you hate math, Stanley. I know.
I like it.
No, I don't hate math. I hate people viewing everything through economics.
Oh, counting? I thought you said flicking. I like to flick the bean.
My point is, all these states, red and blue, but mostly my state is blue, okay? And these fuckers got a $3 billion deficit. And I'm going, hold on a minute. You guys were in the black big time just 2 years ago, and you've squandered all your money by expanding a shitload of government spending. That's what they did. That's what these idiots did. And all these places did that. All these fucking states.
What kind of conniption would you have if you lived in Mississippi?
Did they do the same thing?
They're a red state that are like generally 49th or 50th in education every year.
Oh, they're way down. I know that. But the question is, did they fiscally manage the budget? Did they go, hey, we got all this money from the federal government. Let's blow it all.
Okay, all I have to say...
The guy in Oklahoma spent $250,000 on Trump Bibles to put in schools.
All I have to say is if Mississippi was running like that, they would be doomed to fail because none of their people are educated enough to dig their way out of holes.
I don't understand. I'm talking about these states being irresponsible and stupid.
Okay, what you're saying is irresponsible is running deficits. I think not educating your kids is irresponsible.
I would totally agree, and Mississippi does a terrible job.
I personally think running your education system on fumes is more egregious than running a deficit.
Especially when they give themselves raises every time they get to do a budget. Every time, every state, every
have an education system
give themselves raises.
You can't have an education system. They don't have any fucking money. Double the school budget. I'm having double the school budget.
You think education is dependent on money?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it's a component of it, but it's not everything.
Yeah, all I have to say is you can sit down with your kid and do timetables for free.
Listen, so you're saying it doesn't count on money? Well, why the fuck does the federal government hand out money for Title I schools and if it doesn't matter about money?
Well, Troll says my faith is delusion. Really, Troll?
Nice. I like that.
Hey, listen. Why is the federal government handing out a lot of money
now,
for Title I schools?
Troll thinks I'm talking down on conservatives. Most Republicans aren't conservatives. They're Troll.
When it comes to faith,
what do you think? What do you think of them apples?
Without faith, we would know no truth.
All I'm saying is that he's saying I'm talking down on conservatives. Not necessarily.
You have faith in the system or faith in what though? Because I'll tell you what, I don't
You know
got
what?
faith in any
I
politician.
think I have faith. Oddly enough, I have faith in the Constitution. That's why I'm telling people to read it all the time.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well, most of your party
And
has
you
faith
can't
in.
get much more conservative than like believing that the Constitution can be followed and worked with. Troll, I don't deflect. Okay, I'm speaking directly to your point, which is I never say conservatives suck. I generally say MAGA sucks. And if you think MAGA equals conservatism, then you have some reading to do.
Republicans against Trump.
When I talk against Trump, I'm not talking against conservatives because he's not a conservative.
Right. Not even close.
No, I don't deflect, Troll, as much as you don't understand what I'm saying. There's a difference.
Hey, Fatty, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
As a business owner, would you say that you pay your business taxes, and then you pay your personal taxes once you pay yourself out of your business, right?
Yeah, I run LLCs, and Washington is a union state, right? So I do prevailing wage jobs in Washington.
Okay.
And then we do like Davis-Bacon jobs in Idaho, but primarily I'm in like the residential home building now that I'm not chasing storms anymore, and working at a very prestigious golf course up here. That's in essence, it's the upper 1%.
So you pay corporate taxes?
I'm literally bidding on stuff. Yeah, well,
so do you pay double taxes, or do you pay it passes through, right?
Basically, at the end of the year, I'll take my full dividend and live off of expenses throughout the year.
I got you.
Yeah, that's basically the way it needs to be termed. So I'll take like a quarter.
You have your corporate income tax. Do you pay corporate income tax?
No.
Like an S corp?
It's all
okay, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's
personal property. It's a pass-through tax. Okay.
And Idaho's cool that way because we're not bound by like the bond and license and bond. We're registration and liability. So when it comes to at least to the work, I pay the quarterlies, match everything for the employees, take my dividend, and then just coffer everything until the end of the year. Run on a September 1st starting date.
But the dividend is not paid. The dividend is paid at your personal income tax rate, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And then at the end of the year, I raised 3 kids on my own too. I had full custody of 3 kids for 16 and a half years. And
it's a single tax. The corporation, because the corporation doesn't. Okay, so it's not a double tax. Okay, I got it.
Right, but then property tax is the state tax of all of the tools and all of the assets for each company. I've got 7 companies operating right now, where like we've got a wood miser. We'll cut down logs and do a lumber company, and all those assets we pay depreciated values on every year. So like the wood miser was like a $30,000 deal. We wrote it off over an 8-year period.
That's pretty awesome too, by the way. I got an Alaskan mill. I'd love to have a wood miser.
Oh man, tell you what.
Fucking beast.
I've got 2 CNC machines right now running.
Let me make this. Let me address Mr. Troll here. The only thing I had to say is most people who call themselves conservatives aren't really conservatives. They haven't done the reading. They haven't done the work. They haven't done the contemplation. So I think most people who call themselves conservative are very flippant in the description. So I don't talk down on smart conservatives. If you're a dumb conservative, I will talk to you, but I'll do the same thing with dumb liberals.
I got a new thing I'm doing, Stan. You'll love this. It's Uncle Fatty's Red Hat Challenge. All right, come to me with your red hat on and tell me one thing. Just tell me one single thing that Donald Trump has ever done wrong in his whole entire life. Ever. And you'd be surprised how many folks can't do it. Cannot come to say a single bad thing about the man, let alone just admit that he's ever done anything wrong in his life. I can tell you all kinds of shit that Biden's done wrong, that Bill Clinton did wrong, that Obama done wrong. Okay, because
well, you can't have conversations with Trump people.
Cult mentality. It's not the cult of personality. It's, I want to look at results. I want to look at receipts, and I want to have merit based.
Okay,
right?
hold on one sec. Troll. What does Bannon have to do with conservatism? Bannon isn't a conservative. He's a populist.
He's not.
Bannon just got out of prison, bro. Trump didn't pardon him. He went to prison. How do you think Elon Musk snuck in, bro, the back door when Bannon was in freaking prison, bro? Come on. Why do you think they're
for some reason? For some reason, Troll seems to be confusing Bannon with a conservative.
Bannon,
I'm sure
the Republicans are going to go union soon enough. They'll be pro-union soon.
Bannon doesn't have some conservative positions, but I would never.
Did give a pretty good salute there
mistake.
At the CPAC. Yeah, he gave a real good salute.
Well, he was.
It wasn't Elon-esque, but it was close. It was close.
All I have to say is, what MAGA folks are calling conservative, I don't consider conservative.
It's not.
At least not consistently conservative.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, Troll,
are going to be union.
Troll, you are all over the place with this art. You're saying I'm talking down conservatives, but cannot give me one example. If I do it so much, surely you can pull in an example or an instance. I will criticize individual conservatives, but not conservatism.
Bannon's whole thing is flood the zone, right? He brought the flood the zone thing into politics, right? Where you literally keep dumping shit into the pool, so you can't decipher what anything is anymore, right? You can't tell truth from fact. You got a guy literally telling people, right? Fake news. Only trust me. Only I can tell you what's true. Don't believe anything else. And if they're coming for you, well, I will be the man to jump in front of them, and they got to go through me first. That's dictatorship. If you are
what is this?
So thick to not realize.
Who is Cannon? You mean Eileen Cannon, Troll?
Served better state time. Bannon.
No, well, Troll. Basically, I don't know what I'm deflecting because you're giving me nothing to deflect. Who is Cannon?
Eileen Cannon's not in prison.
I don't know whether Eileen Cannon's a conservative or not, to be honest. Reverend Cannon. Who the fuck is Reverend Cannon? I have no idea where you're going.
That I've done. I exclusively only do gay weddings. I've done 19 so far in Idaho.
If I'm deflecting, you're flailing, Troll. Get it under control and make an argument. Well, I actually had some
essays. Answering the door in his boxer shorts when they came to raid his house. That was awesome.
I actually had some stuff. I guess I'll just save these for tomorrow morning. Why Donald Trump and Joe Rogan are not elites.
Yeah.
Who wrote that?
Also, it's a Richard Hanania essay. He's been putting a lot out here lately, but it's getting close to 9, which I think is the time the morning crew said they'll be here. So I'm actually, these last 15 minutes, I'll be wrapping it up.
Well,
good stuff.
Yeah, I actually wanted to get to this. Ben Carson talked about the education crisis, and I think I'm going to start off with that tomorrow.
That's a good one,
because I'm interested to know what he's thinking about education. He is highly educated.
Well,
who is the? Oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah. The other
it's a calamity, and it's horrendous. I was at a thing yesterday, family, and a second-year college student thought that the Boston Tea Party involved pouring made tea, okay, already mixed, made, you know, into the Boston Harbor. They poured it in
He's
gallons.
never,
And
he's
they
never,
poured it.
obviously, he's never made he doesn't own a tea ball.
Fucking stupid. It's not. First off, it wasn't instant tea, you fucking idiot. Number one. Number
Right?
two, like, he's fucking
It's
stupid. I'm
full
gonna
leaf,
beat
man.
these
Full
people.
leaf. Shoot.
I can't believe how dumb these people. I'm like, no, you
Brian
dumb
Nichols,
bastard.
I don't think Rogan, well, I don't know what the hell Russell Brand is. He's a nut bag. Rogan, I don't think, as a matter of fact, I would almost call Rogan apolitical.
No,
You know, if
bro,
anything,
come
Rogan,
on.
Rogan's,
He's
I
a
would say
freaking MAGA
Rogan's, I
sycophant
would
the
say
whole way.
Rogan is more libertarian than anything.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
he
that.
was. He was a Bernie voter. There's a lot of Bernie voters in 2016 that voted Trump in 2024.
Now look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this statement. Kit Carson greater than Ben Carson. I hope that's a joke.
Facts. Facts. High
Who's
five to
Kit
that.
Carson? Wasn't that a cowboy or something?
Yeah.
No,
He was in
Rogan's
the,
not a fail. Rogan's funny as shit. Have you ever seen his stand up? He's
Well,
pretty
yeah, for a
decent.
bigot, he's
Yeah, he's
super
fine.
funny. For an uneducated jackass, he's real funny. Yeah.
Hey, in
I love-
2016, you probably loved him, Fatty. Don't even
No,
go
dude,
there.
I
I've
love
never liked that guy. I'll tell you what, I've never been into UFC, I've never been into WWE, and what we
How
have right
about
now is
you remember
WWE politics.
news radio back in the day?
Oh, Rush Limbaugh, bro, tell me about it.
No.
Dr. Laura, bro, Dr. Laura, she was great.
No, Joe Rogan's first
the show
big project before he went to that game show, he was on a sitcom called News Radio.
Yeah,
he was.
Man show.
So,
Yeah, pretty.
I like
Bill Hartman. Bill Hartman
Howard Stern.
was
Yeah,
on.
Hartman.
Bill Hartman. Yeah.
Back when
Yeah,
Howard
well,
Stern was
I
all the
think-
rage.
I think Kit Carson, comparing Kit Carson to Ben Carson is a little out there.
I'm your
No, Rogan voted for Bernie. He was an Obama voter. Elon Musk the same. A lot of these guys left the Democratic Party because
I think
they went a little crazy.
I think that Jordan Peterson turned him.
Money.
It's not Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a product of the Democrats going a little fucking nuts.
Liberals always
Yeah,
go this
I'm
way when they
sure.
get rich.
I'm sure you think that, Ryan.
Actually, you know what? The Democratic Party had Obama was center left. The progressives took over the party, and a lot of people
No, I
left because of the
disagree.
lunacy
I
of the
disagree
fucking
with that
progressives.
assessment. The
Libertarians
What are you
kind of
talking
got
about?
progressives have never ruled the Democratic Party. I don't know where you get this bullshit from.
Are you out of your mind? Most of the policies are
No.
highly progressive.
I'm not only
Okay.
not out of my mind. Progressives.
Obama would have to run as a fucking Republican today.
Progressives have never had enough representation in Congress to really, like, Nancy Pelosi broke the progressives.
Yeah, I mean, here's an example. No, I'm not even going to give you an example, but Obama would have to run as a Republican now. That's how far left the Democrats have gone.
Nah, I don't think that's true.
Well, I mean, I think that's a lot of rhetoric, though.
Obama would be like, I'm going to deport a shitload of people.
Ryan is incorrect on Peterson, and if it went downhill right after Obama, that would be because Trump got elected.
No, look, Hillary wanted to deport a lot of people.
Hillary wasn't president.
But the point is, the Democratic Party of that time wanted to deport people, put people in jail for crime. The fucking progressives have gone crazy.
You want to get away from my point, which is, if the comment it went downhill after Obama, well, after Obama was Trump.
The point is, the Democratic Party went far left.
The point is the Democratic Party did not go far left.
Progressive left, way out.
Okay, no. Your problem is you have PTSD from living in a democratic state. Democrats have never.
That's probably it.
Democrats have never been remotely progressive.
I mean, you're insane. What are you talking about? They've gone far lefter than
Well,
left.
maybe we have different definitions of progressive. When I say progressive, I mean people like the DSA types.
Well, the Ilhan Omars, AOCs, the San Francisco left, like legalize
And you
all
call them
drugs and throw them in the
crazy, huh?
street.
You
You
call
think
them
Obama? You think Obama will be okay with people doing drugs on the street in the Tenderloin?
Ryan,
Fuck no.
once again, Ryan.
Remember when a year
Your
ago, right now,
your
the whole talking point
idea
a year
of
ago from right now was that
politics.
Mike Obama was going to come swoop in?
Sometimes when you talk politics, Ryan,
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
The Democratic Party's gone far left.
Be brave. Your be brave
Don't compare me to be brave.
Understanding of American politics is amazing.
That's a talking point, bro. Is what it is. It's a program talking point. Here's how it goes,
It's
guys.
not a program talking point.
Okay,
When
so
you tell
Brian
somebody
Nichols,
something
can y'all
right, when you
hold on
say
one
it.
second? Let me address this. Okay, Brian Nichols. So what if the left controls traditional media? So what? What is your point?
Legacy media is not controlled by the left, bro.
No,
Not even
these fools think that, and you know what? So what?
It's their
So
program
what
to
if they're
think it,
right?
right?
So what if the left controls traditional media? I don't. Is there a consequence to that?
Yeah, there is.
Well, I was
Definitely. When
waiting
you
for
control the
Brian
media,
Nichols
you
to
control the
answer.
narrative, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And
you control
it
the
is
information.
so. It is
What dictators do.
somebody's got to control it.
And that's a real fascist kind of
And
thing,
my
isn't
point,
it?
my point is all this stuff. If Republicans have such a good message, why does traditional media? Why is traditional media controlled by the left when the Republicans have such a good message? Okay,
Well, because the journalists are liberals.
Why are these big cities democratic if the Republicans are so great?
Well, because liberals aren't exactly progressives.
That's my point.
Okay.
Okay.
The Democrats have gotten more progressives in their party than ever.
Sure, and most progressives are in the Democrat Party. But.
Yes. Yeah. So Obama would have to run as a Republican, I'm telling you.
No,
He would have to run as a
don't think
Republican.
so. Nah, I don't think
Obama literally said we need to deport the shit out of people. He said we shouldn't be letting people in.
See, this is what I
round up the
don't
criminals.
get. Why is deporting a conservative position? That's dumb.
Right. That's just an American
I don't know.
position.
You tell me.
Okay,
No, it's not an American position.
I'm telling you it's
national
not.
security. You know, he used national security as his cover to do all his deportations. And I agree that, you know, we can't have gang members. We can't have people just coming over across. But here's the deal. Every time Donald Trump says open border, where do you think it gets played the most? In South America, bro. They put that shit on loop. They got their people so convinced that the border's open because they're trying to get rid of all their freaking slummy ass people and all their diet people and people from.
So you're telling me the Democrats wanted a strong border policy. You tell me that. From 2020 to 2023, the Democrats and the media were like, we need to close this fucking border now.
See, again, if you had
Not at all.
any clue
Not at all.
if you had any clue how to form an argument from a historical perspective,
Well, you can criticize me, but it's still true.
It was Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce Republicans from Reagan.
You're talking about 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, God damn it.
We'll start running off those laws. We haven't changed anything, bro.
Okay, you do realize America wasn't founded in 2016, right?
I mean, how come nobody changes the laws?
I'm talking to Ryan. Ryan wants to
haven't
these presentist arguments really don't.
You're talking about 1990.
Yeah.
All I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So we're going to talk about 1990.
So 1990 doesn't matter?
That's when the laws that we're using right now were written. We haven't redone them. Nothing's been redone by anybody.
Comprehensive immigration reform.
Yeah, been talking about it since I was a little baby. You know, nothing gets done. That's my thing. It's like
this is exactly what I mean about people talking about politics who have no sense of the history of politics. These arguments are good enough for a MAGA audience, but for people who have any sense of how politics has progressed since the 90s, some of these arguments just seem ridiculous.
They're trigger points, bro. They're
the
trigger
Democrats,
points that have been pre-programmed into folks.
Yeah, the Democrats caused the immigration problem. Well, God damn it, the problem has been growing since Reagan did amnesty. It's been getting worse every year. So there are Republicans and Democrats. It's just the Democrats in very recent memory had the reins and could have done something about it and really didn't do that much.
You know what?
That argument works.
Yeah.
You know what we vote? Democrats didn't cause the problem alone, is my point.
Right. But the fear factor, right? It's always, we vote for what we're scared of happening, right? We vote against what we're scared of. We don't vote for who we want because we all know that it's a choice between two evils, right? Everybody's always torn about the two evils thing because of the fear factor, right? In this election, Donnie ran the better fear game. Be scared of what they're doing.
Well,
Look
this
at what
election,
they're doing, even if he's lying about it, right?
The Democrats pretty much lost the election. I can tell you right now, and this is hindsight being 2020. Basically, Biden lost the election for Democrats.
Oh, for sure.
In several different ways. The health issues. I do have doubts that he had a firm hand on the tiller.
I mean, I know he had a bad back and he couldn't walk very well, but man, I'll tell you what, his speeches were actually pretty knockout of the park. He didn't have the oral, the pastor reverend thing that Obama has, the cadence, right? But man, he was sharp. I'll tell you that. He's smarter than Trump. I'll tell you that. To this day, I'll bet you there's no doubt in my mind he would pass a better cognitive test than Trump would.
Right. Well, I don't care about any of that. I think what he did, basically, he should have, and it goes back to my point about these old people thinking they are the indispensable politician, and no one is indispensable.
No, but when you got, all that money behind you and you're expected to maintain your office because you're in a non-contested county, in a non-contested state. I mean, we don't even have Democrats run for office up here where I'm at. There's there's nothing on the ballot. They're not even there. You know what I mean? Right. I got like 4 old guys that sit around and drink coffee in a little building that they rent out. That's our Democratic Party up here. They do nothing.
Well, I understand why they wouldn't run, or a Democrat wouldn't run in.
You're just going to get primaried anyways. You're going to spend millions of dollars
right,
to lose.
But the bottom line is this: I'm not going to bother running. Really, I don't like that either. Run even if you know you're going to lose. You never know.
Man, we barely have 35 to 40% voter turnout of it.
Right.
For local elections. We maybe get up into the 45 to 50% turnout for federals, but like 35 to 40% is pathetic, right? And it's all a bunch of old dudes, right? It's all the old people that are scared of change, right? You get to a point in life where you just don't want any more change, and you become the old guy on the porch going, "Get off my lawn!"
And that's when you need to get out of politics.
Absolutely. This whole thing that I see Trump doing, it's real similar to what I saw the Aryans doing up here, you guys. And I'm not going to pull any punches on this. I'll tell it straight up. Okay. When you tell somebody something 3 times, they believe you, right? When you tell them 30, right, they really believe you. When you tell them 300, they'll fight for you. And when you tell them 3,000 times the same thing, they will die for your cause. They will die for you. That's how I see MAGA. I think it's an addiction. I think it's a pre-programmed trigger that's been installed through that hypno programming, right? That these trigger words like woke or whatever it happens to be is just an instant snap off situational trigger that's intentionally been put into people since
I
the
think
day
the
that
overall term for it is reactionary.
100%. I mean, nobody's cognitive anymore. We're not living a cognitive life. Like, it's all reactionary. Morning, John.
You ready? You ready? Have you decided on what you're going to call the morning show? You're on mute, John.
I leave it up to HB and Universal. Ain't they good at burning?
I thought I was hoping for like the Rap Ravens.
The Rat Pack.
Democracy dies with thunderous applause.
What's up, Patty?
Good to see you, bud.
Well, one day at a time. What's up, CKJ3? See CKJ3 troll Ryan?
Oh, is he trolling already?
No, he's not trolling. I see him in the audience. So I see troll in the audience. Troll.
Yeah, Troll's been trolling me. I don't know what. I've been trying to figure out what he's nattering on about, and
I got one of them War Room milkshakes from Steve Bannon this morning. He's on the tear.
What's this? A European market outside?
No, it's this basically they're walking around London. There are these channels, like there's one for Madrid, there's one for London, several different cities around the world where people, they just kind of walk around. And then Tropes told me about this this website called City Guesser or something like that, where, you know, the cams in random cities, and, you know, it's kind of like a game. You guess which city it is. So I like these walking around, you know, just kind of walking around, seeing the site type videos. They're good for just general, you know, conversation or banter.
It's funny. This one's London, you say?
Yeah. Now I don't know if it's. I'm not sure it's real time. It says it's live, but I don't know if it's
trying
actually
to figure it
real
out from the architecture. It's such a mixed blend of. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Well, you know, London was actually formed from several, like a bunch of different villages, and it, you know, the sprawl just kind of merged over the centuries. Okay, so Bannon got clemency. Okay, you trying to equate him with serving time? You know what? I'm not trying to equate Bannon with anything. All I'm saying is that Bannon and Elon are at odds. Bannon is a populist. Elon is a tech bro. So MAGA isn't unified. That's really the only point I have about Bannon.
No, man.
I don't.
Bannon's
now,
pissed
I'm not a populist by any means. You know, it's good to think of the people, but to have your politics driven from grassroots, or just grassroots, I think that's problematic. You know what, CKJ3? I thought he had a good chance, but I was talking to somebody the other day, and I think Vivek. If there are a bunch of Ann Coulters in Ohio, no, Vivek will not win. And I suspect there are.
Why do you think they shipped him off?
You know what? I wish he had
bad
stayed.
for the brand, bro. He was bad for the brand.
Well, I think probably in knowing, I kind of get a sense of Vivek. I think he's not there because of his comment about American culture, quite frankly. You remember that tweet?
Yeah, I think that's what did him in right there.
Yeah, I think so too.
If you read a lot of their Republican,
it was the first time I ever agreed with him.
If you read a lot of the American the right-leaning blogs and stuff, you know, for better for worse, the way they seem to see it is like, you know, he's a foreigner. You know, you know.
And he was born right in Cleveland.
Yeah, fair enough.
He was born in Cincinnati.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that are born here that, you know, when we see Cinco de Mayo and all these other events and stuff like that, they're carrying the flags of their countries, wherever they come from, wherever they,
That's not
Marco Rubio is an anchor baby.
Right. But, you know, a lot of these, you know, I'm just telling you the other side, you know, that, you know, you see in LA, Cinco de Mayo, people waving Mexican flag. You see the protests in Colombia, New York, you know, by and large, it's kind of anti-American like protests. And I think it drives people to want to look within and say, you know what, if shit's going down the crapper, I'd rather be with people that, you know, I can trust, that have similar American
They have the
values.
same color skin.
Well, it's not necessarily the same color skin, but you know that they aren't conflicted by.
Well,
by
we'll put it in
country.
Amy Wax's terms, who have bourgeois values.
Well, I don't even think it's bourgeois, you know, to be honest with you. I think, you
Why
know,
did
it's
Nick
like
Scott not get a cabinet position? He fought real hard there for
Nick
for the
who?
campaign.
Nick who?
Nick Scott. Scott, the
Tim Scott, you mean?
Tim Scott. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I mean, Tim Scott is a senator. Like, that's one of 100.
Sure.
Well, do you gonna leave a senator for a cabinet position? I don't think so, unless you're gonna be the Secretary of State. It'll be worth it, like a Hillary Clinton type move. But to become what?
Attorney General.
Maybe, yeah.
Remember, the dude from Alabama that Trump
Jeff
got
Sessions.
rid of real quick?
Yeah, Jeff Sessions. But Jeff Sessions was older, and I think Jeff Sessions was more or less a setup, because he as soon as he stepped in, he stepped out, right? Pretty much for the bulk of his term. And if you read that blog I sent you, the Conservative Treehouse, they talk about how they more than set Jeff Sessions up to get him out of there. Same for the other guy, the military guy. For whatever reason, they wanted those guys out. And I'm talking about both sides. I'm talking about both.
Because Jeff Sessions had enough, you know, he was long enough in the tooth that he didn't have he disagreed with Trump. I can't remember the specific issue. Trump did not like pushback from his cabinet.
You should read some of that blog about Jeff Sessions.
I plan on it. My father-in-law is here, so I haven't really had a chance to, I usually take Sundays to catch up.
They really get down in the weeds. John Roberts in particular, a lot of conservatives think that John Roberts is compromised. There were some adoption issues that he supposedly had. Some people that have worked on his staff. Remember the leak that came out with the opinion? Many of the conservatives think that it was John Roberts' staff. If you look at some of the people who worked on his staff and look at their connections to, the establishment party, probably came from him. And they never found that person, I don't think.
I don't think they did.
And it would be easy to find that person, but they never found it.
I'm to be honest, and it might be a function of my age, but I'm starting to think the establishment ain't so bad when I see, what Trump and Elon are doing. I think, for better or for worse, having a sense of how government works and not wanting to just do slash and burn, I would rather have the
There's a swamp, but the swamp isn't.
I think you'd rather have the comfort.
No. I would rather have the competence.
Well, and I think that is the argument. I was just on the phone with the teacher just a few minutes ago. She's called in before, my business partner actually, and she said, John, I ain't no Trump supporter. They always say that. She said, but they need to get rid of that goddamn Department of Education. This is what she said. I'm quoting her. She said that goddamn. And so I asked her, I said, well, why do you think that? I'm not in disagreement with you, but I wonder, why do you think? She said, they don't do anything. She said, they just get in the way. She said, this. Now, this is
a teacher in DC, right?
No, she's teaching in Maryland, Montgomery County, Maryland. She's been teaching probably 20-something years.
The education department might have more to do in the local school systems. I can tell you right now, I would disagree with her.
That's fine.
If they don't do anything, that's an argument, but that doesn't mean they're stopping you from doing your job.
Well, I'm just telling you, from her standpoint, having lived here, have been a teacher, and she's a Democrat.
Okay, well, you do know my sister's a retired teacher and my mother was a teacher.
Yeah.
Both my girls are teachers.
Now, I don't have that. So that's secondhand experience. Yeah. I understand what your friend is saying. All I have to say is I disagree with her. And
I think
I can see where there's definitely some swamp there. Definitely, they could be cut. But, I'm all for having a standard of care, so to say, a national standard that says.
I'm not aware of. I think the Department of Education has more to say about what goes on in universities than they do in K-12. I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure there are standards. I'm sure,
Yeah.
but by and large, education is a local thing. Now, DC, the DC metro area, the government runs the city practically. So she may be more affected by the Department of Education.
well, no,
than
she's in Maryland. She's in Maryland, so
Maryland's the DC metro area, practically the whole state.
But I mean, this is a state, so they have the autonomy.
Montgomery County's DC metro.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a state that has its own education. Is probably no different. Their experience is probably no different than Alabama or Georgia in terms of their.
And my argument is that they are different.
Okay, well,
school levies save our lives. I mean, school levies are for the money.
I think
right?
the farther away you get from DC, the less influence it exerts.
Well, okay, so in that sense, with her having closer ties, and that is partly true because I've known her to work for the Department of Education in summer. They have like grant programs and things like that, and it's like make work. Good paying make work.
Absolutely. Hey,
right,
John, I'm not saying it can't be more efficient. Like I've been telling people, and you've probably missed it, I don't have a problem with what Trump is doing. I have a problem with how he's doing it.
Yeah, I think that the fact that it's being done is the middle ground. There are a lot of people saying something had to be done. Right, something just had to be done, and if things had stayed the same, nothing was going to be done because it had become so crystallized that all these jobs and dependency, the DC area, these people have cocooned themselves to where they don't even care about if their policies that they're pushing out work or don't work.
John, that is a very valid argument that needs to be dealt with, but it doesn't need to be slashed and burned. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't take a chainsaw where you need a scalpel.
Right.
A laser guided scalpel like that.
It's crazy. Like in many organizations, typically this happens in government more than other places. You'll see it more so. You'll see something like they'll tell everyone to reapply for their job. I've mentioned this before. Oftentimes the government, they just tell you write up what you do. They'll tell you to write up your job description.
So they can lower the wage.
Well, I don't think it's to lower the wage. It's more or less getting you to put on paper what you do, what's your description for your job. I think that's their goal of doing it.
Sure.
And oftentimes the government does it because
it needs to be changed. Everybody has to have a purpose. There should be no redundancies.
Right.
However, that means you have to know what you're doing versus slash and burn. I don't think it's a bad look to fire everybody and then have to bring people back.
Yeah, bud.
Well, I'm going to pick your point apart here. He hasn't fired everybody. So we shouldn't say he fired everybody, right?
Okay.
The fire
just those that were on probation.
I'm being hyperbolic here, but firing 3,000 people or what have you, and the judge says you got to bring them back is a bad look.
Yeah, I don't know about the legal stuff. That's
it basically smacks of you don't know what the hell you're doing. Okay,
well, I think
if people have to write down their job descriptions, firing them and having no idea whether they're essential or not is just as bad a look.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. I know in management, there are people that have talked about it. Like sometimes you have to cut some more and then rebuild. There's a guy in a business. Well, there are some things that overlap in terms of organizational structures.
And you actually have to know what you're cutting to fix that problem. Firing everybody doesn't do it.
Well, not everybody's been fired, but fair enough.
Yeah. I understand your point. I'm saying if you fire people and have to bring them back, like when the first thing they did was to freeze federal grants, then all of a sudden people, like the essentials, it just caused mass confusion.
Like cancer research, like prescription drug research.
Right.
Well, I think, That's one of the areas that I would imagine there's a lot of waste and fraud. A lot of waste and fraud. The government.
And you know what? That
I would say it's in the contracts and not in the individual workers.
Be cut, but it smacks of incompetence. They didn't fix the waste and fraud problem. It costs money to have to bring those people back. You got to do back pay. It's a mess.
And without having an excuse of why people are being fired and just giving this waste, fraud, and abuse talking point, we're telling these people that got fired, you are either a waste or you're a fraud or you're being abusive. And 99.9% of them are just good people that were working good jobs. They were doing their jobs.
They may be good people, Fatty. They may be working good jobs, but I've been living here long enough, bro.
I think it's the contract, though, right? I think it's
just my own anecdotal experience.
Sure.
I've dealt with a lot of government workers. It's a lot of fat there, man. It's a lot of fat.
For sure.
A lot of people getting fat doing nothing. Some of them are working 2 jobs, right, outside of the government because they really aren't doing that. I used to work at the Department of Justice.
Okay.
And let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I mean.
You're making an argument that makes no sense.
Well, let me give you an example of what I mean.
I can see it.
Some of these government workers.
In light of what I said, again, I don't have a problem with what he's doing. I have a problem with how he's doing it.
Right. Well,
It's the method. That's the problem.
Well, only methods that I'm aware of what the news has told me, and I'm sure they're a little bit hyperbolic, kind of like you saying everybody's been fired. Everybody hasn't been fired. I'm sure there's some method to the madness, I would assume.
And I don't think there is. I think I've read enough of the same news that I don't get the sense.
If the welfare
if you're firing people and you have to bring them back, if you're imposing tariffs and you have to delay it a month, you have to go, oops, never mind, we'll do it in a month. That does not.
You just tell the judge to go pay on sand. No, you just defy federal order. You just defy those orders. You don't. Yeah, no, he's not.
Now, let me ask you this question. So I remember something about a judge. They sent some people to El Salvador, and then the judge said no, bring them back, but they were already there. Like, what was the basis that the judge says bring them back?
No due process.
Funny enough, we went and read the Enemy Aliens Act. I think Trump's going to win this fight. However, once again, he doesn't come out and say, this is why I'm doing it. This is what I'm going to do. He just fucking puts them on a plane, and then somebody can run. Basically, when you're that sloppy, the judge is going to go, whoa, 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 what are you doing? Let's injunct it.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Who filed the lawsuit on their behalf? Is that how? I don't know how this worked. Was that ACLU? Okay, there you go. All right. Okay.
There
Most
I
of
go.
them
What?
federal DC judges.
I was just curious how it got to the courts. I was just curious.
Well, there's some problems.
In,
there's some problems with sending people to a terrorist center where they're going to be doing a year's hard labor, and we don't know if they've committed crimes or not. There's some problems with the end game. Again, we literally went and read the Alien Enemy Act. I think Trump is within his rights to do it. It's the details that he fails to take care of. It's slash and burn.
I think the thing is that from the standpoint of, it's a couple of things going on here, in my opinion. There's the political angle, which is what you guys talking about. And then there's the people down on the street angle, which is probably where I come from. And I can give a damn hell of beans if they send them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I imagine that a lot of people feel that way. Like, you get caught up in a foreign country.
Okay, so John, so what if they feel that way? There is such a thing as a law.
Well, I think that the laws in this country have been so perverted to work in certain people's ways in this fashion, other work against people, that people have become somewhat jaded about the law. Again, I talk to you all the time. I walk down Atlantic Avenue and I see people breaking the law and making a living, and the government looks the other way.
All I have to say is what you're talking about is feelings, not facts.
No, what I'm saying is those are facts. There are some people that are able to break the law, right? Is that not a fact?
You were talking about people in the streets' feelings.
Right. Is that not a fact, though? That there are people that are out that are overtly breaking the law. But do you see that? Or at least I see it every day. People overtly breaking the law in the government. Basically,
what does that have to do with deportation?
Well, once you start to break down law and order on the streets, then, well, who's to say one person must obey the law when all these other people aren't? I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that's the reality of the matter.
Okay, the reality of the matter is that being sloppy in doing your job and my father used to fuss all the time. You know what? If you do the job right the first time, you don't have to redo it. And that's what these guys are doing. They toss the people out, have to bring them back, and then they're going to wind up tossing them out again. How much does that cost?
Well, the only reason they're being brought back is because of a litigious organization. No one on the streets.
They're brought back is because
this sloppy. But see, this is an establishment fight. This is not a fight.
Them something to litigate.
Right. Again, from a political standpoint, this is a fight.
No.
But from the people standpoint, everybody's kind of like either ambivalent or want them gone.
Okay,
no one's bringing them back. We want them here.
It's driving me nuts. Okay, if you do the job right the first time, you don't have to redo it. Trump is sloppy.
So are they bringing the immigrants back?
Some of them they are, some of them they aren't.
He's not going to now.
The bottom line.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Red and Fatty say he's not bringing them back.
Anymore.
They've been ordered to, but he's not going to.
Is he going to bring?
He said the problem is that he started a plan that he's not going to be able to finish. He was sloppy and he gave them something to litigate. We went and actually looked at the act, and I honestly believe, and I'm no Trump fan, if he had done a 15-minute speech, put the law up on the teleprompter and showed everybody what and why he was doing it, I honestly don't think they would be able to litigate it. The law is sound. How he applied the law was sloppy. And ultimately, he's going to win, but now we got to spend money on lawyers to litigate it.
Yeah, I just don't think that.
I think that could have been avoided.
I don't think anything.
The executive order was contested by the American Civil Liberties Union. The ACLU and Democracy Forward were the ones that.
And I don't think anything. From a political standpoint, it's just like in court. If you've ever been on trial, and it took me a while to get when you're on trial, you be like, what the fuck? Everything that the prosecution says has to argue against you. I forget what they call it, because I remember talking to my lawyer. I'm like, dude, why they keep saying shit that they know is not true? Like when I was asking for bail condition, let me out of jail. The lady would be like, no, he's a threat to the community. I'm like, she knows that's not true. But they have to fight every point. And I think that politics is kind of like court in a way. It's an adversarial process where no matter what someone does, you can't agree with it if you're on the other side. And I think that's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? Like the media would find a way to say, well, we agree with him, but he didn't do it right. Or it should have been done 20 days later or 20 days ago. Or he should have had somebody else do it.
Are we still a nation of laws, or are we just?
I don't think so.
We are, but
I think we're in a bad I need to finish what I'm going to say, both of you. We are either a nation of laws and we do things the right way so we don't have to redo them, or we do it like the man on the street. Okay, I feel this should be done, therefore we do it. Okay, there is a difference between the two.
Well, I think if you want to get things done in this environment, you fly the ass down there and then don't bring them back. Just say bring them back. I ain't bring them back.
As cynical as you are, I think you can do things. I think you can do things the right way and do it once. And maybe it's the logistics in me, You touch something once. If you have to touch it more than once, you're being inefficient and sloppy.
Yeah.
Always, always read the rule book, right? Always read the rule book before you start the game.
As you say, those you said something that was interesting. You said that he, and I haven't followed this, so I'm going off what you're saying. You're saying that he's likely to win this?
Yes.
And so
he could have given a 15-minute speech. Now, again, this is just a theoretical argument. I think he gave that whole speech at the Justice Department this weekend, or last Friday. If he had taken 15 minutes and explained, like, pop the alien enemies law, which is still in place. I don't think if they litigated it, at least everyone would know, hey, he spelled it out. Dude, I'm not a Trump fan, and I think he could have gotten away with it. He might have bent the rules a little bit. Hey, I like bending rules. I think he could have done it. Instead of springing it on people haphazardly and allowing the ACLU to litigate it. Now, maybe he's doing it just for the news. Maybe he's doing it that way for a reason. All I'm saying is that he could have touched it once and been fine. He's going to win this.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, typically in law, people don't challenge cases where they know someone's going to win, where, you're going to lose, you're going to spend all that money. But I think in politics, you have to, right? This doesn't make sense if you were spending your own money. The ACLU, they're not spending their own money. They have donations and people that want to fight Trump at every step.
Well, I think what it's going to come down to is where he's sending them. That's the problem. He's not sending them to Venezuela. And then there's some people who've said, hey, I'm not a part of this gang. I do have a problem with, oh, hey, you're a gang member, we're going to send you to 1 year of hard labor.
Yeah, I got a problem with there not being any due process. Picking people up off the street, putting them on a C-130 when they could have been on a smaller plane with less fuel and flying them somewhere else is just a showboating game. Is that what they do? Is that what they do? I don't know about this. They pick people up off the street and just put them on the plane.
I think that's what they're going to
do. Wait, hold on. How did they know who they were? If they just picked them up off the street, they had to know who they were, right?
Oh, you know what? I don't know.
That sounds weird to me. They just randomly grab someone off the street.
There's 1,800 less ICE agents now than there was during Trump's first administration.
I don't know what the process was.
Let's get back to the point. Yeah. But Fatty said they just grabbed them off the street.
The stories I read didn't specify how they identified them.
That's
they just
interesting.
identified them as trend day.
There's a lot of stories though of them, just rolling up on folks, and if you don't copy,
I mean, the stories, and but like
that's part of the problem.
But has the media questions? I guess the government doesn't have to tell you, but I'm curious to know: has the government said these are criminals, or we just randomly? Because you said they're randomly picking up people off the street.
The only thing I picked up in the story is they were part of Trend Day robbery.
Okay, so they're accusing them of being in a gang. Okay.
Well, for the gang thing,
maybe they are actual gang members, but being a member of a gang isn't necessarily a crime. And you're not sending them back to their home country. You're sending them to 1 year of hard labor just for being here.
In a foreign gulag.
There are no good choices, I guess. There are no good choices. If you enter another country,
but the contention comes down to, like you're saying, Stan, it's all about the.
Well, it's horrible.
It's the designation of him.
I think, I don't know. I can't imagine entering China, staying on a visa, being accused of being in a gang. I mean, they're going to treat you pretty bad, right?
Are you actually going to do this?
It's not what about it, but, it's just like, I don't know how we have gotten to a point where we are so sympathetic to people who more or less broken into the country, if this is what they're being accused of. Would they care about us if we were in there?
I think
there's a big
if I was like, I'm genuinely asking the question. If I were in El Salvador, taking advantage of whatever resources they had, and then they found out that I was here illegally, those people wouldn't give two fucks what they did with me. And so I don't
buy those sorts of arguments. Those
like one way or the other. So and I think most Americans really don't give a fuck what happens to those people. It's like whatever.
Most Americans are getting what they voted for.
Well, yeah. So,
like you said,
and I
John,
think that's what they voted for. They voted to get those people out of here, and they don't care what happens.
They voted for sloppy. They voted for not following rules or laws. Yes.
If that's what it takes, because those people that came here didn't follow rules and laws.
But a lot of them are.
That's the thing. If that's the way most people operate, then that's why America's fucked up right now, because we are sloppy.
Mm.
I mean, I like the argument that how does somebody that's here illegally, okay, that doesn't have paperwork, that's not in the system, how do they go about getting all these entitlements?
I think what we ought to do is put parachutes on them and parachute them into their home country. I could live with that. At least they're back in their home country.
I don't want my tax money going to no dang old immigrants, dang old parachute. I'll tell you what, man.
You don't want a parachute. You don't want a plane.
My money is going to the F-35s. That's where my money is going.
This argument that just because somebody commits a crime doesn't mean you have to commit a crime to solve their crime.
Exactly.
For their crime.
And we don't get to choose where our tax money goes. Okay. Like I said, John, I gave an analogy earlier. You got a $1 bill, right? 100,000 $1 bills is 3 stories tall. Okay. A million $1 bills, 30 stories.
Hey, Brian,
$1 trillion.
This statement right here that you're making, if somebody read that statement and then came to me and said, "Are you thankful for being in the U.S.?" I would say yes. I am thankful that you're not in charge of America.
Damn right. $1 trillion $1 bills is almost to the moon, and our national debt is enough $1 bills to go to the moon and back 5 times over. Okay, and Elon's working with these little bits amounts of money, right? When we could be looking at other things other than like people.
Any idea with the money they have quote saved? Any idea what they're going to do with the quote savings?
Yeah, we're going to get stimulus checks.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I get it.
Right? I mean,
those stimulus checks are going to be inflationary.
Oh shit! No, this is, I don't know, man. It's a shit show. That's all I know. It's a shit show.
Well, at least I do sincerely think, having actually read the Aliens Act or Alien Enemies Act, that he can. I think there's enough loopholes.
There's some gray area there for sure.
Yeah,
that he can work.
And I just think if he had actually prepared the country for what's coming and said, "Hey, here's the law. I think I can do it," I really think those people would be pounding rocks right now.
Well, even without the law, even without quoting anything like that, he has been saying what he's going to be doing.
Stanley, Fatty and Stanley, I think you guys really underestimate the desire to keep those people here, the desire to oppose Trump in any step, and if that means keeping them here. Like, I think you guys really underestimate that. Like, if he had done everything by the books, if he had done it, what? You don't see it?
Like, he's supporting a lot of Republicans.
I don't see people protesting.
Oh, wow. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Are they protesting to keep Venezuelans here?
They're protesting to keep the immigrants just in general, not just one particular group.
Yeah, well, this will be the one time saying that protest is misguided.
Jasmine Crockett was just on record just the other day saying, how are we going to eat without these people? Who's going to pick our crops? So she's clearly on the side of keeping the people here. That's her opinion, right? That's her point of view, right? So there is some sympathy for those people, and there's
to share. And you know what? Better yet, we'll find out.
Well, but the bigger point I think that people don't want to recognize is that something is clearly wrong when you have one side of the aisle wants to keep the foreigners here. That's clearly obvious, right?
And the construction workers.
I think you might be overestimating the.
Well, I mean, there have been cities that designate themselves as sanctuary cities. They've rolled out the They rolled out red carpets for the migrants, put them up in hotels, extra services, ID cards. They've said they're not going to work with ICE. They want them there, right?
But the exception isn't the rule.
Well, but there are some big exceptions. LA, New York, San Francisco, DC, Atlanta. Those are very big exceptions.
There are some people on the right who want these people
right.
here.
Okay, so that means again, I'm not saying what side, I'm saying there's a group of people that want the people
you
here.
did say that side of the aisle.
Okay, there's a group on the side of the aisle. There's one side of the aisle that wants the people here, right? Forget about politics. There's another side that doesn't want them here. Forget about politics for them too, right? They
Well,
may
I'll
be
be honest, I'm not even sure it's along political lines.
right, but
I can see where you're going, John, but I can't see it though. In reality, I can't see it, bro.
That's why I don't talk politics very much. But there's a group of people in America, regardless of their politics, don't want the people here. There's a group of people that do want them here. They're on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the fence. And that's where the conflict is. That for whatever reason, and it's probably money, people want them here. And then I think for the people that don't want them here, it's partly money, but it's probably more socio-cultural. They're fucking up my neighborhoods and things like that, my Americana. So there are two different things going on here. And the financial side is probably going to win out because the other side is more or less going on something feeling based. Like you ask the average person here,
the people who want them out have the law on their side.
Well, but I think the people who want them here can better use the law because it's the companies, it's big businesses, politicians. I think the Uni Party wants the migrants here, right? That's what I believe. The Democrats and Republicans, their elite set of them,
I think the Uni Party lost the election.
No, I don't think. Well, they may have lost the election, but they're still in charge in Congress.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fair enough. But I think that clearly we've all seen that there are people that want them here, and their motivation is strictly money. It's not feelings, and they're going to win out because the people that just don't want to. Okay,
there's fundamentals of this argument. I think, like I said, I think Trump's going to win this particular one. And I know Trump.
This is just a mere battle. But this is just a mere battle.
He's going to defy the judge anyways. He already says he's going to defy the judge. So what does it even matter?
But this is just a mere battle. He only has.
No, I'm just going off by what he says and everything that he's said so far. He's doing.
But he has 4 years. But the people who are truly motivated and aren't going to run out of energy are the people who are benefiting from this day in, day out. They're not going to lose their motivation. And once Trump leaves in 4 years, it'll be back to normal, bringing the people here as they see fit. That's how I see it.
Well, the thing is,
I can see that.
If it's back to normal after he leaves, then the problem wasn't fixed.
Right. Well, I think he's going to face too much resistance to fix it. Like, this is systemic. Like, there's some birthright citizenship issues that have to play. There are welfare benefits that effectively act as a lure to bring migrants here. I know the ins and outs of how these people get welfare benefits and tax credits and stuff like that. That's such a, it's deep down in the system, and it's easy to roll them back out once one man leaves, if he can ever even roll them away in the first place.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think the way he's going in and taking a hatchet to the administrative state, I think that's part of the reason he wants to go in and break things. They're going to be things that aren't going to be able to be fixed after he breaks them.
Well,
he just wants to break things that were against him and didn't make him look good and were mean to him.
Well, I think some of these things are kind of, a lot of the people may not agree with as well. Such as, are you familiar with that? Once you start reading that conservative treehouse database, you're going to hear about.
Yeah, I will. I'll do it.
You're going to read about. You're going to read about Perkins Coie law firm. You'll see that name pop up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And what you'll realize is that, like, they had it basically like an NSA type database in their law firm, where they could basically surveil American citizens. And that Boasberg, I think, was one of the judges that allowed it. So these people have more or less created a surveillance state, and then they passed it out to their friends. And you'll see Trump came in and said, well, I'm taking the security clearance away from Hillary Clinton. He started actually said, what the hell does Hillary Clinton still have a security clearance for? I can understand her having security, but not a security clearance. It's no reason for that.
That's been kind of a courtesy, like former presidents.
Yeah, courtesy to do what? Like, that's usually what people that work in the government need to ask systems.
In case they need to recall you, right? In case you get recalled.
If it's a tradition, sometimes they're called in to consult.
Yeah.
Then they could easily just fire up another security clearance. But the point I'm making out is, the average person, when he leaves a job, the security clearance dies that day. Maybe not that day. It may stay for about 6 months or a year, and then it's over.
Oh, yeah.
These people leave jobs, never come back to the government, still have clearances. What do they need a clearance for?
I understand your complaint, but having had a security clearance, there are reasons.
And when you left your job with your clearance, that's clear. You still don't have it, right? You don't still have the clearance.
I wasn't going somewhere or that level of official that I might need it. They weren't going to call me back to consult.
Right. But again, you like, they're not calling Hillary Clinton back to consult. And if they could, just do the clearance expedited for her.
This administration
might.
And this administration damn sure ain't calling her back, right? So that's 4 more years without a security clearance.
Is it more likely that they knew that she was affiliated with this law firm and targeted the law firm because of that?
I don't know.
They just were doing their thing and found her in there?
Most Americans would be uncomfortable with a private law firm having access to surveil all American citizens' emails and all that. They wouldn't like that. And
no way.
The politicians that somehow found themselves in bed where they had placed workstations where Perkins Coie could do oppo research on their opposition. And when I say their opposition, I'm talking about the elite.
I'm not comfortable with Elon's kids in there doing, we got big balls in the room going through everybody's social security and medical records now.
When you see Trump rolling back things like that, you realize that these people have, built a cocoon where they were just doing damn near anything they wanted to do. Hillary Clinton had a server in her home.
He's the man who took a bunch of classified documents with him, right?
And put him in his shitter for 3 months.
Well, they're all doing it. So
he would know. Maybe he would know better than most.
Well, some rules need to be set, right? Like this. Everyone, Biden had documents too. No one found fault with other people having documents, but he had that. So some rules do need to be set, right? Because otherwise, they're just having a rule. But they all have documents. Remember the guys? Remember the guy Sandy? Remember the guy Sandy Berger that went into the National Library of Congress or something and stole some documents out of that motherfucker, stuffed them down as payments, right? Like, they're all doing this shit, and they're not.
He didn't have boxes and boxes full of them, and he didn't have Russian oligarchs coming down to his resort, right, where all these things were laying out. He was bragging to his friends about him. He wasn't showing them to people on.
Hold on, Fatty.
Hold on, stuff on tape, Johnny. It was on tape.
Hold on, Fatty. Let's be fair. Sandy Weinberger, whatever his name, Sandy Berger, went in a government building, took classified documents, stuffed them down his pants.
Absolutely.
Now we don't believe that Trump hauled those boxes down there himself. That would have been government moving those boxes. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm saying that One is much more. The Secret Service did it. I bet you Trump didn't move one box, didn't pack one box.
Hey, you're missing some details
but
here.
Sandy Berger went into a government building, stashed some documents in his pants, and I don't think he served anything.
You're missing some stuff here. Yeah. Okay, they didn't just Trump didn't just get in trouble. They asked him several times to return them, and he refused.
Yeah.
Did the people that packed up those boxes?
No. I need you to
he
address
even gave
that.
him back a bunch of boxes that were
he had
useless
his
information.
chance to return them and refused.
Did the people that packed up those boxes?
Okay, I don't.
So wait a minute. I don't know enough about this. Did he hand select every document? Every document that was there. You saying he hand selected them?
Yeah, man. I'm saying that.
Damn it, John! Why are you putting words in my mouth?
No, I'm responding to Fatty. Fatty's saying he hand selected every document.
When they asked him, hold on a second, Uncle Fatty. He knew he had the documents when they asked him for them. And they were all over the floor. So he kind of knew what was on his floor, I hope.
He flooded the mechanical room with the swimming pool, bro. Remember when the swimming pool broke and they tried to flush out the room where all the documents were being there? Like,
you think he did that?
I don't, John, I'll tell you that straight up. I think the man is very cunning. I think he's very smart. As of right now, I think he's a little demented like his dad was, right? And crazy and bipolar personality like his mom was. But I think he pulls the strings. I truly believe that he's operating like this is The Apprentice, and he's the producer, and he's the star, and he's the main actor, and he's everything. Yeah, I think he thinks that he's his own God in his own world. He actually compared himself to Jesus like 3 times this past weekend, talking about how his ear still hurts a little bit, right? And I mean, I think he pulls all the strings. I think when it comes to the documents.
Yeah, Brian Nichols,
yes,
they all have documents. Is not a response. John, all I'm saying.
And whataboutism isn't a whataboutism because 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Right. All I'm saying is that when they asked him a couple times, he should have suspected maybe he had something that
he gave him a bunch back. Remember?
Yeah,
he gave a bunch back, and that wasn't what they were looking for, right? They were looking for more stuff like nuclear secrets, right? Turns out he like given them to some guy from Australia, some oligarch from Australia that wasn't even a politician, just some rich guy that was hanging out at Mar-a-Lago playing golf. Like, I mean, that's the one case where, you know what, straight up, the man should be in prison right now for that case. And he held Jack Smith off, and he held him off. He did everything he could. Right? He was 2 weeks away.
No, I think the bottom line,
dude. If he didn't win this election, he would be in prison right now for a reason, because he's a criminal. He's a traitor against this country.
Right, but the problem is he won, and people just need to like reset and go from there. I mean, maybe it's the thing I learned in the military. Don't keep fighting battles after you've lost.
Oh, I see it like this, Dan. The day that Newt Gingrich stood on the floor and declared that the other side is evil and must be stopped at all cost is the day that America turned into an argumentative fallacy and became a bad faith situation.
I still don't get why he did that.
Because that was all early Heritage Foundation. That was Federalist Society rhetoric. Great replacement theory came directly out of that, right? The invasion, right? The tainting of the blood.
Well, it's
rhetoric, bro. That's rhetoric.
I'm going
to tell you, that's the rhetoric that was preached on the pulpit in the skinhead church in my backyard, right?
Round about that Newt Gingrich time is when they basically said, hey, we're not winning this battle, being gentlemen about it. We're going to have to go on the offensive.
We will defy them at all costs, he said on the floor. We will defy everything. We will block every move. They are evil, right? When we come to the table and we think that our opponent is evil and we give them absolutely no room to even make an argument, and every argument just doesn't even matter because they don't believe in our God in America, That's a bad faith situation because all gods get to exist. And when we come as politicians, we don't bring our God with us. We bring our morals.
Well,
and we get our morals from our God, but our God does not
change that too.
Right? Absolutely, they're trying to. They want. Listen, if the founding fathers would have made this place a national declared Christianity, which one would we have chosen? There was 8 different types of Christianity represented at that time.
Well, that was part of the problem. In Virginia, I think Virginia was the first to do the no state religion. Problem was the Anglicans. I think they were Church of England folks wanted to charge. Yeah, they wanted to charge the Baptists and all the other Protestant religions. So that's why Virginia learned first that, hey, we're not going to be able to do this.
We got Christians in Europe persecuting Christians, right? So they come over here and they start persecuting each other.
Right.
Right. So that's why we have to be Gnostic about politics. We have to put our God aside. And being, now a former pastor in the Christian church and now a pastor in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, I'll tell you, every God gets to exist in America.
Well, I think that basically, I don't know, maybe it's just that I'm getting older. It'll all sort itself out.
It will. I hope my grandkids aren't in too bad a shape. But I mean, I don't think this is what anybody imagined. And the more we fuck around, the more people are going to start finding out in the next couple of months. This isn't going to be pretty for anybody. And there's going to be a real awakening. I honestly think once Trump is out of the picture, we'll all revert back to some semblance of. Yeah, well, if we even have another fucking election, I mean, he's already talking about getting rid of the shit coming up here in 2 years.
I don't think anybody will want that. At least not in 2 years.
Like you said, and I do believe I'm picking up what John was laying down. The corporations run this country.
Well, see,
they've already bought.
I tend to be a little bit more. I think
John, that red line, black line. That's where it's going to get testy, right? When corporations are losing money.
John is a big believer in. He's kind of a populist at heart. Like
capitalist,
truth comes at street level and trickles upwards. I don't think, there's good stuff that comes from the streets, but governance isn't one of them.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
I am not a populist. And I would be, except, the history of populism in the United States has not been one of success. It always winds up being violent in the end.
Because it's on the fascist side, right? It's always on the fascist side.
No, because the elites come in and they basically divide up. They'll pit one side against the other, and historically, it's been the division has been race. I don't think you necessarily have that ability, though. I do know that there are the Be Braves of the world, and many people believe, like an Ann Coulter or a Be Brave, that there are several different cultures in America and they're at odds. When you have someone saying that basically black people will be the death of America, to me that's been populism. You pit one side against the other.
That's the hypno programming that I'm talking about. That's the tell people something enough times and they'll believe it and they'll fight for it and they'll die for it because they've only been told that, right? And you can't get past that mindset. That's part of the being in the cult, right? That's part of what I helped fight against with these assholes up here when we shut them down in 2001, right? Is this xenophobia, man. It's the xenophobia. They, them, and the others. They, them, and the others. They, them, the others. They're coming to get you. No, they're not, bro. You're just being told.
Brian, just so you know, I'm not into left populism either. I'm not,
Absolutely.
there's some things that progressives, want that I would agree with, but populist for Sanders, a right populist, a left populist. I think the
he's a
problem,
they, them, and the others guy too.
the
It's all
problem
about the
is
fear.
populists will tend not to be consistent. They will, they're, as factional as any other group. And what progressives and what MAGA actually want, you would have to basically use force to get those goals. Progressives and MAGA are just basically too extreme for my taste.
Unless you use hypnoprogramming, then they just clap as you take it from them.
Right.
They applaud the democracy falling. I'm an Eagle Scout too, by the way. So
I actually like Sanders. I don't necessarily like his voters.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's doing some good. He's definitely doing some good right now, getting
Unfortunately,
getting the word out, and staying on the street,
man.
maintaining the campaign. But there is a hierarchy that's the only minority. The only minority that's coming for you guys is the billionaires. Okay, it's not the poor people, bro. It's the billionaires. This is all a distraction. They got their hands so far up our asses right now, we don't even know that they're pickpocketing us anymore because they're literally stealing our guts.
Yeah. All right, folks.
We're looking over here at this shit and that shit. So.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap this up because I think the morning show is about to start. I was hoping, Portia, if you're out there, hop up. My question, if you're listening, is: are you going to redirect people over there? Because I'm going to shut this down so I don't cross streams with the other show.
I want to do that. Here, that's a bad thing.
Okay. Well, Brian, I think Trump is a wannabe populist, but I think he's a disingenuous populist. He's able to talk the talk. I'm not sure he's walking the walk. But
do you think he actually knows what he signed on any of those executive orders?
I think he does. Look, I say that, the billionaires rolled the backs of, the populace into office. And the evidence of that is Bannon versus Elon. That division was bound to happen. I think that, you see the videos out on YouTube now of people who voted for Trump getting bounced out of their jobs. And some of them will go, gee, I didn't think he'd go this far. And my response is he said he would. He's doing what he said he would do.
Look around and find out going on right about now. I'll tell you what.
Yep.
A lot of that.
Hey, Palomino, motherfucker, I didn't say, if I said it, it was in jest. I talk about what I want to talk about when I want to talk about it. Be brave. Be brave. It doesn't control my speech. So, I'll
tell you straight up, that old man is a fool. He is a
fool. He knows it.
Exactly. I mean,
this is funny. Be brave, be brave, be brave, be brave. You forgot to add is an idiot.
You forgot to put the little boot down there with the little symbol of the guy kissing the boot. Wonder what kind of leather he likes to pick.
Be Brave's probably listening right now. Palomino, it could be that I'm being performative just to see if I can pluck his strings. Did you think about that? So anyway, everybody, please go ahead and hit the like button. I'm about to wrap this up because the next show should be starting at some point, and I'm actually getting a little tired.
Nice. Well, I'm going to go up and do some snowboarding for a while. We just got 2 feet of fresh snow.
I don't know. I don't know. I think I saw Be Brave had a show starting. I don't know. I have family stuff to do today. I might listen to the morning show for a little bit until it gets too anti-black for me, and then I'll have to sign off and disgust. So, yep, that's pretty much it. I've got some stuff that I didn't get to today that I'll get to probably first thing tomorrow. A couple essays, and then Ben Carson's talk on the state of education.
Yeah,
and Palomino, yes, you are right. You're always right, Palomino. You're a very smart horse. So I'm signing off now. Fatty, I enjoyed it.
It's been a pleasure, Stan, as always, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Mr. John and Miss Portia, of course, and all the chatters.
They'll be around. The next show is starting, I think, in a few minutes. Mo Love, Mo Love, I was late saying hello to you. I saw you and then got to talking. It's good to see you in the chat. I enjoyed it the other day on your show. So come on back around. I will be on at around 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pretty much doing, Trump news and a couple other longer essays. So also make sure if you're new, you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. I have a video essay that, I'm thinking about, will do if I ever get time to actually commit it to a video. And the morning show is coming up next, if not immediately next. It'll be soon after with Universal, HB, and John. So join them for that. And I will see you in the morning. Have a good day.
Be excellent to each other.
Yes, that too.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.